Hello, everybody, and welcome to the one, the only Master Circuit Series. I am so happy to be, for you all, casting the $10,000 Invitational. I'm super excited to be showing off what's going to be going on today, but first and foremost, let me give you a little bit of information about the format. Like every previous Master Circuit Series, we're going to do 8 rounds of Swiss, best of 1, followed by a top cut to 16, which will be played best of 3. We will be abiding not only the new ban list that Master Duel has released for this format, but also the new pack release, meaning it isn't guaranteed that Tearlament is going to automatically win. In fact, if you come with me to the slide here, you can see that Tearlament only comprises 45% of today's metagame. After that is Bestial Sprite, or Sprite at 18, Branded Despia, which has almost everything that it has in the TCG at 10%, Dragon Link at 5, Flu at 4, Sword Soul at 4, and Other at 14. If you don't understand why it's such a low percentage of non-meta decks, well, that's because everyone who came here today topped a previous Master Circuit Series. We've got about 150 duelists today because many people repeat topped, and as a result, we are going to be able to see exactly what people expect to be the literal best decks of the format. The stuff in Other is not Danger, Dark World nonsense that you've seen in previous weeks. It's decks that are extremely good. I'm talking about Emancipator, Spiral, Labyrinth, and the like. And we will be coming back momentarily to one of those decks in our feature round. For now, I just want to set the stage. I'm going to let the individuals know that they are good to start round 1, and then we are going to begin with a first round to remember. Hey everybody, it's your boy Joseph Rothschild, aka MBT, and we are here for the first round of the Master Circuit Series Invitational. If you're unfamiliar, the individuals who comprise this $10,000 playoff tournament are those who have topped previous Master Circuit Series over the last 16 weeks. Every single duel could theoretically have been a top cut match from a previous weekend, and we are starting with an absolute banger. We've got SW versus the one, the only I Wish I Was Dead. Let's head into the gameplay screen and see exactly what we are looking at. So this is the first of, I hope, many matches today that is not Tearlament oriented. SW is on Branded Despia, and I Wish I Was Dead is playing Labyrinth. I Wish I Was Dead topped both with Labyrinth and with Adignister, if you remember really early on. That Royal Labyrinth looking crazy, and Ariana set 3 passes just about as good as it could possibly get. All right, using a lot of the new cards in the Branded strategy, we're going to begin with a copy of Branded Regained and followed up with a normal summon of a Fallen of Albaz. Fallen of Albaz on normal summon allows you to discard a card to fusion summon a fusion monster, using monsters on either field as material. The Dark attribute Ariana is perfect for a whole host of Branded's fusions. Now, what complicates this matchup is previously it was pretty telegraphed what Branded was going to do, try to resolve exactly Branded Fusion in order to go into Lubellion, into Mirror Jade, but now they've got a whole host of new cards, including, of course, Branded Beast and Branded Regained, the Bestials and Lubellion, and even cards like Garginual came out in this pack as well. The Compulse going to be chained to Fallen of Albaz. Fallen of Albaz has to use himself as part of the material for the fusion, so compulsing him effectively removes him from the equation here. Ooh, let's turn on, how do we turn on card usage? How do we do this? Display card report. Yeah. At point of resolution, we can activate Labyrinth. And there's Lovely Labyrinth as well. Chat asking where Danny is. Danny will be here for Top Cut. I'm solo casting Swiss. And there's Branded Fusion. I love seeing cards that are automatic 3-ofs, say like average per deck 2.8. It's like, who are the 0.2? Someone tell me. Despian Tragedy and Fallen of Albaz ascends here. We're going to go Lubellion. Sometimes the old ways are the best. Afterwards, going to be able to trigger the effect of the Despian Tragedy and the effect of the Lubellion here in sequence. And I wish I was dead, probably wishing that they had kept around that Compulse. Or perhaps they've got a second copy. Nope, we are going to resolve Lubellion to the extra deck. Along with the Fallen of Albaz. For the one, the only, Mirror Jade. The Iceblade Dragon comes down. And Despian Tragedy resolves as well. We're going to grab from deck to hand, I imagine, an Aluber, the Boober of Doober. There he is. Now, we've already used our normal summon this turn, so he won't be helpful yet. But give him a turn. Strange opener, by the way. Ooh, at Resolution, we're going to go for the Welcome Labyrinth, and the little lightning cut in there to let us know that people are very much willing to play 3 copies of this card. No Ash Blossom means the Welcome Labyrinth will be resolving, and that Labyrinth is going to give it an additional ability to pop a card on the field. Waiting for the point of resolution here. This is kind of strange. Summoning a Labyrinth monster from the deck is, of course, good, but we've already got the Lovely Lady on field, and we don't yet have Silver Lady. So as a result, yeah, we are just going to go for an Ariana here. We'll go ahead and pop that bad boy. It will wipe the board at the end step, but Labyrinth does not care too much about something like that. And, of course, Lovely Labyrinth of the Silver Castle should a monster be removed from your opponent's side of the field by a normal trap effect, allows you to destroy either a card in your opponent's hand at random or a card on their field. Here we're going for the one at random, and we hit a Luber. Oh my gosh, that's going to really kill the ability for this deck to get back into the game. We know that one of the cards in the hand is the Fallen of Albaz, so just one unknown, and it's a Bestial Druis Worm. Oh, that's pretty good, but doesn't really contest the board. Here we're just going to be able to banish the Despian Tragedy to summon it out. And maybe eat an Ariana. We could use Branded Regained in order to, what, maybe draw our way out of this? I hesitate to think what we would actually even be able to draw. It'd have to be like a Branded Beast, a Lubellion. A Magnuma would go pretty far as well. All right, going directly in. We're going to go ahead and attack this Ariana. 900 damage to the face, but that's it. We'll proceed to the end phase, I imagine, and then the entire board getting wiped for I Wish I Was Dead. Do you think a decrease in Ash against Tier is going to be a boon for Branded this tournament, says CJ Alex? I think that a lot of people have registered Ash. I think that despite the fact that Tier Lament is far and away the best deck, it is not the only deck in Tier 1. I think that Branded and Sprite are very playable in a capacity that we've really never seen them. All the Bestials legal, Sprite Elf legal, Branded with a lot of its support anachronistically. We've just randomly got pretty much everything. Heading to main phase 1 here, lots going to depend on our ability to recycle these cards from the graveyard, and unfortunately, I Wish I Was Dead, a lot of their deck, I'm checking it right now, is geared to beat pretty much exactly Tier Lament. So up against a deck that plays on maybe a little bit of a different axis is going to be hard. At least you know you aren't going to have to contest the Aluber, but we can still go the hard way by going like normal summon this copy of Fallen of Albaz. Going for the Terrors of the Overroot here. Ugh. All right, we're going to target the Bestial Druis Worm in order to send it to the graveyard and set one of their other cards. I imagine probably the Retribution. Oh, going for the Aluber. Oh, Aluber has to be normal or special. So here it would have to be flip summoned. I guess that makes sense. At point of resolution, an opponent's card left the field by virtue of a normal trap effect. So we should be able to get setting. Here we can activate the effect of Labyrinth to special feed monster from the graveyard, and the effect of Welcome Labyrinth to reset itself. Branded Regain coming down, though. Oh, wow. That's the funniest thing I've ever read. I was like, what effect are they activating? An opponent special summoned a monster. Now, notably, that monster was to our field, but they did special summon a monster. And the Welcome Labyrinth coming down as CL4. This is going to allow us to get, if we have it, the additional copy of Ariana or Lovely Lady and cycle both of them over the course of this turn. This is a good setup, but it puts us in a position where we really don't have any interruption from our opponent, but the interruption gained by Labyrinth specifically. So notably, at point of resolution, we could theoretically pop a card with this Welcome Labyrinth, and I wonder if we're actually going to be going for the Branded Regained in order to prevent it from resolving, as it's a continuous spell. It looks like we are. It's going to the graveyard, failing to resolve, and then we'll resolve the effect of the Welcome Labyrinth to reset itself, followed by, of course, the effect of the Labyrinth to summon a big woman from our graveyard. Could be either Ariana or the second copy of Lovely Lady if we so desire. And there it is. Things are looking quite bleak. We're going to go ahead and activate Lovely Lady here. I imagine we're setting the Compulse. It just has so much utility against this deck. Yeah. Yeah, chat asking why we didn't banish the lady with Mirror Jade. Game bug. No, Lovely Lady of the Labyrinth prevents monster effect activations in response to the activations of normal trap cards while it's on the field. This card kind of has been passed over for New Lady in TCG builds of Labyrinth, but it's important to remember that it's absolutely crazy. All right, heading for the face down monster. We know it's a Luber, so not a big deal. Just set there so we could get some profit off of Terrors of the Overroot. And it's really shocking to see just how one trap activation that removes a monster from your opponent's side of the field gets all this advantage in Labyrinth. I mean, their board was wiped. They were down to 2 traps, and now they are back in a really, really powerful winning position. The card they drew off the top is an unknown. It could be a hand trap. It could be an Ash Blossom. Something like that would really resolve pretty much everything. So if you're the branded player, you're feeling okay. We have the Branded Retribution in the graveyard, which potentially allows us to cycle back this Branded Fusion. I Wish I Was Dead is going to have to contend with that for sure. We've got an unknown set card, which if you're I Wish I Was Dead, I imagine you're reading is like an infinite impermanence or something. And we know that they have a Fallen of Albaz in hand, which can at very minimum threaten necessary activation of the Compulse because it could otherwise eat portions of the board. All right, we're going to begin with the Retribution. Chat asking about length of the individual rounds. They're going to be 30 minutes. There's the Fallen of Albaz, as expected. Now, the important part of Fallen of Albaz is it is a 2-for-1. You know, you're getting the opportunity cost out here, but you do have to discard a card for it. We're going to discard the second Regained. Oh, no. Wow, that's a lot. And just a question of if this is going to prompt the Compulse. We do have Welcome Labyrinth set, so theoretically we can Welcome Labyrinth to summon maybe the third Ariana. And then at point of resolution, we'll be able to pop because Labyrinth has given it an additional effect. That'll remove the Fallen of Albaz from the field, and because it has to be material for the fusion that's summoned, it won't be able to actually resolve its effect and go into something very powerful from the extra deck. We'll be down to just the Branded Fusion in the face of a Compulse, but if any individual card can get you there, it's going to be Branded Fusion. Ariana coming down, and then Labyrinth applying an additional effect to the activation of the Welcome Labyrinth in order to pop this Fallen of Albaz. Fallen of Albaz unable to resolve. Goes to the graveyard, staring at this beautiful green card in our hand. It's got to get us there, folks. Ariana's going to resolve at point of resolution. We'll grab a Labyrinth card from deck to hand. And Lovely Labyrinth. Oh, no. It's actually Jover. I forgot. Silver Castle has the ability to destroy a card in the opponent's hand at random, and we know what the card is. It is unfortunately a branded fusion. We should have waited, activated the retribution after forcing it, or maybe it doesn't matter at all because we were never activating that card in the first place. Branded fusion going to the graveyard for a killer super polymerization. Double Dark Lovely Lady of the Labyrinth, I imagine, is going to grab us a copy of Starving Venom Fusion Dragon. Unless, is there maybe even a better target? No, there's no way. Oh! There is! Well, well, well. I completely forgot that this is in the game now, but the new set did release Garua Wings of Resonant Life. Wow, this is actually a really interesting position to be in. Now, theoretically, we can get back into the game off of the back of a really fortuitous draw. Unfortunately, we probably have to summon it in defense position because if we threaten it in attack, we can just pop it with a lovely Labyrinth and push for damage. Whew, this is a rough one. 3 copies of Branded Fusion in the graveyard, by the way. Unbelievable. Passing turn here, and now I Wish I Was Dead says, I've saved the compulse for this. You will not be drawing. I'm not going to give you any ways back into this game. Monster has left the field by the effect of a trap card. So a Luber is able to summon itself from the graveyard. Lovely Labyrinth going to be negated on this following turn, but unfortunately, that's not the only Lovely Labyrinth you're going to have to contend with. Labyrinth is going to be able to summon the one from the graveyard that was used as material for the super polymerization. On our turn, we're going to be able to reset a normal trap. We're going to be able to put that compulse back, and we are going to be able to completely box Estu out of the game. It is just really shocking how good the advantage loop of Labyrinth is. Since this format, despite the fact that there now are a couple of decks playable, they all use the graveyard. They all summon monsters that are uniquely weak to compulsory evacuation device. It's not hard to imagine ways in which I Wish I Was Dead, even in a format that isn't tier 0, can tailor a super specific control deck to beat the metagame specifically, and Bestial Serenir just as good against Tearlament as it is in this position, able to push for a little more damage. And I think this might literally just be the end of the game. Going to battle phase here, we're going to attack into the Aluber. 29 plus 29. Let's do some quick math. 58, and that is going to be it. I Wish I Was Dead moving to a clean 1-0 after the first round. An impressive performance from both players, but that Labyrinth deck looked absolutely dominant. Really sick stuff to start the day off. Love to see non-Tearlament gameplay, and love to see the boy I Wish I Was Dead taking names as ever. Hello, everybody. It's your boy, Joseph Rothschild, a.k.a. MBT, and it is time for the second round of the Master Circuit Series Invitational. A quick reminder, if you're just tuning in now, the Master Circuit Series Invitational is the culmination of 16 weeks of Circuit Series tournaments, composed only of the individuals who have topped said tournaments, gotten to 16th place or above in our 256-person events. All the duelists you're going to see today are incredible, and they should be, because they are competing for $10,000 in prizing. We just watched I Wish I Was Dead absolutely decimate with Labyrinth. This round, we are going to be watching 2 completely different decks, Vrax and Tempest. These 2 are playing Bestial Dragon Link, a deck almost entirely enabled by the release of the newest cards into the format, and for the first time today, but certainly not the last, Tearlament. And Dragon Link has won the die roll. We're going to begin with a copy of Seyfert, and down comes Havnus. It's just too easy. Wait, and down comes Maxi. Oh my gosh. Chain Link 3. Do we have the Ash Blossom? We don't. All right, let's see what happens. Oh, and with so few millers, it looks like we have whiffed on the Havnus. Chaos Space coming down afterwards. We're going to pitch a copy of Black Dragon Collapse Serpent in order to grab from deck to hand the Bestial Lubellion, one of the most powerful cards in the most recently released set. This card allows you to do not only incredibly powerful combos, but access cards that Tearlament hates to see, notably this one, Bestial Magnamut. Oh, goodness. So if you're unfamiliar, these cards were limited at release, Magnemut and Druis Worm. You would expect that that would make them a lot less powerful, but it means that their use is a lot more targeted. Decks like Bestial and Branded have the unique ability to find these cards relatively easily because of a significant amount of cards in their specific engine, and as a result, they are going to be able to wield them exceptionally well. It's no surprise we have a ton of both of those decks in this tournament. Magnemut coming down will activate the on-field effect. During the end phase of this turn, we're going to be able to grab another Bestial from deck to hand and threaten our opponent's tier limit names. Much more important when they don't have very many of them left. And then afterwards, that's kind of a pick your poison kind of moment. Whoa, quick launch, a really good one. Out comes Rocket Tracer. And from here, we can do just about anything. Sending 2 to the graveyard. Are we going to see the FTK? No, we're making good cards. Down comes Baron Defleur. Next, we'll banish this Black Dragon Collapse Serpent for a White Dragon Wyver Burster. And, of course, that is a level 4 or lower dragon monster, so we can link that off to the graveyard in order to make a copy of Striker Dragon. White Dragon Wyver Burster is going to trigger in the graveyard. You might imagine that it won't be able to because, of course, we had a Black Dragon Collapse Serpent make an appearance already, but did you know these cards are not hit in Master Duel? So we're going to be able to, as Chainlink 1, go ahead and grab ourselves a Black Dragon Collapse Serpent, and as Chainlink 2, go ahead and grab ourselves a Boot Sector Launch. We'll banish that White Dragon Wyver Burster to grab a copy of Black Dragon Collapse Serpent to our side of the field, and thankfully, I believe that is the end of the chain. And let's link these two off. We will go into Dragoonity Knight Romulus. This is going to grab from deck to hand. Ideally, a copy of Dragon's Ravine. We can pitch that field spell we just added in order to trigger it, and oh good God, we haven't actually activated Black Dragon Collapse Serpent yet. Well, thankfully, this monster can't be special summoned, but it certainly can be discarded to fulfill the condition on something like a Dragon's Ravine. Boot Sector Launch coming down. And Chaos Space banish from the graveyard to target a light or dark monster. Put it on the bottom of the deck and draw a card. We'll put back the White Dragon Wyver Burster so we can get going later. Then we will activate the effect of the Boot Sector Launch in order to summon rockets from the hand. We've got another Tracer. That Tracer can easily pop this copy of Boot Sector Launch in order to summon from deck a rocket monster, but we are locked into Darks for the remainder of the turn. Recharger comes down, and do we have a link in there already? We do. I imagine we are going to see momentarily the Borreload Savage Dragon. Or I could be completely wrong. Guard Dragon Pisty coming out at a link point to Dragoonity Knight Romulus will activate the effect of the Romulus. Because a monster was summoned to a zone this card points to, we can summon a dragon or winged beast from the hand in defense position. Here going for another Seyfert, and wow, we have just loaded all the way up on normal summons. Okay. Here we're going to go for Chaos Ruler, the Chaotic Magical Dragon, a card that for some reason is not banned. That's going to allow us to reveal 5 cards off the top of our deck. Any Bestials we will take. Ooh, whiff, whiff, whiff. Okay, those are 2 good ones. I imagine we'll be taking the Druis Worm here. We do still have the Magnemut coming to us at the end of the turn, but the Magnemut can get from graveyard, so the Druis Worm here could theoretically get something from the grave, our own grave, and then cycle again. Whoa, the first Kelbeck activation possible. We're targeting the Baron Defleur. I wonder if we negate that. Obviously, the Baron Defleur, really powerful if you are able to negate here. But also, you know, maybe putting it back means that we could just access it later. Kelbeck goes from the hand to the graveyard, and that means we get to activate its effect in mill 5. Now, keep in mind that Vrax is still under Maxi. Oh, and a whiff again. Okay, so Shaddoll Beast allows them to draw a card, and Mudora potentially allows them to blank the Lubellion by shuffling one of the targeted cards back into the deck. But otherwise, pretty crappy mills. Oh, except I missed the Rhino Heart here. I guess I just didn't scroll up far enough. All right, looks like we are going to try and play on our opponent's turn, even though we're under Maxi. Rhino Heart coming down. Pitching a Sheeran. Serenir triggering here. Do we have a target? We saw Branded Beast. Oh, we'll just send a Lubellion, yeah. All right, Rhino Heart activating here. We can send a monster from deck to grave. Sheeran activating here, and that's the first name we've activated. We can trade for a Lubellion, or for a Druis Worm, rather, or we can just let it happen. It's just a hard position to be in. We can threaten 2 activations here with Sheeran and the card that we send off Rhino Heart, and either of those can flex in a Kaleido Heart, which is kind of a problem. $14 cards left in deck for the Dragon Link player. Is it possible we deck them? I think probably not. And we are going for the Kaleido Heart early. That's going to give our opponent one more draw, but at point of resolution, we are going to be able to use this Kaleido Heart to shuffle something back into the deck. The Chaos Ruler would be crazy. The Romulus to screw up the Pisty arrows would be crazy. There's a lot we can do from this position. That Havness going to trigger. The Kaleido Heart going to trigger. Let's see what we decide to get rid of. Ugh. And, you know, you can't help but feel for the Dragon Link player here. Like, should they have popped the Kelbeck? Should they have just let it resolve, you know, because it was going to trade for the Baron anyway, and draw them 1 card? Or did they think, no, in a worst-case scenario where they hit a bunch of names, which we have now entered, I'm still going to draw a bunch of cards off Maxi? Like, did they value that over it? Here, going for the Druis Worm to trade for the Havness. I wonder if we're actually going to activate the Mudora in order to prevent the Druis Worm summon. Would prevent the Havness activation as well, but, you know, better than not. No, we are going to let it happen. That Havness getting banished, and Druis Worm is coming down. Kaleido Heart here spinning the Chaos Ruler. 1 more material on board means that we do still have the ability to go in a triple burst dragon, which gets us Pisty access, which I imagine is what we were hoping for. This Baron de Fleur now dead, but we might have something to tag into from the graveyard if we play our cards right. And if we can figure out a scenario in which we get the Kaleido Heart off the field, we actually are in a pretty favorable position. They've got Mudora in grave, but nothing else to our understanding, and they've used so many names. This is a hard one for sure. Alright, so we're going to actually use the Baron as material to go into the Triple Burst Dragon. And then we've got a Pisty pointing to the same zone as the Triple Burst Dragon, which theoretically allows us to activate the Pisty, targeting a monster in the graveyard in order to summon it back to the zone. Or in the Banished, you know, I don't discriminate. Back comes the Starliege Seifert, and where are we going from here? We still have a lot in the tank. We know the hand includes a White Dragon Wyverburster, a Dragon's Ravine, and a couple of cards drawn off the Maxi. Ooh, they said, sorry buddy, you blinked, it's Borland time. So we're going to target our opponent's copy of Kaleido Heart, negate its effects, and then summon a rocket from the graveyard here, a Tracer. This is not a bad position to be in. And Absolouter comes down and says, I drew this off the Maxi. Now we have a rocket on our side of the field. We're going to go ahead and send that Absolouter to the graveyard to activate the effect of the Bestial Lubellion summoning itself. Lubellion does not start a chain, so no real way that you can respond to that. Absolouter here, I guess, still has targets. We're going to go ahead and grab a Rocket Synchron, and unfortunately, we have used our normal summon. We're going to go for the Bestial Lubellion. No way we still... 11 cards in deck. Didn't mill it. Okay, Branded Regained is still in deck. I believe Beast is actually in the graveyard, though. Yeah. All right, finally we're going to commit to the Dragon's Ravine play, but I'm interested in seeing what exactly it accomplishes. And you look at a board like this and you just can't help but think, well, if we had let that Kelbeck resolve, we could just sink into another Baron here. I guess not. We are dark locked from this position. Here, sending a Chaos Dragon Levianeer to the graveyard. That's interesting. Theoretically, that can be added back. Yeah, and we'll do that now with this Starliege Seyfert engrave. And the Mudora coming down says, all right, well, I held it for something. Let's go ahead and shuffle that Levianeer back into the deck. Chat asking about the Tracer activation. We've actually already fired Tracer this turn. They're really thinking on this one, and, you know, with good reason. The Magnemite activation means that they have access to not only any big-ass dragon from the extra deck, but anyone from the graveyard. You don't want to put too much good stuff back, right? At the same time, you're probably also thinking, like, is there a scenario in which I want to put back the Kelbeck, maybe spike it again? Pellerino, is that something I want to draw? It's hard. We are going Pellerino. Pellerino and the, just the Chaos Dragon Levianeer says, I actually don't want you to have anything else back in the deck. All right, so because the Seyfert was banished here, we can go for regain to draw a card. Wouldn't it be funny if we drew the Chaos Dragon Levianeer here? That would be very comedic. This isn't like a terrible position to be in from the Dragon Link player. Like, you've got a bunch of stuff on field that doesn't really do anything. But one of those things is Borrowland, which is awesome. You're going to get a Bestial at end step, which contests at least one name. You don't really have a convincing out to the Kaleido Heart yet, but if play passes back to you, you've got this thing called the Battle Phase, which kind of resolves all your problems. Sending Tracer and Lubellion into the graveyard for a Link 2. It's going to be the IP Masquerena. And that's going to be it for the turn. Actually, a pretty good position to be in. Keeps the Druis Worm online as well. Yeah, I like this a lot. You might be wondering why we didn't go for the FTK. Well, Seals is really only good in the EMZ. Adding the Baldrake back to hand. Baldrake, a weird case of a Bestial that also has an on-field effect, theoretically could go very hard here. And unfortunately in the TCG, we actually never got to see what the Bestial engine looks like with Baldrake against Tearlament, because by the time Baldrake was released, Tearlament was like pretty much on the way out. Called by coming down for the Maxi immediately means that, no, we are going to have to play a little bit of Yu-Gi-Oh! I wonder if you just let that resolve and you try and summon 11 times. Like, you're pretty close for sure. All right, what are we working with? We've seen a lot of material already. Scream. Ugh, if our play is Scream normal a guy, that's not a great position to be in. All right, last card, Super Poly. Here we go. All right, we're going to mill 6. Merly for 3. Scream for 3. Let's hope. We're going to activate Regained here in order to target a Bestial in the graveyard. And oh my gosh, that is so annoying. Last card, Maxi as well. Must have been the draw for turn. But did you forget that someone already activated something on the Maxi? The Called By has an effect that applies to both players, in fact. They were trying to chain block, baby. They want a target engrave for Sprite Elf. I think Tempest here is trying to figure out if there's something they're supposed to be doing here. They're like, am I meant to respond to that? Looks like they're going to. Sometimes you just got to go for it. You got to say, you know what? I think my opponent might be in a position where they will shotgun it. Magnema coming down. They're going to send Heartbeat. What did we hit? We hit Rhino Heart, Salic, Sheeran, and Super Poly. So the Sheeran is the only activatable one, but that gets checked by the Baldrake. The Salic is good, but we've spent our normal summon, which means we have to get something like Havness. The Heartbeat is fine. It allows us to potentially do something next turn, but next turn probably isn't good enough because I imagine we're going to be using this Unicorn to spin the Merly now that we know that we can just go to battle phase for the Kaleido Heart. CL4, we're going to go for the Magnemut. CL5, I imagine we're going for the... Oh no, we're going to use Druisworm here to send this copy of Kaleido Heart to the graveyard. CL6, we're going to go for Unicorn. Spinning the Kaleido Heart? Kind of weird to target it both times, but special summoned monster. So, oh no, we are trying to spin the Merly. Now, we're getting a little bit greedy here, but we do still have a line. The concept is we're going to be able to spin the Merly, then resolve the effects of all of these cards, sending the Kaleido Heart, Magnemut at end phase. Sheeran is going to be able to trigger summoning a powerful fusion monster, but when the Kaleido Heart attempts to trigger from the graveyard, we can activate the effect of the Baldrake in our hand in order to contest it, and then all we have to contend with is whatever they make here, which is the Kitkalos. Adding the Salic back to hand off of the effect of Heartbeat, and Salic itself is, I imagine, going to get something like a Havness. So at point of resolution, they'll go for the Kaleido Heart. We can activate the Baldrake targeting the Kaleido Heart, which checks it, but it means the Kitkalos might resolve, or would resolve if we don't go for Borrelend Dragon, which I imagine we are also going to do. This is great for us. We get to never worry about the Kaleido Heart again, and we are going to go for the Borrelend targeting the Kitkalos. Targeting the Rocket Recharger here. And, of course, that is an unrespondable effect, which means we can't even chain the Havness. Pretty rough position to be in, for sure. Setting a Salic and passing. I mean, that's not bad. We do get to eat the Unicorn. That's 3 material we don't have to worry about. Okay, I guess we all just forgot about Rocket Recharger at the same time. Sure. I mean, what do we want to summon from grave here? Oh, Masqueraina's really funny. No, we're going to get Druisworm. The Bestial boys are out. Look at this. Baldrake, Druisworm, Magnemut. End phase, we get to trigger the effect of the Magnemut. We go ahead and grab a dragon monster from our graveyard, probably the Saronir. On our turn, we can just link off this Druisworm for anything, send the Kitkalos to the graveyard, stop its effect or any powerful effects in the grave with the Bestials in our hand. That Salic is kind of a problem, but I think we'll probably be fine. All right, back to our turn. Me and the lads about to beat Tearlament's face in. All right, so we know the Havness. We know the Salic. We are going to try and pop off just a little bit. I really want to just go combat so that we don't have to contest Havness ever. But I just don't... That's probably not going to work. All right, so here we're going to use the Safer to get the Levianeer back into the hand. Because going battle isn't fantastic. We can still use the Celiac in battle to send the Kitkalos and potentially spike into something powerful. And if we do that, there's no monsters on the field, so the Bestial in hand doesn't even contest anything. So I imagine probably what we're just doing here is trying to get into a position where we have enough attackers that regardless of what they summon, they're not going to be able to beat this. You just need a guy that contests Cerukalos, which you have in Borland Dragon. And then you should be fine. Oh, this is a hard one for sure. All right, we are going to try and go combat. All right, it's all going to come down to getting it twisted, it looks like. Let's go for the Celiac. We are going to attempt to negate the effects of the Ball Drake. That's the one that has an on-field effect, so makes sense. Sending the Kitkalos, and then in a new chain, we can activate the effect of the Kitkalos. Get it twisted. Ash! The Kitkalos! Oh my god! No! And they said, oh, it was never going to happen, baby. It was never going to happen. 35, 25, 25. Get out of my format. We are Bestial boys. Tearlament's time has come, and Tempest will be proceeding to 2-0. Vrax still in a pretty good position, 1-1. A couple more rounds of contention. They will, unfortunately, have to clear most, if not all of them. But always great to be starting at 2-0, and always great to start the day with a deck that's not tier winning against it. Hello, everybody. It's your boy, Joseph Rothschild, a.k.a. MBT, and we are back with round 3 of the final Master Circuit Series. Today's Invitational is being hosted in order for the top cut participants of the last 16 weeks to have a shot at a $10,000 pride pool, and they are bringing their best, folks. We've seen some incredible duels already, branded, Bestial, Dragon Link, and of course, Tearlament. Today, we are going to be looking for round 3 at a deck we have not seen yet. I'm talking about Sword Soul. So let's head over there right now. So we have Delta on Sword Soul and Jeff Person on Tearlament. This is Jeff the Person Man. And just a wonderful turn 1. That's a classic Sword Soul open. A really banger of a deck. All right, okay. Down comes the boy. Said, you want a normal summon Moye? Well, I got a normal summon for you. It's called Rhino Heart. We're going to activate the effect. I imagine we'll have something like a Maxi coming out here. You got to be bricking on something. Ash Blossom instead. I love that Lightning Bolt coming down. 62% usage rate. And Called By coming down as well, says. Okay, all right. This was fun, but let's get to the next one. Oh, we've got something else going on. Crossout Designator says, no, I need this to resolve, please. All right, Crossy Road calling Called By the Grave. And Called By the Grave targeting Ash Blossom again says, no, it's resolving. No, minigame failed. Called By the Grave banishing the Ash Blossom. Crossy Road will be banishing a Called By the Grave. And then at point of resolution, that other Called By the Grave will not resolve. And Rhino Heart will. Rhino Heart sending from deck to graveyard. Any tier name gets us off to the races. Havness is a pretty good one. Point of resolution will activate the effect of the Havness. And this is where we reveal we were sitting on a Maxi the whole time. Oh, close. A Bestial Ball Drake coming down instead. Ah, man, it's really incredible seeing just how different this matchup is because Bestial Ball Drake specifically represents 2 pieces of interruption, not just 1. If you ask me, it's more like Bestial Balling Drake because he's balling. I don't know. The one thing I appreciate about Bestial Baldrake is his name is like a portmanteau of ball and Drake, which means that it's easy to spam in Twitch chat when he makes an appearance. Maxi coming down in response to the Baldrake says, I'd prefer to just cycle this. I think Jeef person in a position where he's like, I just feel like if I could get like a Sheeran, I would win the game on the spot. All right, a point of resolution. We're going to be able to prevent that Havness from resolving. And now what? Just a pass turn that Maxi wasn't enough. Delta's going to get another shot at it. If my girl. And Moye. See, we draw off the top here. Now that Ash Blossom is still undercalled by the grave. So theoretically, if we found one, it's not going to do too much. I can't imagine what we're waiting on here. It's not pretty, but this does do it. We can send the Baldrake and the Adhara to the graveyard for a Yazi, then use the Yazi effect to pop the Rhino Heart. You don't really want to do that, though. I guess we'll just have to pray that the Rhino Heart is, like, not live. Because if it is, we are about to get real crusty. Resolution here, return player. Let's go for the Yazi. And... oh... Gamma coming down! Oh, wow. And Maxi coming down as well. Maxi here is incredible. It's going to draw 2 cards. I thought it drew 2 cards. I guess I'm just wrong. It's going to draw 1 cards. Well, if the 1 card is Taya, we still win. Door Emergence. Or nothing. All right, it says, okay, you didn't have anything last time. I feel pretty confident that I've got 1 more turn in me. So if you are a Jeef person, you're looking for pretty much exactly Rhino Heart. Merly might go okay. And we're now in a position where Ash Blossom is back on as well, so if you're bricking on that, it's not too bad. A pass, once again, you have to imagine the hand is probably, like, full of Ishizus. I'm trying to think what else you would be bricking on. All right, let's see that Taya. Drop it. Boom, baby, off the top. We'll activate the effect of the Taya, and hopefully our opponent doesn't have a hand trap in their 3-card hand that has no playable tier limit names. And they don't, for some reason. All right, a token to our side of the field, and this should be all she wrote. We can sync off the token and the Taya for a Chi-Shao and just get off to the races from that position. Yeah, I'm struggling to think what the hand looks like. Could be like conditionally powerful spells. Maybe going second options like Dark Ruler no more. Triple Tactics Talents. Kelbeck, Agido, of course, would be pretty good guesses. Taya here is going to send a card from the deck to the graveyard, so I guess we'll know sooner rather than later. Sending in a Shun into the graveyard. Chi-Shao here is going to grab from deck to hand. We get a lot of information off of what this ad is. It's going to be Emergence. Okay. So you have to expect that it's something for Longwan. And, ooh, looks like it might be the Kelbeck. Oh, they said no to it. Emergence coming down next. Do we have the material necessary to get Protoss? We do. Protoss coming down. And that's pretty much the end of the game if we don't have an immediate answer to this card. That's right, Chad. Protoss is legal, and it's going to be summoned right here. Protoss, of course, can't be destroyed by card effects, which means that we can activate its effect to destroy all monsters with a specific attribute to call Dark. And what do you know? All of the tier limit fusions, with one exception, are Dark monsters. So, good luck. Kelbeck or bust, baby. Yeah, I really struggle to think what could have been in the hand that would have caused this to happen. Play did pass back to them when they activated the effect of the tie-out, so if it was Kelbeck, using Kelbeck to bounce the Chi-Xiao prevents them from getting Protoss because you have to have a Synchro on field for the emergence to search anything. So I don't know. It would have to be something... Maybe they're on, like, Lava Golem or some weird fringe pick. Bestials in hand? Well, unfortunately, the Bestials also dark. All right, Pellerino just a little too late here. We could, like, get Rhino Heart, and then if we have a monster in hand... Oh, God, I don't know which one we would have that we hadn't had... That we wouldn't have summoned. Yeah, we have to go for Merly here, and then, like... Scream, that explains part of the brick. We can mill 6, and we need to find Rhino Heart plus a name to go into Kaleido Heart, which walks over the Protoss because it will fiend the Chi-Xiao activation. That's rough. I wonder if we use Chi-Xiao to negate the Merly just to give them less shots at it. Like, you're going to have to hit... Yeah, that's what we're going to do. It says, I don't want you getting 6 mills. You can have 3, and you're going to have to hit the names. So, here I imagine we're looking for Kelbeck, Agido, some name. We really need a name. Kaleido is dark. Oh, God. What's the water one? You know, we did get a name. Rukalos? But we can't get to Rukalos because we don't have Kitkalos. We're activating it. We can get something. Or nothing. Oh, wow. That was a crazy called by. That card's been set since turn 1, which means that they have held this called by through multiple turns. One turn because they were unable to activate it because it was under crossout. But then I guess afterwards just didn't have a good target for it. Well, this is a pretty good position to be in. By shuffling back that Merly instead of getting it banished, we can trigger the effect of the Pellerino. Unfortunately, we milled the same name as the card we have on field, so we can't go for the Merly afterwards, but we can pop the Chi-Xiao. The problem is this doesn't get us out of the hole with Protoss, which still solos the entire strategy. So this is a weird position to be in. While we want to just Protoss to eat the board, we actually, I think, have to go to combat first. Because otherwise they can make, like, Mud Dragon, and Mud Dragon will have more attack than Protoss because of Pellerino plus Scream. I guess that's not entirely true, because we'd be using the Merly in field, so it wouldn't have a tier limit on board to trigger the Scream. This is a hard one for sure. Even just going to combat with Protoss feels terrible because... then you're giving your opponent an opportunity to draw out of it, and something as simple as a Rhino Heart might get them there. Oh, we are going for it. If we have a Havness here, this is devastating, right? Looks like we don't. We are going to lose the Merly here. We're going to, I imagine, go for the Merly effect, if only to body block. Merly and the Baldrake for a copy of Mud Dragon. We're going Mud Dragon in defense here. Up to 2,400, but unfortunately still doesn't clear the Protoss. Thinking about the Pellerino pop, we could theoretically hit Scream to grab Saliak, and then if we have a name in hand, we can contest Protoss on the next turn. But that's like so far off. It looks like they're like, no, I just need more mills. Yep, we are going to the battle phase here, walking over the Mud Dragon. Tierleman gets another turn. What an odd position to be in. Uh-oh. Yeah, this might be all she wrote. Setting a card and passing. If that set card is Blackout, we can go for it here. And it is. Oh, no. Blackout, target the Protoss and the 2 cards on field. And what did we pop? It was a Sprite Blue. That's right. We had sprites in here the whole time. Oh, wow. All right. Any card wins from this position. Could be Maxi and would do it. And it is literally Maxi. Oh, great. Well, that's going to do it. Jeff the Person Man down a game. And now we'll have to claw back from 2-1. But Delta moves on to the 3-0 bracket. Pretty impressive play from them. Not often that you get to set 2 pass and win the game, but Protoss is just one of those cards. He is that guy. Hello, everybody. It's your boy, Joseph Rothschild, a.k.a. MBT, back with round 4 of the Master Circuit Series Invitational. If you're just tuning in now, first, welcome, and second, get prepared for an unbelievable match. All day, we've been watching some of the best Master Duel has to offer. These individuals have topped one of our 16 Master Circuit Series tournaments and now have a shot at a $10,000 prize pool. We've got a really fantastic match queued up for you here. Honestly, I just want to watch the branded deck all day. This is a deck that we have never had in this capacity in the TCG, and as a result, we are going to be watching Me is Smart versus Shadow Realm play branded versus Tierlament. Very, very excited. Can Sadie co-host for today? Unfortunately, no. Sadie has a very big day ahead of her. She's got places to be. She's a pup about town. And let's see if she can beat exactly this. So Tierlament in a state that we've never seen it before. It's got so few starters. Scream here and Rhinoheart going to have to be enough. We have sent, looks like Havnus and Sheeran and Saliak we were able to hit. So we're going to grab all of those effects. And it has to contend with a level of power that it never has before. Magnamut targeting one of them. Do we have a second Bestial in the hand as well? No, we're just going for the one. Magnamut here banishing the Sheeran means that the Saliak and the Havnus will resolve, which will get us access to Kitkalos if nothing else. And then a point of resolution will activate the effect of the Kitkalos and the effect of the Magnamut in order to add a monster from deck to hand at end of the turn. But unfortunately, activating effect on the field triggers the effect of the Havnus in hand, and we will continue to pop off. We get to send an Agido, a Saronir, and a Rhinoheart here, and we have reached live. This Kitkalos, I imagine, I really might be sending, like, Merly? Yeah, we're going to go ahead and grab it. And then at point of resolution, we'll activate Rhinoheart. We could theoretically even pitch the Merly. And we can activate the Saronir as well in order to get bricks out of our deck. I wonder if we're going to be activating a Agido. We're already in such a fabulous position. Yeah, we've elected not to do so and potentially run the risk of our opponent playing it as well. Sending a Baldrake to the graveyard here. Baldrake, comparatively weak in the TCG just because the Bestials aren't in a fantastic place, and it's probably the 3rd most popular one, but extremely powerful in Master Duel, where, unfortunately, Druisworm and Magnamut are both limited. We're going to set one, and then I imagine we're going to go ahead and try the Yoinky Splunky with Kitkalos. Oh, no. First, we're going to go Sheeran. We have the Merly in hand, so we can go ahead and discard that. We haven't activated the Merly effect yet, so theoretically we can make that happen. We are going to go for the Merly effect here. We could, I suppose, go into Kaleidoheart if we want. Hitting 2 Maxi, not really where you want to be. I imagine we might start seeing... Oh, we're going Rukalos really early here. I was going to say, I imagine we might start seeing Garua, as we do have Bestials in grave. Here we're just going to go Dweller, expecting the Mirror, pumping our own Rukalos, and proceeding to end step, at which point that Magnemite is going to resolve. We'll go ahead and grab a Druis Worm if we don't have it already. Except we had Fallen of Albaz. Cat's out of the bag, buddy. We are not tier limit at all. Good luck. All right, we'll activate the Abyss Dweller in draw phase regardless. Still important. It will prevent, like, theoretically, Mirror Jade's graveyard, Albion's graveyard, Despian's Tragedy's graveyard, which isn't, like, a ton. It's not the automatic win condition that it usually is against Tearlament, but it's still okay. All right, Lost coming down. Did we open Fusion? Ooh, that's so gross because Rukalos does negate. We're going to go for Fallen of Albaz here. That's an effect that performs a Fusion summon, so I believe is protected by Branded Lost. We're going to chain Scream, but realistically, we're probably going to get to Mirror Jade here. Oh, and Celiac coming down. Okay. We do have a way to contest it. Now, Celiac doesn't negate activations, it negates effects. So we are going to be able to negate the effect of the Fallen of Albaz, prevent it from fusion summoning, and then at resolution, we can activate the Havness that we sent to the graveyard. Pretty mid-whiffs here. We'll probably go for the Kelbeck, yeah, just because our opponent is already under Abyss Dweller. And be immediately met with a Called by the Grave. I imagine we were saving that for the Rukalos after we fused it off, but we'll gladly fire it on the Tier Limit Havness. And now we are left with a pretty meager setup, unless the unknown card is a branded fusion. Things are not looking very good. The card in hand is a Bestial Druis Worm, which is checked. We've got a couple additional Bestials in the graveyard now, as well as a branded opening. The Tier Limit player has found really nothing again. Sarnier and maybe Rhinoheart. Just a question of if they are actually even going to activate it. Wait, I thought Druis Worm was limited. Oh, they didn't add Druis Worm. They added Fallen of Albaz. My mistake, and we'll go for a Baldrake here. Play passes back to turn player. Well, if they've got a branded fusion, this is a fantastic place to be in, but if they don't... Oh, that might even be better. That honestly might even be better. Oh my gosh. We can Super Polymerization the Fallen of Albaz and the Tier Limit Rukalos or the Abyss Dweller to go into Mirror Jade. Here we're going to use the Abyss Dweller so that the Mirror Jade can banish the Rukalos and get it out of the game forever. We're going to activate the effect of the Branded Lost as well. We're going to banish this Rukalos. I mean, do we have a card that we can search that maybe even wins us the game? We're pretty close already. Cartesia could win it, you say? I mean, I imagine we're playing it. Oh, these branded decks are so powerful. Like, this is a level of strength that we never had in the TCG. Contesting a Tier Limit build that is weak in a way that no Tier Limit build has ever been. All right, we're going McCourier here. We're just going to battle phase. This is 25-2. Oh, we've got something. Well, it's in the hand, whatever it is. Could be a Bestial. Just trying to body block here. And if it's a Bestial in hand, something crazy is going to happen here in order to contend the McCourier. It's got to be like a Merly. Chat says this is literally the same branded we have in the TCG. Yeah, we didn't have it this early in the TCG. Is Expulsion in Master Duel? That's a good question. Is Expulsion in Master Duel? Oh no, I hope people don't figure it out. We don't have Kit Kalos, right? We've seen a couple of branded tier builds that look really cool. Basically, specifically enabled by the fact that Grass Looks Greener is legal for some reason. Chad is saying not only is Expulsion in the game, but many people have been puppet locked today. Great. Excellent. Good stuff. You love to see it, folks. Okay, it is Baldrake, as expected. This is a hard one. We're going to target the Rindbroom. I think trying to force the Rindbroom? It's gonna work. The only scenario I can see this not working out is the card in hand is Tack. It's Keldo. No, that's not gonna do it. And that's a scoop out of Me Is Smart. Branded takes the game versus tier. Shadow Realm up to 4-0. Just has to go 2-2 in the last 4 rounds to clear into top cut of this 10K Invitational. Hello, everybody. It's your boy, Joseph Rothschild, a.k.a. MBT, and it is time for the 5th round of the Master Circuit Series Invitational. We've had a lot of really great games today, and we are going to continue them through this round. We've got a really nice matchup for you. A quick reminder that everyone who is in this tournament has topped a previous MCS week. We've had 16 in a row, and now it is time for the $10,000 playoff. There's a lot on the line for these duelists, which is why they are bringing their best, and I'm proud to let you know that we are watching 2 individuals who we have already seen a little bit from. Me Is Smart, who we watched last time, is on Tierlament, and they are playing against an Adamancipator Duelist. I'm very, very excited for this one. We are simply waiting for the Adamancipator Duelist to show up, and then we will jump right in. Oh, unfortunately, it looks like what has happened is one of the tables in Master Duel is not working properly, and so they have moved to another one. So we're just waiting for them to flip the coin, and we will jump in. It's a small indie company, Konami. Let's head into round 5. Chad is asking about Top Cut commentary. Yeah, Danny will be online for that. And a Maxi fired off in the standby phase for Me Is Smart. And an Ash Blossom fired as well. I love that little usage rate statistic. And it's just so funny. All right, minigame resolved. Let's see what we got here. E&J has won the die roll, which is nice because they've also opened that Grass Looks Greener. Do we have an Ash Blossom? No, we do not. And now you get to see the extent of what we are playing. Oh, we hit a block dragon. It might be Jover right now. Oh, the existence of that Grass Looks Greener in this format really complicates things, but so too does the existence of Block Dragon. Here we're going to be able to activate the effect of Rock Band Xeno Guitar to add a rock monster from the graveyard back to the hand. Here we're going to get the Adamancipator Seeker. And then we will go ahead and put a card from the hand back on top of the deck to ensure that it resolves. I imagine right now we're going to see 3 cards leave that graveyard lickety-split, and the boy himself summoned out. There they go. Rock Band Xeno Guitar going to trigger its other effect as well. Can send a rock monster from the deck to the graveyard. And it looks like we might have a response to that. Looks like we've got something that can potentially negate an effect on field, an imperm or an effect veiler. This gives us a little bit of a chance to look at what E&J is actually playing. We've got all of the standard Adamancipator nonsense, but we've also got Vernisylphs in here. These cards legal at the same time as Block Dragon. It's something that has never really happened before, and super excited to see if we are going to be able to make use of it. Revival Golem, the send-off Rock Band Xeno Guitar, just a free guy. We will send these 2 to the graveyard. I imagine we're going to see something like an IP Masquerena. We want to start contesting whatever is in the hand as early as possible. Ausa coming down, and uh-oh, did you start your turn with Maxi? More material for me. This way we can go for a copy of something like Apollosa before even committing to our normal summon. That grass looks greener here, just representing like a whole bunch of activations of Block Dragon. We'll activate the graveyard effect of Block Dragon. We are back up to 6 cards in hand. Now we'll activate Ausa and get that Maxi out of the graveyard back onto our side of the field. Will that fiend out the negation? It will not. All right, what's next? So much we can do here. I mean, I imagine we've got some pretty powerful normal summons, but we know we have extenders in the hand already by way of the Seeker. 3 from the grave here in order to bring back the Block Dragon. Now we've got 4 material on the field if we so desire. We are not locked into anything. And Baldrake coming down says, oh god, I've got to get this out right now. Baldrake actually a little interesting. If your opponent summons a monster, you contribute a light or dark monster to negate it. So if we have another Bestial, we can potentially make something happen here, but looks like we do not. Going into Apollosa, and now that the shields are down and we don't have to fear Imperm anymore because there's a monster on our opponent's side of the field, it's time to get cooking. We'll begin with a copy of Adamancipator Analyzer. Let's see what we find off the top. Whifferoni, it looks like. Yeah, not fantastic. Playing so many Vernisylphs means that sometimes you are going to find a bunch of Earth monsters on top of your deck that aren't rocks. Going for the Researcher now. Vernisylph, Grass, Xiamen. Oh my god, 2 whiffs in a row! Well, theoretically, we can activate the effect of Adamancipator Seeker. What are the chances that the top 15 cards don't include a rock? Turns out 0. We found a Xeno Guitar there. A Xeno Guitar and a Guardian. I was going to say, incredible that we only had 1. Still, 2 out of 15. Not a great ratio. We're going to take the Xeno Guitar here. Place the rest of those cards on the bottom. I imagine pretty much every card remaining in the deck is a rock. Let's go into the exceptionally powerful Chaos Ruler, the Chaotic Magical Dragon. We'll fire off the effect here. Look at the top 5, and this time it's pretty much impossible for us to whiff. There's Gigantes. Oh my god, what was that? Sheeran? This deck's playing Tearlament too? Oh my, well, I mean, I guess why not, you know? Oh, okay. These 2 off to the grave, we can theoretically make a copy of Baron if we want. We will do so. This is so funny. We have committed to our normal, so we will have to, if we want to Sheeran, we have to already have a tier in the hand. I think that's not too unlikely, just because we've milled like 80% of our deck and seem to have not seen any of the others. The bottom 15 cards aren't Tearlaments, so either they're in the hand or they're in the top 10 of our deck. These 2 to the grave for another 10. What are we making? Big Chungus? Yes, we are. The big man is fantastic here because not only does it mean that the Baldrake isn't going to be able to contest the Apollosa, it also means when we activate the Block Dragon at the end of the turn, we can get this off the field to stop material. We do have something to pitch. The Carthrin Hidden Gem of the Seafront, we hit a Tackle Crusader here. Theoretically, we could switch this Baldrake to face down defense, but I imagine we don't want to. This is a little weird. We can use the Baron de Fleur in order to pop our own Sheeran. Maybe go off that way. All right, we have banished for Block Dragon, which means the Changing is live. Let's go ahead and activate the Changing. We'll banish the Baldrake and the Maxi. These two off to the grave for an IP Masquerena, and is that going to be all she wrote? That's a pretty unimpressive board, but into 4 cards, it's nice. Just a question about if we have an 8 in the extra as well, because theoretically, we can go Chaos Ruler plus Block Dragon for additional material. Provided we've got a light in the grave. I actually don't know if we do. We're going to go Carthren Hidden Gem of the Seafront because we have an earth and a water on our side of the field. What are we doing with this extra material? I guess we could theoretically just sit on it. Oh. Okay. Sprite Elf here, targeting the Researcher. We're going to end on a copy of Herald of the Arclight as well. That's cute. I like that. All right, Herald, Baron, 3 Appos, Big Chungus, Sprite Elf with the ability to reborn Masquerena is a pretty great position to be in. Chat says needs exactly Dark Ruler no more to clear. Dark Ruler would go a little brazy. Four cards in hand, do or die time for Mia's Smart. Magnamut's a good start, but these Bestial activations are prime Appaloosa material. When you see your opponent has 4 cards in hand and you can dead one of them with a card that has 3 activations on it, you always take that opportunity. And unlike most times when you're firing off Appaloosa willy-nilly, there's no threat that your opponent's just going to normal summon a Gemini Elf and walk over it, because Sword Soul Supreme Sovereign Shengying decreases the attack of all your opponent's monsters by 1,700. All right, that's a nice one. Pellerino might chase out the Herald of the Arclight or the Baron to Fleur. We are going to go for the Baron, retaining the Herald of the Arclight because it has a little bit of application as a macro Cosmos here. Normal summoning the 0 attack Merly. We're going to activate the effect, I imagine. That'll chase out an Appaloosa. And then the last card has to be something crazy. Not even going for the activation here. Set 1. That's got to be the best one in history. I imagine it's Sulliek, which is not enough. We're going to go for Sprite Elf here. Grab back the Masquerena. Then we can activate Masquerena. I imagine send the Spent Baron. Oh no, we have to actually send the Sprite Elf because otherwise we don't have the zones necessary in order to make a copy of Unicorn. And Mia Smart says, I've seen enough. Adancipator ascends to the winner's circle. I believe X1 on ENJ, which means they just have to win one more to be a lock for our top 16. Super excited for that and super impressed by what this deck can still put up. Block Dragon and Grass Looks Greener are hell of cards. Hello, everybody. It's your boy, Joseph Rothschild, a.k.a. MBT, and we are back with the 6th round of competition at this MCS Invitational. I'm very happy to not only be casting the $10,000 Invitational, composed exclusively of individuals who have topped previous weeks of the MCS, but to be doing so for the next couple of rounds with the boy. Peeps Yu-Gi-Oh! Has joined me in the casting studio. Peeps, how are you today?
Oh, I'm fantastic. My wife and I went out for a party last night because one of our friends is back from Boston, and we ate like gallons worth of cheese dip. So do not enter the Peeps Yu-Gi-Oh! Household for the next 48 hours.
Very professional of you to be. All right, well, we have been watching some pretty baller games so far. We've seen a lot of Tearlament, as expected, but we've seen a lot of branded, a lot of grass branded tier, which is an unbelievable deck, some Adancipator, and some Sprite. I think all of those decks have what it takes to take this event down, but one deck that I did not expect to cast is the one that we will be casting today. Peeps, are you familiar with a little deck called Crystal Beast?
Oh my gosh, this again. Whenever I jump on this stream to view decks in the MCS, I don't know how I do this. I wind up playing, or I wind up watching this crap all the time. But I'm excited. This is great. I'm actually very excited to jump on for this as well, because since the new ban list update and the release of the Bestials, I'm very unfamiliar with the current landscape of Master Duel right now, so I'm very excited to see what the format turns out to be.
Yeah, no, I'm shocked and very happy to tell you that it's not just tier mirrors all the way down. All of the decks that I just mentioned seemed really capable. We'll see how how Crystal Beast does. This is going to shock you. The individual on Crystal Beast, it's Neshi.
No way. Oh my gosh, I'm no weighing right now. My
Yeah.
hands are on my head, you know. My biceps are above my shoulders. I'm freaking out. I can't believe it.
They're going to be playing against Sveti, who is on tier limit now, and is also going first. Neshi has been extremely vocal about how he believes that tier limit is a really, really good matchup for Crystal Beast, and I guess we'll see if that is true. Sheeran milling Agito and Kelbeck is pretty darn good in terms of a start. And when you're playing against Crystal Beast, not much to fear there. Whoa! That was a lot that just got sent. That's double Rainbow Bridge of the Heart. Rainbow Bridge of Salvation, nowhere to be found. Awakening of the Crystals and Crystal Miracle all in grave. Cat's out of the bag, and Kit Kolos is onto the field.
Okay. So, how many cards just hit grave? Was that 10 cards in grave now?
That's 10 for
That was 10.
Neshi, yeah.
Yep.
And 15 for Sveti, who was able to begin with some pretty powerful setups. They are also playing a card that is unique to Master Duel, Assault Synchron. You familiar with this?
I am, as a matter of fact. I was wondering if this was going to show up in this tournament.
It has very much shown up. So if you're unfamiliar, Master Duel got Assault Dragon Stardust mode way earlier than the TCG did, and as a result, it's legal at the same time as Tier Lament. It is an unbelievable splash in the deck and really increases the ceiling on a deck that has honestly become a lot less consistent in the wake of the ban lists. The other thing that we've noticed as a result of the specific weirdness that is Master Duel is that the Bestial package people are playing is really comprehensive, but includes 3 copies of Bestial Baldrake, a card released just a little too late to be powerful here. That card has an on-field effect that's really good against tier.
Really quite strong. I actually am very surprised that people aren't projecting that Baldrake is going to do more in the current TCG format, because Baldrake is really good.
Yeah, no, it's incredibly powerful.
Doesn't it, like, negate a summon or negate an effect or something like that?
You kind of have to draw it in multiples because it has to tribute one other light or dark, but there's a lot of scenarios where, like, maybe you go second and you want to contest an opponent who's playing on your turn where you do get to do that. It banishes an extra deck summon, which is pretty good.
That's unreal.
Yeah, no, it's
I
really
can't believe it does that.
Yeah. No.
So okay, let me.
As a result, we're going like Rukolos super early. And here we're going to go for the Snow as well, still inexplicably legal. You can see we've got a Diviner of the Herald in the graveyard, pretty critical part of this deck now that it has fewer playables. The thing that we've noticed is that over an 8-round tournament, yes, Tier Lament is probably the most powerful deck, but I don't think you can conceivably call it the most consistent at this point. We've seen a lot of duelists just brick on not having enough names or not hitting any of the Ishizu cards. And I think we may have to go back to the drawing board at least a little bit about how we play this deck.
Very interesting. Also, you're talking about Baldrake, and I'm thinking about it specifically in the context of Master Duel's format. Have we seen, like, Gamma get activated, then Baldrake comes down after, and Baldrake tributes one of the Psy-frames on your board for its effect?
It's so gnarly.
That sounds so good, and I'm also thinking, like, Snow, it contributes Snow, because that's a lot. Wow, okay. Yeah, I can understand why Baldrake is seeing a lot of success here in this current tournament because of Master Duel's current format.
Yeah, Master Duel's release schedule has been really weird, and it's gotten us into this position where, like, we have every branded card currently legal in the TCG with the exception of the Syac support, at the same time as, like, Sprite Elf and also Sprind, and there's just all this weirdness. Gamma's at 2. It's just a format that we've never really rankled with, and I think we're seeing that if Tier Lament was a little less powerful, there are a lot of decks that can compete given those constraints. We'll see if Crystal Beast is one of them right here.
So the last out of the 7 times I've casted this deck, inexplicably, I always say the thing is like, okay, I know Crystal Beast is supposed to be this control deck. I don't understand what its game plan is going to be going second. And then it seems to find a way all the time. So if I've got faith in anybody to make this happen, I got faith in Neshi.
So here we're going for the Crystal Beast Sapphire Pegasus. If you're unfamiliar, first of all, how could you not be familiar? Everyone knows what Sapphire Pegasus does.
I'm familiar now.
We're going to set a Crystal Beast from the hand, deck, or graveyard face up into the spell and trap card zone as a continuous spell. Here we're going to chain Sprite Elf targeting, what was that, the Diviner. Can't really go for, as you used to be able to, oh no, we're going for the Merly. You can't really just fire off the Sprite Elf willy-nilly because there's not like a super high % chance that you hit off something like a Merly. We're going to try it though. Going to lead with a copy of Crystal Miracle, and then we will chain the effect of Merly. We both hit the condition at the same time. Miracle, of course, says if a Crystal Beast card is put in your spell and trap card zone, you get to banish this card to put a Crystal Beast monster from your hand, deck, or graveyard face up as well. Merly
just
has
good that we milled that then.
to hit a name, but did hit a Kelbeck here, and with 11 cards in deck and several names still available, you imagine that the Kelbeck is going to make it happen. The thing is, Neshi has a lot of good hits off this Kelbeck too, and we haven't seen them yet, which makes me feel like there's a pretty high chance both players go incredibly plus off of this.
Love seeing Heartbeat in the main, by the way. Always
Heartbeat in
that
the main's
card.
back, baby. We are just filling space at this point. Celiac back to the hand. Let's see what we've got. All right, so we have hit a Sheeran and a Nagito and a Havness. Whereas Neshi has hit
go a little crazy here.
a Conclave and nothing else. Wow, a Salvation cannot be found, apparently. Well, maybe we'll find it off the Agito, and we're now in the position that Tier Limit occasionally gets in, where our entire deck is in the graveyard. By going Sarnir CL4, we can send the remaining Bestial in the deck to the grave and mill literally everything still remaining. And all of a sudden, the only thing standing between us and deck out is this Singleton Keldo.
That's the whole deck. It's all gone.
Yeah, it's all there.
Yep.
It took exactly one turn. Still no Salvation, but unfortunately we did hit both Rainbow Dragon and Necro Valley. Rainbow Dragon, of course, necessary to activate a significant amount of the cards, and Necro Valley, the search target off of Salvation. Oh no.
Yeah, that puts a significant chance that one or maybe even two of the cards in Neshi's hand are completely dead.
I don't even know what does it from this position.
I
Dark
don't
Ruler
either.
into Evenly.
That's what I mean,
we got to get the
talking about tier limits inconsistency.
the Cobalt Eagle out of
near
there.
the start of this. Yeah, right. You were talking about tier limits inconsistency at the start of this, and what? I'm not seeing it right now. That's for sure.
It's inconsistent, but in scenarios where you get to mill 25 cards, usually you're gonna get a hit.
Yeah, that's fair.
All right, we're gonna shuffle back the Crystal Beast Rainbow Dragon here. CL2, we're gonna go Kit Kalos in order to. I imagine we're adding. I mean, what the hell would you send to the graveyard here? Go into maybe a Dragostapelia? This is one of those Verizon Fios style hands where your win condition is the internet gets cut.
Right. I got nothing. I have no idea. Like, what do you do here?
Yeah.
We've used our normal summon on Pegasus.
Well, you do get a second normal summon. You could summon another Pegasus.
Oh, great.
It's one of those scenarios where, like, a lot of the way that this deck competes against other strategies is, like, it's got really easy lines to Baguska, but I believe we know that set card is a Celiac, which checks the Baguska. It's got access to Necro Valley, but we hit Keldo and Agito 2 turns in a row, and so the Necro Valley is now in the graveyard. There's just not a lot going still.
How many... Do we still have the shufflers in the tier limit side of the graveyard?
We have Keldo specifically, I believe.
Okay.
Makes me think Mudora is in hand. Yeah. And we've got Assault Synchron.
Oh, nice. Neshi in the tank on this one. You gotta find something down there.
I can feel the people in the chat being like, he is slow playing. I promise you he's not. We can't play for 35 minutes.
What do you mean slow playing? You see how much the tier limit player just did?
He's lucky he's playing at all, to be honest.
Appeared on their board. Rainbow Bridge here. Does that add
it's
the
a good
Crystal
card.
Monster or a spell trap?
You get a spell trap.
Spell trap. Okay.
But the spell trap can get the monster.
Yeah.
Oh, we are going to try to Conclave control our way out of this one, baby. At minimum, we do get to eat the elf, which is nice.
That's true.
You know, maybe over the course of 4 turns, we could draw him out.
Well, it would need to be 7 because there's still a shuffler down there.
And, you know, they would never have to ever hit another name.
Yeah.
As that would put more cards back in the deck. That's the funniest part of this is, like, when you get to a position where your opponent has 0 cards in deck, it's easy to fall into the trap of, oh, God, I'm fine. They're going to draw out. It's like, no, they're not.
You can make it happen, though.
Happen. Yeah, you got to have a way to, like, one day of peace them on your turn.
Yeah. So I think I got 2 W's against Tier Limit that way in Niagara.
That was a weird time to be playing Tier Limit, though. No
Sure.
shufflers.
Oh, don't get me wrong. Yeah. I understand that the context of that format was very different, but...
Oh! Okay, wait a minute. Hold.
I did it again. I said, I don't know. How does Neshi go
No,
second
he's
with
totally
this?
dead. There's simply no way. Boom!
Yeah.
So we actually have a couple of really good summons here. Pitching the Conclave. Oh, pitching the Conclave. What the hell is in the hand?
Wait, what?
Wow, that's... If you asked me to think of 3
plan,
cards
right?
in the deck that were better than Conclave, I would have trouble doing so. It's either the 3rd Conclave or... Yeah, and going for Merly plus Kitkalos here to make Garua in defense.
But...
This triggers the Merly. We can go Merly and the Kitkalos for Dragastapelia, potentially.
But...
Okay, are you ready? It's the 2nd Super Poly. I guarantee it's the 2nd Super Poly. Oh, no, okay. I was so excited. Okay, we do have Rainbow Bridge of the Heart, so this allows us to normal summon a Crystal Beast in addition to our normal summon. That's going to get eaten by Baron de Fleur. I think fearing the possibility of, like, normal summon into, like a Baguska or something. I'm really struggling to think what the fear is here.
I don't know.
Linking these 2 off for a Nightmare Phoenix to contest the Saliak.
You get a draw off the Garua here.
I struggle to think what we're trying to draw here.
Yeah,
pitch like a Salvation? No, it's a Carbuncle. I was like, if we had something to pitch, we would have pitched it for the Super Poly. And they said, no, I really would like to retain the Saliak. Thank you.
Right.
This is just one of those games. I legitimately feel like the tier player just has everything.
Yeah,
would have to be some of the greatest like equalizers of all time to even claw back into this board state, let alone the 4 cards in hand plus all bangers remaining in the deck.
This would have to be D Fissure Regeki, but it's not.
So if the set card is Skill Drain, that really doesn't do it. The set card is Mirror Force.
No,
that also
wouldn't
does
do
not
it
do
either.
it. Yeah. If the set card is Quaking Mirror Force, Tikbu's damn good, but the set wasn't even Saliak. It was Crime the whole time. Wow. Yep, that'll do it.
Yeah.
Pitch Havness, and we will also activate Kaleido Heart. Go ahead and shuffle that Cobalt Eagle back into the deck. Havness can make... We put back the Kitkalos for the Dragastapelia. Druis Worm targeting the Havness. We can Rukalos targeting the Druis Worm. And we are out of this game.
Yeah.
That's unfortunate for Neshi. Feels like the Druis Worm had to have been one of the draws off of like the Garua. Otherwise, it probably would have made an appearance turn 1. But sometimes your opponent just has everything. And if there's one deck that occasionally just has anything, it's going to be Tier Limit.
Yeah, this was a had everything moment. Tough to see. What round are we in right now, actually?
We're in round 6, and Neshi is X1, which means that if he wins out from this position, that's 7 and 8, goes 2-0, could still clear into top 16. In fact, it's more than likely since these losses have been so late. but we'll have to go undefeated from this position against a bunch of people trying to do exactly this to him for the next 2 or 3 rounds.
Yeah.
Unnecessary. Come
Unnecessary. Just didn't need to do that, but you know.
They're not playing
mode.
around Goddess of Sweet Revenge?
Well, rough stuff, but I have faith that Neshi can make it happen in the next 2 rounds.
If anyone's going to make it with Crystal Beast, it's going to be Neshi.
It's going to be Neshi, yeah.
I just don't know if anyone's going to make it with Crystal Beast. Hello, everybody. It's your boy, Joseph Rothschild, a.k.a. MBT, back with the 7th round of the Master Circuit Series Invitational. We've seen a ton of really excellent gameplay so far from a ton of really great duelists, all of whom top 16'd a previous MCS week. From our 16 weeks of contention, we have cultivated a group of around 150 duelists, about 100 of whom are still in contention for top cut and the $10,000 in prizing. I am co-commentating with my boy, Peeps Yu-Gi-Oh! How are you doing here today?
Fantastic. I'm doing super well. Really excited again to commentate another match here. Can't wait to see what these powerful duelists are on for this. By the way, chat, can we just talk about it? 10K prize tournament. I'm actually extremely honored to assist in commentating this. Thank you for having me on.
And you're doing such a good job. We're watching Hide on Bush versus Hexlex. Hide on Bush we've been watching pretty much all day. And here they're just going to be Magnum-mudded for their life savings. They are playing Tier Limit, unsurprisingly. Hexlex is playing a list that is really, really cool. I hope we get to see a little more of it, and we may get to see some of it right now. Nope, they're going for the take mode on Tactics Talents. We've hit live. Hexlex is on a deck that I think I can only call Bestial Sprite. It's playing a lot of really powerful Bestial cards and the Sprite engine, which of course is enabled by the recently released Sprind. Here we're going for Dark, targeting the Magnamut because Magnamut's effect triggers when special summoned, not necessarily by its own effect. Tier Limit players can Dark to get it and trigger it themselves, so Hexlex will instead have to Saronir to prevent the Dark from resolving, and now Hide on Bush is in a really weird position. Sheeran coming down next. Do we have something worth discarding? Maxi, not really. Fiending for a good hit there, and we kind of have one in Scream. Scream can get Saliak, which gives us something to do on our opponent's turn, but not too much because we know they're going to have a Saronir. Time to go for Old Faithful, just released into the format, Sprite Sprind. So
wow, this deck is
going to be
incredible.
able to send a copy of Merly. Merly's going to be able to trigger, and do we have another Bestial? We do not.
Nope.
Down comes Kit Kalos. Yeah, no, the addition of Sprite Sprind into this deck has really changed everything.
Wow. This has got to be the best thing you can still do in this format.
You would think so, right? Both these players, I believe, are X2, but their breakers are insane. So if they win this one, they are just one short win away from topping. This Kit Kalos is... Geez, what have we done already? Yeah, just adding a Scream to hand here. I was going to say, I don't think we actually have too much more to do. We're going to Scream here. We can cycle for the Rhino Heart, or if we have a Merly in hand already, getting the Rhino Heart instead. It's not necessarily the Yoinky Sploinky. We're going to be able to go Kit Kalos 1, Scream 2, Rhino Heart 3.
I think we already used Red Heart, right?
No, we did. You're right.
Yeah.
Which all but guarantees we get good stuff in there. Sheeran to the grave, Kelbeck to the grave, and also, two Shufflers. Having seen the Shufflers, the Kelbeck activation makes sense, but always a little frightening to be activating it in what you presume to be the mirror. And Cat's out of the bag.
What the heck is this?
Oh, this is...
What am I... Huh?
Yeah, so this Bestial Assault Sprite is, I guess, what I would call this. It's Sprite, and it's playing a ton of Bestials, and it's playing Assault Synchron. And all of this stuff facilitates a really powerful combo deck with a much higher ceiling than existing Sprite builds. That's Hand Trap lineup plays perfectly against Tier because it's really just Bestials over and over again. It's a fantastically cool deck.
This looks awesome. Unfortunately, Tier Limit got to go first, but
Yeah, I mean, well, we still might be able to make something happen here. The Kaleido Heart is going to be able to shuffle back this copy of Saronir, but we are going to be able to resolve the Magnemite at end phase. So even though we're setting Saliic, the Saliic doesn't do as much as it would otherwise. We're going to go Rhino Heart's Graveyard effect here because the other one was reborn off the effect of the Kitkalos. So we can send a card from our hand to the graveyard, maybe even the Saliic, in order to make a rank 4. And is what we're going to do. We'll shuffle back that copy of Bestial Saronir. We'll trigger the effect of the Saliic, I guess, for a Havness.
Yeah, that would make sense, just to have something for their next turn. Yep.
And it's Dweller time, baby.
I mean, do we Dweller against Sprite? Oh, because of the Assault Synchron, I guess. Doesn't it have a Graveyard effect?
Oh, no, we're just
No,
Bagusking.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I'm thinking about it, like, Dweller. I'm not sure if you Dweller here. If you see that they're on starter and some 2s and all that, like, I don't know. So the Magnemite is going to resolve for Hexlex here. They're going to grab another Bestial. I imagine Uldrake is what they're on.
Druisworm, obviously, extremely good as
Druisworm,
well. Sprint is weird here because it also... Oh, Lubellion.
Oh,
it's a big Bestial package. Sprint is also kind of a point of interaction. Bagooska and Standby will, Bagoosk gets its way into this game.
Bagooska detaches as a... Does that activate?
I believe it... No, it doesn't. That's funny.
So is Sprint... I guess my question is the text on Sprint. I don't have it in front of me right now. Is it if it's detached for an effect or something?
Oh, no. Sprint allows you to detach a material from an Xyz monster you control when a monster is special summoned.
I'm thinking of something very different. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I'm up to speed now. All right. We're good.
So we're going to go Lubellion for Druisworm. Then, of course, we've got the Lubellion in the graveyard, which can accomplish a lot.
So we will be able to use the Scream Mill here, too.
Yeah, it's a little weird. We do have the tools necessary to resolve pretty much everything. We can use the Druisworm to get it onto the field. Then when the Druisworm goes to the graveyard, we can trigger the effect to get rid of the Bagooska. But doing that is not easy. Normally, Deep Sea Diva, the starter in this deck, and you probably could have figured that out by the Deep Sea Sentry that's in the graveyard.
Right.
Followed up with the Druisworm.
So we're going to Druisworm, banish, I imagine, something on the opponent's side of the field. Then we're going to go for a Synchro 8, use the Druisworm to send the Gooska.
It's kind of rough how it lines up against existing Synchro 8s, though, because most of the ones you want to make here have on-summon effects, which won't work until Druisworm is done resolving, so you'd have to chain it in a particular way. That puts you very vulnerable to Sprint. Here, not even going to let the Druisworm make it onto the field by wielding one of the Shufflers. Might as well. We've got both of them.
It's... Right now, if you're the tier limit player, keeping the Bagooska on your side of the field is mission critical. Because not only is the Bagooska saving you from dying through this turn, but it's also allowing the Sprint to activate its effect. Wow. Bagooska plus Sprint is very good.
Oh, it's a banger for sure. And just to pass out of Hexlex, that might be all she wrote. We'll be switching that Bagooska to attack presently. Go to standby phase, detach a material, and then afterwards we can just get going.
Well, we did keep the Druisworm in hand, though.
True, and we have one more Shuffler with which to contest it.
We do have another Shuffler. Oof. Ooh, that's... yeah.
FB Good's great here. We can send a Saliic. I think normal summoning a Sheeran is lethal.
We saw them search Havness.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they're just going to Saliic for Sheeran, I imagine.
Could get Rhino Heart. You know, depends on what's in the hand. Yeah, it's going to be Rhino Heart.
Yeah.
Rhino Heart and Scream is CL2. That allows us to mill, then afterwards Rhino Heart in a way in which we know what is necessary to hit. Oh, the mill hit Pellerino. That's rough. But it also hit Sheeran, which is not rough.
Sheeran, yeah.
We'll send Murley. We're going to activate Sheeran and Murley. This probably fiends out the Druisworm, with which we can respond with the Shuffler, not have to worry about the Druisworm, and then just go combat. Oh, geez, we even get to shuffle the back row.
Mm-hmm. Back row is chainable here, though. I'm trying to think. Like imperm, it does nothing. Called by.
Pretty good. We could called by the Shuffler, forcing the activation, then Druid Swarm to actually get it on field. But it looks like we're just going to go for one of the critters. And then accomplish the same thing here by attempting the Druid Swarm, targeting the other one. God, if we only hit one name, this play would have been really nice, but unfortunately we hit 2.
Yeah. Thinking about sequencing it, your only win condition to like stay alive through this is resolving the Druid Worm to where it lands on the board, right?
Yeah.
And then if the Druid Worm gets sent, you can send something and at least keep yourself alive. I think that's your only way out here, but that's not going to happen because Shuffler is going to shuffle back the Druid Worm target, and then it's just lights out from here, I'm pretty sure.
You can shuffle back the... Oh, they're shuffling back Pellerino. I would say you could shuffle back Dark, and then go Dark into... Oh, the Magnamut's gone. Right. We Bestialed our Bestial.
Yeah. Early resolves, I imagine we're summoning Kit here. Kit grab.
Oh, neither of them are resolving.
Oh, that's right, because one of them was called by it, and then the Shuffler brings back the other one. Yeah, no, we're fine.
Geez,
we have triple tactics on top of it. Yeah.
In that case, we have lethal on board.
What is that? 29 plus 21.
I was gonna say one time Nibiru, but they've actually summoned once this turn. One time. Psy Frame Gear Beta?
It's gotta be... Oh, that's just so unnecessary.
No, it's actually very necessary. I think it's exact lethal.
Oh, okay.
Gores.
Gores would be crazy here.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it.
Nope.
Oh, no, didn't need the extra 2.
Yeah.
And that's going to be a loss from Hexlesks, putting her out of contention. Hide on Bush lives another day, though does have to win out from this position if they want to make it into top cut. Hello, everybody. It's your boy, Joseph Rothschild, a.k.a. MBT, and we are back with the 8th and final round of Swiss of the Master Circuit Series Invitational. Quick reminder that these players are playing for $10,000 in prizing, but the road to get here was not easy. You had to top one of the 16 Master Circuit Series tournaments held over the last 4 months in order to qualify for this tournament, and we are down to our last round before our cut to the final top 16 of all time. So far, we have exactly one duelist who is qualified, undefeated at 7-0. Duelist, check this out, currently playing at table 1, but no one else is a lock. For that reason, everyone that we are watching from this point on could theoretically, based on breakers, fail to clear. The winner of the current game we are about to watch is one of those duelists. We've got Rio versus Menethil, and for, I believe, the first time today, we will not be watching any Tearlament gameplay whatsoever. Shocking, I know, but it really is so. We're going to be watching Exo Sister versus Tri-Brigade Sprite. Now, I'll be giving you periodic updates about who is cleared and what they are playing as we wait. We are activating Dimension Shifter in the draw phase. Going to be met with a Called by the Grave. Say, no, no, no. We don't do this here. All right, we'll begin with a copy of Nimble Beaver. This deck now has Sprint, and the Nimble engine is everywhere. Next up is Jet. Jet grabbing Starter. After that, we're going to fire off the Starter, and I imagine summon a blue from deck. That blue is going to translate into a copy of Red to the hand. We will special summon that red, and then we will get Link summoning. So while we are waiting, I will say... check this out is on a Melfi Sprite, just playing a bunch of Bestials and functionally the list that got super far at the 250th YCS in London. It's a beautifully designed deck list, really, really clean, and unsurprising that it's undefeated at this point in time. In fact, we've seen Tier really struggle this tournament to keep up with the ability of Sprite to play cards like Sprind, but also higher ceiling decks like Adamancipator and the 60-card branded list that is populating top tables. And we've seen a lot of tier players splashing branded as well. Ash Blossom coming down here in an attempt to stop the kit from popping off. Whoa, Tri-Sprite gets a lot better with Sprind legal. In hands that have already gone through the Nimble line, you can flex that 2 to send a kit and get the Tri-Brigade half of the deck. Here, unfortunately, just going to Fiend an Ash. I wonder if we red here. Not even red. We opened 2 Called by the Grave. Well, now we see why they were so willing to fire it off versus Dimension Shifter, a card that's only sort of okay against Sprite. I was wondering why, and we have the answer. We've opened both. All right, Kit sending Nerval, and now it's time to get off to the races. Nerval here is going to add a Tri-Brigade from deck to hand. We can go ahead and grab anyone. The one we choose, of course, is going to be Karos. Next up, Sprite Elf is going to summon from the graveyard. I imagine we're going to get Kit. And then how many Beast Warriors do we have in the grave? Well, our Tri-types are loaded thanks to the earlier activation of Nimble Beaver. If we so desire, we can summon a Link 2, and I believe we probably do. Down comes Farigite, the Barren Blossom. Always thought that was a strange name for a card. While Menethil is deciding, I have to ask you all, how do you feel about the mate metagame? I feel like Suship is way far up there, but Toad is pretty excellent as well. Down comes Farigite, and of course Farigite has the capacity to summon a monster from your hand. Could theoretically make it into the Karos. Just a question of how far we want to go here. Our board is a little bit clogged. Sprind, of course, can't be used as Link material the turn it is Link summoned. And Sprite Elf has that exact same stipulation. So we could send off the red and potentially the Farigite to get into something more substantial, but doing so cuts off our ability to play around powerful cards like Nibiru. All right, we are going to go for the Karos here. I don't think we have anything left in grave worth banishing. Yeah, just the Singleton Beaver. We'd have to link off the Farigite and the Kit to get anywhere, and it looks like we are going to do that. We're going to go into Bearbroom, the Rampager. We'll trigger the effect of the Farigite, cycle a card from our hand. Of course, it's not really going to matter because that card in the hand is going to be gone momentarily anyway. Our zone's really screwed up here. We don't have the ability to make another 2 with the Karos here, because the only zone that's available is the one where Karos is currently occupying. Well, one way to clear zones is to do this. We're going to go into a gigantic Sprite with 2 Link 2s. Then we'll activate Karos, banishing 2 from the grave, the Farigite and the Kit, for another 2. Oh, God. Ancient Warriors. All right, gigantic Sprite time. I imagine we are detaching the Bearbroom. We are. We are going to summon a Carrot. And now we can activate the effect of the Bearbroom in order to get ourselves a copy of Revolt. Ugh. And this is kind of a weird position to be in. The Revolt is good, but we don't have the spaces for it. Like, this Revolt is going to go brazy after we activate Ancient Warriors, Double Dragon, Carrot, and Red in order to tribute off our entire field. Before then, probably not particularly strong. It means that it's going to be vulnerable to something like a Cosmic Cyclone early. Alright, so we're going to have to chew through, at minimum, a Spell Trap Negate, a Monster Negate, and a Bounce. And we've got 4 cards with which to do it. Chat asking if any of the Link 2 Beast Warrior Wing Beasts were properly summoned. I believe not. Bearbroom was cheated out and Farigite was cheated out. So we would have to go Nerval, Beaver, Kit, Beaver if we wanted to make it to an Ominous Omen. And doing that is no easy task. We could go like Ancient Warriors, Double Dragon, bouncing itself. Red tributing Gigantic Sprite. Even Carrot tributing Karos isn't sufficient. Bear was properly summoned? Oh. Well, that will resolve that question. Martha coming down, going to be met with Sprite Red. That's a pretty easy send-off of the gigantic Sprite. Doesn't have a lot of utility on this board and does negate and destroy. But we're now in a position where we have no more monster negates. Ooh, wow. Exosister Pax coming down. I wonder if that fiends the carrot or if you let it go. You got to be careful giving your opponent monsters in a position where you don't actually have any monster negates. If I recall, Ellis isn't a once per turn, so it matches up really well against Ancient Warriors, Double Dragon Lords. Looks like we are letting it resolve. We are grabbing the Ellis. Says, this carrot has exactly one target that I'm worried about, and it's evenly matched. Normal Ellis. Whoa, did that say average 3 cards? I've never seen that. They're like, no one plays this at less than 3. Not a single person online. Back to the hand. That was a normal summon, so it is going to be hard to extend from this position, and they can't do it. Our Exosister Duelist is going to concede. Could potentially still clear. Their second loss was pretty late, but Menethil will be advancing with Sprite. The second Sprite player to do so. That's pretty incredible, I gotta say. Hey everybody, Joseph Rothschild here, aka MBT, with the top 16 of the Master Circuit Series Invitational. If you've been following the entire season of the Master Circuit Series, you know that the individuals in this tournament are no joke. They have risen to the top over 16 weeks of grueling contention, and today, in an attempt to get part of a $10,000 prize pool, we'll be duking it out with the best Master Duel has to offer. These players are playing in a new format with new cards, and I am co-commentating with a new co-commentator. Danny, what's up?
Hello, the MBT Yu-Gi-Oh! AKA Joseph. Thank you so much for having me on. I was not able to make it for Swiss rounds, but I'm super happy to be casting the top cut with the best of the best and the best decks with Sprite, Tier, and Despia and the like. So I'm really, really pumped to see what the meta has landed on. So excited to see how these top players are going to play against each other in these final rounds. Thank you for having me again.
Well, I will say the metagame has shifted pretty substantially since the last time you were on here. I believe we cast like 12 Tier Limit mirrors in a row.
Yes.
But a combination of the list and the release of the Bestials has made Sprite a top contender with only one fewer copy in the top 16 than Tier Limit. And as you alluded to, Sword Soul, Branded, Fluunderies, and Exosister also incredibly powerful and very, very common both in Swiss and in this top cut. For our first match, we are going to be watching one of these off-meta decks that is Branded. We'll be checking out Vare playing that list versus Hay, who is going to be on Tier Limit. Love watching Hay play Master Duel mostly because they have a cross-duel PFP. When was the last time you saw one of those?
Yeah, that's for the rare ones out there.
For those of you who sat through cross-duel.
Yeah.
All right, so it looks like Vare has won the die roll, and that's going to begin with a copy of Fusion Deployment, grabbing Cartesia by revealing Garginual. One of the new things available to Branded, it's no longer just jam Branded Fusion and pass. We are actually making plays. Garginual here activating here alongside Despia and Tragedy in order to grab from deck to hand a Branded card. We're going to go ahead and get Aluber, the Jester of Despia, before resolving the Garginual to send an Albion to the graveyard. Down comes Aluber, and what do you think that's going to add?
Let's go get Branded Fusion is a classic.
The Branded experience, baby. There it is.
Yeah, it's a classic experience. Do they have I mean, what can you do, right?
You apparently set one. Apparently you could set one.
Set one,
it's always Branded in red here, and we do get to activate Blazing Cartesia in the graveyard, but that's a pretty great place to be if you're Hay.
Yeah. No, it's so interesting. It's so funny. It's a tale as old as time. Branded Fusion getting ashed, but Grand Wignall is a crazy card with all the new stuff. This is a branded. I have not seen. I know you probably have mentioned this already, but it is crazy. Oh my God,
this is very strange.
Good start.
What we've got here is a Maxi being chained to the activation of Baldrake and a Super Polymerization being chained to the activation of Maxi. Here, just attempting to clean house before we're able to resolve the Baldrake, give our opponent one fewer draw. And at minimum, the fact that we wasted our Ash Blossom on that incredibly weak spell, Branded Fusion, means that we don't have it for the best card in the game, Maxi, and we'll probably just be forced to either go to battle or overcommit, potentially into a very powerful trap card that Branded has. We know that there's a set copy of Branded in red, so we're going to be, I imagine, a little bit unsure about our plays. Things could go particularly well. And then because a monster was special summoned because of an activated monster effect, here the Baldrake, that Garginual can special summon a Dogmatica from your deck.
Or a Despia as well from your extra deck.
That's true. They don't have the favorite target yet, which is Lulu Willith, but they do have Coritis.
Yeah. Man, this is such a weird board. Coritis feels so not great, obviously, against level 8 fusions on board on the opponent's side, but it does contest that Baldrake at least, but it's at 25 defense anyway, so just kind of like you said, you just go to battle. We're under Maxi. You don't want to commit too much to this board, especially giving your opponent too much advantage, but God, it feels so bad. You're branded in red, Maxi on board. A battle phase kind of useless here.
Yep. Here we're going to go for the branded in red. We're going to target a monster in the graveyard, I imagine the Tragedy, and perform a fusion summon. Yeah, from this branded player's perspective, all they want is to just make it to next turn, right? Thankfully, discarding that Mudora for the Super Polymerization means we can contest the branded in red, but it's still going to be a little difficult to actually out the Coritis.
Yeah. I mean, the good thing is that the only thing that could trigger Coritis' effect to float is, of course, a card effect. So walking over it is nice, at least. We're going to be able to shuffle back the targets here for branded in red. So it resolves without effect. So that is at least a good thing for Hay.
Looks like we're returning to the battle phase. We do get to crash in battle. Not something you get to say often about Coritis, and we get in for 25, but we have not killed Vare. And this deck really is one branded fusion away from being back in it. The things that it can accomplish now that it has Garginual, Cartesia, which we know is in the hand. We've seen a lot of branded and high spirits, people playing like hybrid builds that include Tearlament. We've actually even seen today a lot of That Grass Looks Greener, jamming both it and Tearlament kind of into the same strategy and hoping to get it just a little bit twisted. Here, of course, a 40-card deck isn't likely to be doing that, but we're seeing a lot more powerful spell cards than we have been in previous formats.
Yep, definitely. Did you notice, I really want to talk a little bit about the Mudora shuffle targets. We actually shuffled back the Branded Fusion as well. You might as well, because if you're playing against Branded and that Tragedy resetting Branded Fusion is so strong. And not only were we able to target the Branded red target, but get rid of those other targets as well. The Shuffler's proving still incredibly strong.
Yeah, there's less of them, but they're still great when you find them. Okay, so we know we have the Cartesia. The thing about Cartesia is that it's very powerful, not only in terms of like its effect, but also in terms of sniffing out opponents' hand traps. Like, the deck still, despite what people on the internet will tell you, does kind of live or die based on the resolution of Branded Fusion. And if you can get an unsuspecting opponent to burn anything on the Cartesia portion of the game plan, well, that's a win in your book. And so I imagine Vare is probably sitting on some number of playable cards, wondering how much they can get out of their opponent trying to go for Cartesia. Sarnir, a great start. This card allows you to banish this copy of Coritis, get it onto the field, and if it's sent to the graveyard, send a branded spell trap from deck to grave. This is a great way to get a branded fusion back into rotation with the branded trap that, of course, can be banished to add it back to hand.
Yeah. Sarnir, I never really got to play too much against the Bestial kind of Despia portion of it, but it reads so insane for these cards. I mean, sending either a Bestial you need or a branded card, all of them just plussing, like you mentioned, Retribution, even if you need to like reset a branded fusion or anything like that, it's incredible. And they're big boys, of course.
The big boys.
Having the Serenir contesting the Baldrake on board and being able to plus as well or use it as fusion targets. There's just so many options you can do with this.
Sarnier is so funny. In most tier limit decks, it was just like this guy chain blocks sometimes, but he really is a winner on his own in Branded. Here, we're using it to contest the Baldrake. This is a card that came out too late in the TCG to really make as much of an impact as it is in Master Duel, because the Bystials are kind of at an all-time unplayable in the TCG based on like what is good in terms of the metagame.
Right.
But Baldrake is an incredibly powerful individual card. Not only is it a Bystial, of course, but it also can banish summoned monsters, which is like the one place you don't want them to be. Here, we're going to go ahead and grab that, like you said, Branded Retribution, which enables us to potentially get back to Branded in red. It is a good thing that we shuffled back that Branded Fusion.
Yeah, yep. Retribution's so crazy. It's just like your plus. Sometimes you draw it, so you negate. Looks like we're just setting here, which maybe spells good for Hay. You always love to see, because might not see any good, like, crazy plays. Yeah, there's gonna pass turn.
I don't know. Personally, I'm horrified when I see something like this from Branded side.
I know it's also very scary.
What could they be bricking on? Like, most of their spell traps are playmakers. Things like Branded Opening, the Fusion deployment. So usually what they're sitting on is either reactive kind of hand traps that's in the back row, things like Infinite Impermanence are Called by the Grave, or their very powerful Reborn trap, which they will only activate once they feel like really threatened.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's wow, we really are kind of getting a slower bit of gameplay here. It's just kind of Dragostapelia tacking in. Funnily enough, the life points don't work out in the way that Hay wants.
We have a whole extra turn unless we normal a max.
A little bit of a turn if we don't have something to do. All right,
Branded Opening is a great one. We are going to gun it here.
What do you think? I mean, there's got to be only one target for this, right? You just always get a Luber. I feel like
get
your plays going, right? And it looks like Hay doesn't have another Maxi or some kind of hand trap for it.
Whoa, Mercurier.
Mercurier is the discard. I see.
Wow, that's interesting. So the card in hand is Cartesia in that case.
Right. Still have it in hand from before. Yep, of course. There's the Aluber.
I can't help but feel as if one of the set cards has to be Banishment. Okay, that's going to fiend out the Dragostapelia. Right. Time to see if one of these is Imperm as we expected. Yep, there it is.
Great call. Yep, there it is.
I mean, it's got to be. They got to be.
It has
something,
to be, right? Yeah.
So the last thing you have them on for this set card is probably like either Called by or Banishment, and that's why they were comfortable not setting the Cartesia last turn and like potentially dying to normal summon Rhinoheart or something. Branded Fusion getting the hand. Let's see if we get to resolve it. If we do, we are in an absolutely winning position.
Yep. All in draw phase. Now we've hit main phase 1. What is the play?
Normally Cartesia first and foremost. Again, just trying to fiend out those points of interaction. Branded Fusion coming down. Let's see it.
Looks like it's resolving to me.
Oh, no. This is such a devastating position to be in. Yep, and we're going Fallen of Albaz plus Lubellion. That's going to allow us to go into Albion, and we do have a fusion monster in the graveyard here, I think. Oh, maybe we don't. I guess we can always just use Albion for Mirror Jade.
I was going to say, we can always tribute it. Isn't that crazy? This card is... Bystial Lubellion send off Branded Fusion, such an insane combo.
Yeah, it's not bad.
It's just stronger than sending Tragedy itself, which is also incredibly strong. But now, Albion suddenly, before when you had to fight Despia prior to Cartesia and Bystial Lubellions, Lubellion was the primo target. But now you have to do Albion. Ooh, the Mercurier and the Albaz banish.
Oh, we're going for a Rinbrum line. Oh, sick.
Wow.
Okay. Here we go. So, because we discarded that Mercurier, we can banish it off of the effect of the Albion. That'll trigger the effect of the Mercurier, which allows us to add a Fallen of Albaz or a monster that mentions it to the hand. If you haven't seen this card, I don't blame you. This card's exceptionally new, just came out. When a Fusion, Synchro, Xyz, or Link monster's effect is activated, negate it, then you can return a monster from the field to the hand, and then during your opponent's turn, while this is in the graveyard, you can target a Fallen of Albaz, special summon that monster, or this card, and then banish the other one.
Yeah, I mean, you read this card as a branded player, and you think just incredible. I mean, a negate, a compulse, a non-targeting compulse, and you don't even have to compulse the same thing you negated. You can just negate any of those monsters that activated their effects, and do that as well. And it also has a graveyard effect as well, just like most of the branded fusion cards. Just love to see it here. It's kind of a branded we never really got to experience, so it's very strong.
Very interesting because like. Specifically, Rindbroom is a graveyard effect that you can activate as an ignition. So in scenarios where your opponent has put up something like an Abyss Dweller and you like aren't going to be able to activate Albion in the end step, it's a great send-off Mirror Jade. And speaking of great stuff to send, Albion is a lovely tribute for the Bestial Lubellion. We're going to go ahead and grab Branded Lost here, and things are only going to get worse as we activate the graveyard effect of Retribution to grab back that Branded in red. Oh no, this might be the end of the game.
So grim. Yep, it's looking very grim for Hay. I'm not sure what they could have, what that back row could be that has not been very useful or activatable, at least in these scenarios.
All right, we're going to use the on-field effect of Cartesia. This allows us to perform a fusion summon using monsters from the hand or field. We've got a ton of really sick targets. The Bestial Lubellion. We've, of course, got a Luber and Blazing Cartesia herself. We could use the Rindbroom. But here, it looks like we're going to use the Fallen of Albaz in hand to go into a Lubellion. And now that we've added back that Branded in red, we can use the on-field effect of the Lubellion to discard it in order to potentially go into a Mirror Jade finally.
And you feel so good using Lubellion to get the Branded Lost. You can't even lose to any kind of Imperm here.
Oh,
and you
man.
get to chain block and add
That's pretty good.
a Fallen Albaz.
It's pretty good.
Pretty good.
Let's see if we're
not
grabbing
bad.
the monster negate, another McCourier. We've seen some individuals today on two, and I
was
don't know
about to
where they're
ask
finding
it
space
too.
for it, but who knows?
I feel like I was gonna say.
Discarding Kit.
All right, Kit's pretty good as well. I wonder, probably play one or two of those. All right, we're gonna fuse here. I assume we're just making Mirror Jade, but
Yep, using the Albion that is in the banished zone.
it's actually they actually used the Greg. What is it? The new one, the Greg Guignol.
That's funny.
Yeah, big mouthful.
Mirror Jade here can send the Garginual. Whoa, crazy! Now we're gonna send Brigand. Ooh.
Brigand. Wow.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
You know, we already got the kit. And of course,
where's
because that
the
activated an
Tri-Brigade?
effect, we can negate that effect, and then we can bounce the
Wow.
Dragostapelia. Isn't that so silly?
That's very, very funny.
I don't think you need to do that. I'll be honest with you.
I was gonna say.
All right, let's see the Super Poly.
Okay.
325 and Lubellion in. That's going to be game, and we are one game away from seeing a branded player in top 8. That looked a lot more competent than activate Rite of Aramasir, activate Branded Fusion. This deck has really evolved.
Exciting stuff. I feel like we just didn't even get to see much of Hayes' deck. To be honest, Dragostapelia was not enough to beat all of the Despian pluses.
That's the thing, is that I want to say the Tearlament is still an extremely powerful deck, and certainly it is. But there are a lot of games, probably like 1 in 4 now, where you just don't open names. Everything's semied with the exception of course, Rhino Heart. And even when you do find a name, you have to have access to his second name because you aren't guaranteed to hit like a Miller and be able to go off. So even though you have a lot of cards that are individually powerful in Tearlament, things like the Bestials, and when you're playing a tournament like this, you can prepare by playing like Super Polymerization and the like, and potentially making use of your opponent's names that they've found, you aren't necessarily guaranteed to get there. And decks like Branded will absolutely punish you if you don't get there. If you are bricking on the wrong hand traps, Bestials and Maxis and not Ash Blossoms, then they will resolve Branded Fusion and kill you into the sun.
Yep, and definitely now Ash Blossom suddenly becoming much more powerful with those names being so important.
Yep.
And with so many fewer Millers, fewer things to activate, when those things don't resolve, it's tough to move forward and actually push through, because before, you had so much gas, and safe to say
Now
it's
not so much.
definitely a little less powerful. But we'll see. Maybe we're gonna see the comeback. Maybe we're gonna see why tier is still dominant.
Let's check real quick the side decks. I will say this branded player came here to beat tier. I legitimately think they could board into their entire extra deck. Or here, this is like really shocking. The side deck from the Tierleman player is pretty much exactly what you'd expect. A bunch of cards that are very good going second, and I imagine we will see those game 3. Not necessarily right now, as I imagine they will be going first in this second game. Good luck to them. They are fighting for their tournament life here at Table 5, Ver versus Hay. They are just coin flipping now, of course. Loser of Game 1 does get to decide who goes first in Game 2, and now we are just going to jump in.
All right, let's do it. The new feature where you can jump in from now. I accidentally clicked that for the first time when we jumped in our match the first round, and I was like, whoa.
Wow, that started, huh?
Whoa,
All right,
yeah.
FP Good's a good start for our Tierleman player. We're going to go for Celiac here. That's going to allow us to add from deck to hand a Tierleman monster. We're going to grab Rhino Heart. Feels weird, but you do kind of have to grab the certain ones, things like Rhino Heart these days instead of Merly, just because you really don't want to get into a position where you just don't have access to names. Rhino Heart 1, Scream 2. We're going to try and see what we can hit before we send off of Rhino Heart. I imagine we will just be going the normal Kit Kalos route. The Scream is going to hit a Rhino Heart. Awesome. And we're going to follow it up with a
hate
Rhino
to see
Heart.
that unless you have the tier names. Like, yeah, I know I don't love it. I'm like, because if I don't have the tier names in hand, it just doesn't feel good.
It's not terrible to hit. It's a name that you can use for Kit Kalos, but I will say it feels worse than not hitting it. And Baldrake coming down as bad as it gets.
Here's the scenario, right? Like, we probably would have activated Rhino there if we had a name to summon it, give us an extra 4, get another name in rotation, just in case this Merly doesn't resolve, which it's not. So you're feeling pretty good if you're Ver right now.
Ugh. Oh, no.
Wow.
No, not like this. And you just
Wow.
you stare at a setup like this and you just think, well, in a world where the names are so much harder to find and where there's like 9 legal bestials, it sure seems like you can build your deck in such a way that you have like a 65 against this strategy. Normal Aluber, the boober of Doober comes down. Do we have the infip?
Well, we have the
go for the
screen.
screen.
I assume maybe...
No, we do have the infip. Okay.
We know, yeah, we do have the imperm. Okay. That is the imperm going to be activated there.
All right, let's see what we mill. Names? We got Agito.
Yeah, we did get Agito.
Real difficult question as to whether you want to activate it. You're always activating Crime, but Agito's real good, and you are on the back foot. You probably do have to, but you could send them like a Retribution, a Tragedy, and here we have done just that. We have sent them a Tragedy.
Build them
my goodness.
Tragedy and a branded fusion.
So we are just one Retribution away.
You pass turn.
Okay, thankfully we did hit some stuff too. We were able to get to Sheeran here. Sheeran allows us to go theoretically into either Kit Kalos or Kaleido Heart because we have the additional Merly in hand.
Right.
But neither of those line up perfectly against this.
No. Yeah, this is definitely... I mean, like, I feel like you always want to get Rukalos out as soon as possible just to stop that branded fusion. And so we're going to make the Kit Kalos. I feel like just Kit Kalos is so strong because he just pluses you this turn.
Oh, you got to Kit Kalos, send a card to the graveyard, and it's probably got to be into a Kaleido Heart line. Like, as much as I like Rukalos, it's tantalizing because it contests branded fusion, right? That's like the concept is you can beat a hard drawn branded fusion with a Rukalos, but I don't know.
What's your theory for the Kaleido? So we spin the
I think
Baldrake?
Kaleido is a good card. I think it is a very good card.
That's true. I agree.
Like if we go Rukalos here, we just activate Baldrake, right?
Yeah, that is true.
I guess that's true for Kaleido Heart as well. No, Rukalos is a water. No, we're fine. No, wait.
No.
I don't know why I thought that would matter. It doesn't.
Let me
Do you ever just add Havness asks chat? Yes, apparently. Uh-oh. Time for us to, when we've got no other choice.
Wow.
This
really?
shit is legal. Do you remember that this is legal?
No, I know. I just didn't expect it. Really, I know the lists. I'm looking at it, and I'm gonna be honest. Just didn't expect it to come up. But
all right, Branded Fusion.
here we go.
Gonna chain Havness says, all right.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm very into mirror jading your Rukalos.
All right.
Oh, that's a good hit. Ooh. Celiac plus Mudora ensures that we have follow-up and a little bit of mechanism to interact this time. We got to go directly for Mirror Jade as well because we don't get an extra summon after the Lubellion. So we're doing that here.
Yep.
We can theoretically Mirror Jade here to banish the Kitkalos, which is pretty good.
Yeah, that is pretty good. I mean, you're feeling good about that, but I feel like I'd still be... Now I'm kind of scared because Shuffler's in Grave. Our opponent has 4 cards. A lot of material still.
It's guaranteed they're going to have a starter for next turn because they're about to search it.
Yeah, yep.
The Shuffler contests what would be your follow-up play in Albion. I mean, it could be quite bad.
All right, that is going to resolve. I feel like Kikalos has the big target on her back. Yep, it's going to get banished.
And we're out of crimes, so there's no real way you can get that back into rotation. But, you know, in a simplified board state like this, just going for, like, Kaleido Heart over and over again and Dragostapelia is usually enough to make it work. Grabbing the Rhino Heart says, I am not messing around. We are not leaving anything up to chance here.
Nope. It's pretty good. I mean, kind of have a lot of names in hand now. I mean, we have the Rhino.
Okay, so if you're in a position like this where you're the branded player, what happened? Like, what did you draw that this makes sense? It's got to be additional Bestials or back row, right?
Yeah, it's definitely... I mean, like, I feel like...
Whoa.
No, it's the combination of stuff that don't line up as very much combo starters or anything that can push us forward.
I'm surprised to see the Albion end up in the graveyard at the end of the turn. I guess we're gonna... Oh, that's why. Ooh. We're gonna wield our Ash here. It wasn't a branded fusion turn, so we might as well use it or lose it. And then we still have, if that set card is a branded in red, the Mudora to contest it. That's really nice.
Right.
And Druis Worm coming down at end step. That's a great place to be.
Yep. So now we know Druis Worm, Rhino Heart. Did we use the Merly before? That's the only thing I'm trying to remember.
Yeah, it might be completely known information if we didn't.
It has to be the Merly, I feel. In hand. Yeah, I think it is. So Merly, Rhino, and the Druis Worm.
Going for the Rhino here.
Now
Rhino 1, Scream 2, just trying to hit names once again. 17 cards in graveyard means there's not a ton left in deck. Imperm coming down targeting the Rhino Heart makes sense, and being done in the same column as the Scream. Little telegraphed, but you know, you got to do what you got to do.
Still really strong here.
Yeah, insanely good.
2-for-1. Huge. Feeling very happy for Bear.
And your stars are lined up in such a way that you can't like really easily go into a rank 4. We do have access to like Dark Bring Back Fallen of Albas. Dark Bring Back Magnamut obviously is insanely good.
Yeah, I was thinking, I'm like, I think there actually is a line, but I don't want to say it. I think it's so we're gonna make the Dark here. That makes sense.
You can Druis Worm, eat that Mirror Jade. Dark can bring back the Magnamut. We can trigger the on-field effect of the Magnamut because it only cares that it was special summoned, not necessarily by its own effect. But oh my god, by triggering the Druis Worm, you have allowed us access to the Aluber in the graveyard. That's going to force out the Mudora, I think, a little earlier than they would have wanted, but still recoverable for sure.
Yeah. Feels like Hayes trying to put on the pressure. This is kind of really spooky. All right, that does resolve.
We're going to put everything back. Luber doesn't resolve. Mirror Jade does. So either we're killing this turn or our entire field is gone. Not that it matters too much. We'll go Dark here targeting the Mirror Jade. Oh, are we just going for it?
Mirror Jade. I was going to say, so you can actually summon back
the
Mirror
literally
Jade
lethal
here.
on board? And they don't have another
lethal,
Bestial!
yep.
Whoa.
Oh, that's insane.
All right, a 1-1 game. Let's put up a prediction. That seems pretty fun. While
you're putting that up, I was so excited. If it wasn't lethal, could have sent the Dark and the Rhino for a sprint.
Yeah, we've been seeing that all day.
Yeah.
You kind of forget
like,
that sprint being legal is a huge buff to every deck.
And just being able to make Dark at any time, which is then sprint access, and most of your opponents are playing Dark monsters anyway. It's it's a battle.
Yeah. Let me see if we have any reports yet. Alex00000 has been eliminated by our undefeated Sprite player. Check this out.
Yes.
Wow.
Sprite gaming.
It looks like Delta has also advanced. Whew.
Wow.
These are wrapping up.
These are wrapping up. I love to see it. You know, some of these matches have gone much faster than I expected. That match, lots of stuff happened. What was that, like 2 or 3 turns?
Yeah. I mean, it's hard to remember when so much can happen in a single turn.
Yes.
These games are like 2 turns long, but they're 2 really good turns. Actually, Delta is one of our 2 Sword Souls, so we will have at least 1 Sword Soul in top 8.
Okay.
People forget this because Sword Soul was kind of a non-factor during the historic period of tier dominance. But the Bestials are insanely good in Sword Soul. They're really strong.
It was a build I never got to play. And of course, shouts out to Pack, a big Sword Soul enjoyer, was trying out Sword Soul with the Bestials and just explained how good Cheng Ying and Evil Longyan is against tier, specifically banishing those spells, banishing all of the tier names. You just feel so good, and with Bestials, you get to synchro with and make easy 10s with those tokens as well.
Oh yeah, it's it helps that in Master Duel they have this little card that they didn't have in the TCG called Arch Nemesis Protoss, and all the tier limits are dark.
Think about
it helps a little bit.
I understand. I know. It's an okay card. I've heard it's pretty good. How far did Sword Soul go in your what was it, the Moron ban list tournament with Protoss?
Finals. It made it to finals.
It's a pretty good card. It has proven itself very, very strong.
Yeah. Just waiting on these 2-2 sideboard here. I imagine there's a lot they're thinking about. Still a lot to kind of deal with.
You mentioned it before, though. The side deck coming in for Ver and Hay is exclusively to beat tier, but sometimes you just don't see the cards you need, and tier gets that big advantage in the beginning.
Yeah, for sure. And the tier player is just bringing in all of this great stuff for going second. Like, I think we are going to see some pretty incredible back and forth. It looks like they have both jumped in. We're just going to wait for them to perform the coin flip, and we will hop into game 3. It looks like, oh my god, 72% of you think that Branded is taking this. I understand they're going first in game 3, but whoa,
it's true.
That's a lot of faith in this deck.
A lot of confidence. People are excited to see if Ver can take it.
All right, they're in. We're jumping in. Let's make it happen. If this game is going to end up being Puppet Lock versus Red Reboot, I'm going to nut. In a good way? You want that to happen?
Wow,
I'd prefer if that didn't happen, personally.
I'd prefer the opposite. I would like some Yu-Gi-Oh! Today. We would love... and these games have been very exciting. A lot of back and forth.
Yeah. We've cast a whole bunch of games today. I would say I can count on one hand the number of bad games we've seen. Maybe 2 hands now. Maxi coming down. Minigame? Oh,
you don't like to see that.
So bad.
It's all right. But honestly, if you're Hey Hugo, that's completely fine by me.
All right. You got it,
buddy.
You can
chain that Branded opening at any time.
All right. Well, if you're there, the last thing you're worried about is a little friend called Havness.
Oh, that too.
Revealing the Mirror
the
Jade.
Mirror
Gonna go
Jade.
grab a Fallen of Albaz.
Sure.
Activate a Luber. I'm interested in seeing why we're doing this line.
Yeah. I mean, I wonder what the plan here is.
Chat is saying the gay sex field. I don't think I would call it that.
No, I maybe I would not call it that, but
Oh, but Fusion lost. Show me.
oh,
Looks like it's resolving.
resolving.
It appears to be resolving.
So you're under maxi.
Yeah.
You're gonna give your opponent at least what 2 draws here.
Yeah.
What's your game plan? Because I mean, I'm like
I
kinda scared
personally,
on
well,
this.
that explains why we didn't reveal the Cartesia fusion. I personally am going all the way in. I am not.
Right. Yep.
I feel like they're just gonna have everything regardless. It's gonna be about managing a whole bunch of hard once per turns on the names more than it's gonna be about like individual cards that they have. Grabbing ad libitum. I guess we're just going for a boring normal line.
Yeah, this is looking pretty standard. I mean, this is a line that me and you have probably done ourselves to just live under maxi. At least we have the Branded Lost in rotation, but it's looking like a kind of Mirror Jade pass with maybe a branded in red set, so you don't give your opponent too many resources, and you've got a lot for the opponent to contest themselves. So we'll see what happens after the Mirror Jade gets summoned here.
I will say though, if you're high, you're really happy with this. Everything on the field is known information. You don't have to deal with any Bistials. You don't have to deal with the freaking gimmick puppet lock. Like,
yeah,
you're
that's what
right.
I was kind of leading you towards of asking on what you do, because I was like, maybe you go all in and you say, I'm gonna gimmick puppet lock you. I don't care if you draw 70 cards because you'll be under gimmick puppet. But it's a decision to be made. And I understand this line as well for sure.
Well, the issue with that is that loses to a lot, and you've given your opponent a lot of
Yep.
time to find things that it loses to. Going for
That is
Mirror
true.
Jade here, I imagine targeting the Aluber, yeah. They simply will not draw the called by or any of the Bistials, right?
Right. So that's why the puppet lock feels so
Speaking of,
not bad. Well, not bad. It definitely can win you games, but here is of course the only limited Magnum Hut.
going for the McCurrier
But-
now says, please do not activate Magnamod. I am begging you. All right, it'll go back in hand, but doesn't really resolve the
feels so
problem. If the
good
card
if
we're
you're-
getting at the end of the turn is branded in red, it still contests that, right?
Yep. Gotta feel good. If you're, is it hay? You said high before. Am I
Nah, I
wrong?
don't know.
Is it high? But you got to be feeling good that you got your
Adding it to
Bestial
hand, boy,
Mercurier.
that is bleak. That is
Oh.
real bleak.
That is so bleak.
All right, so what is our win condition here? The Magnamut, and then the rest of the hand is 7 maxis. It could be like Scream, Celiac, Meta Noise.
Right.
Crime. We're branded in redding in the end step. We're going to give them an extra draw. He says, I already know that Magnamut is going to contest this, so we got to do it now. We got to do it
Yeah.
now.
This is, I mean, oh man, it's such a good play, and it feels so bad because you need to do it now and not later, because the Magnamut in hand.
So we get to go Dragostapelia, a card that is not bad. They draw a card, then we go ad libitum, target the Mirror Jade, we get it back, a card that is not bad. Our opponent has 9 cards in hand.
Yeah. Well, at least you have a reset Mirror Jade. You have Dragostapelia. 2 interactions. Well. let's see what happens. Maybe they drew too many bad cards. You know,
Maybe they drew too many names
cards
and they
yeah,
get freaked
got
out.
too many.
Maybe they have social anxiety, or maybe that happens.
Or you gotta feel good as a tier player to be able to safely play Super Poly into a branded player, because you know, against tier, they kind of resummon themselves.
Right.
You're triggering tier
Against
effects.
branded, it's like, oh, you better watch out at the end of the turn. Your board is going to die. It's like, oh, darn.
Yeah, that's the board. Like, you don't even get to trigger the Mirror Jade. Like,
legitimately Jover. There's nothing you can do from this position.
Yeah. Yeah, Maxi, of course, proving its dominance. I mean, this is tier getting that extra mile, but
and a scoop out of our branded player, and all of a sudden, our branded duelist is out of the tournament. Tierlement proves why it was the deck to beat for months. Has a lot to do with what you all just saw here. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see the gimmick puppet line. They were on it. Hello, everybody. It's your boy, Joseph Rothschild, a.k.a. MBT, and we are back with the top 8 of the Master Circuit Series Invitational. All of these individuals have been fighting tooth and nail to get a piece of the $10,000 pie that's a result of this tournament's prize pool. And folks, they can now sink their teeth in. Everyone from this position will be walking out of here with at least $250 in prizing, but there's still a lot more on the line. And they'll be decided by the next couple of games, and I gotta tell you, they have not been going the way that we expected. Danny, do you want to explain what I mean?
I would love to. Thank you for having me. We have reached top 8, and one of my favorite decks has been dominating. We are going to see a lot of Sprite gameplay here, folks.
That is true. After Sprite unexpectedly climbed into Top Cut with the second most representation, 5 to Tierlement's 6, they have had a much better top 16 than Tier has. As I said in the match that we cast off stream, I've been talking to some really good Master Duel players who believe that Bestial Sprite is the deck to beat, and two-time MCS champion Rorkelos is going to have to beat it against Alex in this game that we are about to cast.
And correct me if I'm wrong, Alex has also won an MCS.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
So
everyone
MCS
left in
winners.
is like an insanely heavy hitter.
2 MCS winners, Rorkelos a multi-MCS winner, duking it out. This is so exciting. This is going to be very hype.
Unsurprisingly, Rorkelos on one of her favorite decks, Tierlement, and I gotta say, I look at a lot of deck lists as a result of hosting the Master Circuit Series. It's nice to see some that look normal.
Yeah, you know, a lot of fun stuff you can do with Tier, Exchange of the Spirit, Gravekeeper's Trap. You know,
a lot of
wind,
fun things you can play.
But Rourke has very efficient lists, very top cut level of deck building and gameplay, and same with Alex.
Looks like Alex is just running the restroom real quick. So I'll talk very briefly about the decks that are still in top 8. We've got 4 copies of Sprite in the top 8, 3 copies of Tierlement, and 1 copy of Sword Soul. I'm sorry we're not watching the Sword Soul game, but you can imagine it in your mind's eye if you've got, you know, sentience. It's going to begin with a normal summon Moye and end with, I don't know, Chi Shao Pass.
Yeah, so that's part of the problem with Sword Soul is sometimes your turn ones are so telegraphed, it's very straightforward, which is, you know, good and fine. But what some of the most interesting part of Sword Soul, of course, is that turn 3 with those Tenyis, those Vishuddhas coming out. You're managing your resources with the right worms. When you worm lock yourself and all that, and but sometimes it ends on Protoss Pass. And
I was going to say, that's not the most interesting part. The most interesting part is when you banish 3 cards from your graveyard and you call Dark in Tierlement format. That's very interesting. All right, looks like Alex is back. They're just going to flip the coin real quick. In the meantime, I do want to note the cards that have been absolutely propelling Sprite to playability are not only the Bestials, which are incredible both against and in Tierlement, but also a little card called Sprite Sprind.
Yeah. Nope. This was a meta that we did not get to live very long at all in TCG. Elf getting banned, and Sprint kind of being your only playmaker. Now, a Master Duel, right now, you get to, while it's available, you get to play everything in Sprite. Only thing you're missing is Toad, but Master Duel has proven that Sprite does not need Toad to prove how good it is.
All right, a couple seconds left on those predictions, and we are jumping in. Rorkelos on Tier versus Alex on Sprite, both MCS winners. Let's see who can take home some of this incredibly lucrative prize pool. Looks like Rourke has won the die roll, and beginning with Tier Limit Scream. Play passes back to Alex, and we'll see if we're going to shotgun a Maxi or something. No.
There's a couple of hand traps that I'm worried about. If I'm Rourke.
Wow. Look at these percentages. 48-52. All right, Merly, a great normal. Scream 1, Merly 2. Anything from Alex? Ash Blossom not particularly good here.
Let's see what we've got. What we got. I can think of a couple hand traps that would be pretty good here.
You're leading this horse to water. I'm gonna let him drink himself.
Let's see.
And there it is.
And that's the one I was thinking about.
Alex is, I believe, the only person left in the tournament main decking Dimension Shifter in Sprite, and for this reason, oh my god, Pellerino 2-name Super Poly Magnamut. Pretty profitable, I would say. Pretty profitable.
You don't have to worry about Magnamut. You don't have to worry about Merly name. You don't have to worry about Paralino. You don't have to worry about Super Poly. At least
so
one
if you
of them,
played during Tier Limit format, you remember Sprite players were doing this. While Dimension Shifter is pretty good against Sprite, it like turns off their ability to sprint to reborn off of Elf. It's much better against Tier Limit. And so they just say, fine, we'll play under macro for a turn, but we functionally win the game against you. Baldrake, a pretty decent way to get back into the game, allows you to tribute that Merly to contest a light or a special summon from the extra deck. But a lot of these monsters can be normal summoned, and then we can go to battle.
Yep. You can just kind of play the little dork game, I like to call it. Summon a bunch of 2s. That is a 2 for sure.
That is a level 2 monster. At the end of the day, you got to admit it is a level 2 monster.
It's so good to see. Okay, yep. That's another 2. You have Carrot on board.
Here's a weird one. Carrot's special does contest the Merly, which potentially turns off the Baldrake, but we might be able to Scream, right?
Why? I mean, if you Scream, I guess, yeah, you do get the attack debuff, but can you really risk banishing 3 more?
Do they get the attack debuff? I'm not super up to date on my conjunctions. It's an also comma.
It's a good question. So you send the top 3 cards of your deck to the graveyard. They get banished. Also, for the rest of this turn, all monsters your opponent controls lose 5 of attack.
I believe they do, but we'll see.
I believe they do. Because it's not like, and if you do, right?
Yeah.
If it was like, and if you do, because you didn't, you banish them.
All right, we're going for Gigantic. This is a pretty tasty Baldrake. I wonder if she's going to take it.
Yeah. I feel like you have to.
I guess it's possible you don't, and then wait for them to activate it, and then take the Elf or something, but it's just so profitable, yeah. All right, we get hosed by starter. Show it.
I mean, this play makes me feel like we have something, but yeah, the set card, I
was almost certain that we had starter. Like that was I imagine that's the reason we did it.
Right, because you were absolutely correct in saying, why don't we just go battle phase, walk over the Merly, and then summon Gigantic main 2? Then we have at least a couple interactions, and we can hopefully dominate the game from there, but all right.
All right, we're going to go for Scream here and followed up with the Rhino Heart. Oh, unless that set card is a Macro Cosmos, this is a devastating position to be in.
And it resolves.
Havness to the graveyard. Any name, please? Oh, Kelbeck Snow. Not bad. Usually don't want to fire a Kelbeck here, but with the Snow in the graveyard, probably we are going to go ahead. Just having that utility is a little too important.
And plus, knowing your opponent's on Sprite, you have no problem doing that.
Okay, we found a position to Ash Blossom the Tearlament player, which isn't always very easy to do. And we can Called by the Haveness as well.
Wow.
Resolves everything, but doesn't really put us in a fantastic position here. I think Rourke counting here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. She can banish everything to get the snow on field and then make a 4 with Rhino Heart. It's crazy.
Yeah.
We're probably just letting that go, yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
No dark in the
many
graveyard, so we can't
names
go
are
dark
banished?
into Sprint. We would need an extender to get there.
Yeah. So we've got double Merly banished,
Oh,
Havness
gosh.
banished, Rhino banished. I mean, the only ones left are the 2 Sheeran.
We've got 2 Sheeran and a
And,
Havness remaining in deck.
Havness.
Wow, having the Merleys
one-
banished is
one-
actually terrible. It means we can't actually sprint.
Yeah, that's huge. Yep. Not enough cards for snow.
Still a
you're-
one-turn
you're-
clock.
honestly, you're still feeling pretty good.
So I
But,
imagine if
now
you're Alex,
Baldrake's
probably the card that you would retain in this scenario is like a Swap Frog. And like you didn't want to commit to that as your normal because you get more utility off the Maxi. Ooh,
Yes.
Beaver
Yep,
off
and there's
the top.
Beaver.
Pretty good, though. So it's okay. We do get to
go.
trigger Scream off this. And if we
Yeah,
hit a
we do get to trigger
Sheeran, we
Scream.
are really in for it because I don't think anything Alex can do from this position can beat a Rukalos. We hit a Nagito.
God,
And
a
a Scream.
Guido. Well, that definitely gives enough material for snow
Angler coming out.
if it resolves.
We're going to chain block it with Scream as well. It's got to
Yep,
be a second
looks like
called
it
by
is.
exactly, which it isn't.
Wow. Just like
Cool.
a scenario that could have never existed in the TCG. Baldrick contesting a board after Shifter resolves.
Oh, 5 really banger hits off that one. Kelbeck here as well. Mudora, Keldo. She literally just milled
Oh
both
my
shufflers.
goodness.
Ooh, but failed to hit a single name.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
Oh, but we have the one in the
that's-
hand.
I know.
That's good enough.
We have the one. Well, it's the Scream ad, right? But yeah, it's
Oh,
sees
man.
the writing on the wall.
Quick game 1 out of Rourkelos. I really felt like that was Alex's game to lose, I'm going to be honest. That sequence into the Baldrake felt, I guess I would say, this sounds bad because it's kind of mean, but it felt unpracticed. Like it's not a scenario that you had a lot of preparation against. And, you know, that makes sense. Baldrake is
Makes sense.
basically a non-issue in the TCG.
Right.
So if that's where you're familiar with playing something like Sprite, you might be staring down a Baldrake and a Merly and just kind of miss it. But it seems like if we had just gone to combat and attacked, we could have potentially popped off.
Right.
And functionally, stumbling for one turn was enough to lose the game because we were
Absolutely.
all in on that shifter.
Yeah. Yep. And it's well, let's see if Alex can pick it back up. That's why Alex is here in the top.
Oh,
cut.
no.
We
I mean,
need
I
to
say
get
this
through
all the
these
time,
scenarios
but
before.
the difference between like good players who can execute combos and like really good players is the ability to, when you screw up, be like, all right, and moving on.
Yep,
You know, if
yep.
you don't let it get to you, if you recognize that Yu-Gi-Oh is a complex game and frequently you're going to miss an interaction or a card that's not as played in the TCG as it is in Master Duel kind of trips you up. It's like, okay, I won't lose to that again. Moving on.
Yep.
And there's no deck that rewards that kind of turning the corner like Sprite. Just a very consistent heads up, low to the ground, play to all your outs, doesn't really lose to anything out of the board style deck. In games 2 and 3, I think you have a huge advantage over Tearlament in that Tearlament is a known strategy with a lot of very easy to board encounters, whereas you are not. So we will see what happens after this.
Yeah, absolutely. I think I always think about wiggle room when it comes to Sprite and how, like, I don't want to say little room you have to sequence or properly do X or Y action, but proven there to see maybe it would have been a different game, but definitely maybe there was reasoning to what happened, and we'll see. But we're gonna see Alex go first, I assume, or after they decide, and see how this plays out with Sprite in the lead.
It's so beautiful looking at side decks from this tournament. Frequently, the MCS, the side decks are not great. Usually as a result of people being Master Duel players first and foremost and not having a really good understanding of how to side deck, Rourke's side is really a thing of beauty. I mean, if anything is going to take down Sprite, it's going to be this list right here. And honestly, Alex's is looking really good as well.
Yeah. These decks are prepared. These players know exactly
a lot of cards
what they bring.
I can't believe are legal in both of these, by the way.
Yeah, a lot of stuff. I'm like, oh, right. That's a pretty good. That's a pretty good idea.
Mm-hmm. Inshallah, we do not see it. All right. Looks like they are just flipping the coin right now. They're going to jump in. We will jump in immediately afterwards, and we're going to get to Game 2, Worklos versus Alex, the duel of two Master Circuit Series champions. Who's walking with it?
I can't believe this is not even close to, or I mean, not close, but we're not even in finals, and it feels like we're watching a finals style match.
We've got some heavy hitters in this top 8. Some really shockingly good players.
Yeah.
All right, leading Nimble Beaver. You love to see it.
Yeah. A great start. It is resolving here. You know, some of the angler, of course. That way, if you do make Sprind, you can send maybe a second angler to summon the other two beavers from deck. Looks like Alex has the jet in hand. That's kind of nice. Allows you to flex into a red or a carrot to prevent a hand trap from being activated if you want to go get your blue and then get your other Sprite card before you continue.
Ooh, and the Ash coming down here. Maybe a little bit premature, but I think likely what Rourke is thinking here is that you're going to see the blue into the targeted piece of interaction anyway. This is the only one that gets Smasher, which is kind of a problem for a lot of tier limit setups. Yeah,
it's a good choke point regardless. You might as well say, all right, I won't let you flex into maybe a Gamma Burst or a Smashers, or as we now know, Double Cross, which is now legal, which is an incredible card and contests
and there's
the tier matchup.
A lot of scenarios where like you have a low impact Ash in a matchup like this, and you just think, what if I just don't activate this? Infip, Rhinoheart, Ash, Saliak. Ooh, decent opener, but going to be a lot worse once you take that Rhinoheart out of the equation.
Yep, I'm looking at that Rhinoheart and I'm saying, put that guy back. I'm going to make you top deck.
Sheesh. I mean, you can pretty easily play through an Infinite Impermanence from this position, I feel, with the knowledge that that's the piece of interruption you're going to have to play through. It's not too difficult to go into a
Sprind
Elf, or an Elf.
We don't know the hand.
Gigantic. I guess there is an argument that you could take the Infip and be like, if I know you're only on Rhinoheart, I can contest that specifically.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
I
love
love
that
taking
line
tools
too.
out of these players' hands. I feel like the less names you see, the better.
Yep, absolutely. Especially because those names enable other names, right?
Yeah.
So like if Rourke draws a Sheeran and we didn't put the Rhinoheart back, then we're kind of not feeling as good. And that allows them to play the game, which we don't want them to do because we're able to rip the card out. So we might as well say, rip it. But let's see what Alex decides. I get it. This is a tough decision always because hand knowledge is so incredible.
Tack is, despite the fact that I lose to it frequently, I can't be mad at Tack. It is such a fun card to play.
It is. It feels so like I can be in this game. Wow.
Ash?
Ash.
Whoa.
Okay.
Now I'm confused. That's like the one card I couldn't find a reason to say.
So my guess is that Alex wants to protect the special summons that are going to happen during Rourke's turn, which involves the Melfi's, the caddy ads, the things like that.
So you have to imperm here, probably, unfortunately.
Right.
But of course, then they just
And I
overlay
guess
for
if you're Alex, you're
gigantic.
saying, yeah, use your imperm. Now I know you have 2 cards in hand, and it's Rhino Suliek. So you're kind of putting Rourke in a hard position, knowing that they have that imperm. Now you make the gigantic, of course, in the link zone. That
I
Elf
just
is
feel like that
pointing
was
to.
really the only semi-profitable imperm we were going to get, but even that's
Yeah.
it's kind of crappy.
Because now you can just maneuver yourself under Elf always and feel, kind of always protect the thing you want to resolve to be under Elf. It's like, doesn't come up, but in this situation, it is absolutely important which zones Alex wants to use.
Oh, you know what I just realized?
Yeah.
We could be holding Maxi.
That is another fantastic point. If we have Maxi in hand,
If
and
we
know
recognize
they
that
have
the WinCon is
Ash-
actually resolving Maxi, and we took Ash so that we win the minigame in draw phase,
I mean,
that's not bad.
it is definitely an understandable play, knowing that you also would love to just free up your stuff from Ash as well, so you get to say, also, my Maxi resolves, because I know you don't have Ash. Or you have to draw it for turn, and which, again, you're happy if they do, and you know the rest of the hand.
All right, doing a little swap frogging.
Yep, Frog going to be in that Elf zone. Going to dump the Ronin Totem. We get to either link off this Swap Frog, or use it, because guess what? I guess we have a water in hand, maybe. Put it back. Yep, we have the other beaver in
beaver.
hand. There we go. Gonna activate again. Summoning a frog.
All right, now we imperm the Ronin Totem, because it can't be in
Right.
one of the linked zones.
That's true. So
I'm
we
coaching.
imperm the
Find me
Ronin.
on Metafy.
So if you imperm it, it actually can't summon from graveyard. Did you know this?
No, because it's not true.
You got me. You got me.
The frogs actually
All
have
right,
some really messed up lore.
So this is kind of an awkward position. I always hate having to use both my Ronin Totem and my swap as Xyz material, because it means I don't have a frog I can use to summon. So they're going to go Malfi the Forest, and they're going to add the caddy here.
Yeah, and now you're in a weird position where Rourke can lead with imperm targeting the caddy, right? Unless you link
Oh,
everything off
Never mind. Yep, we
to
are
get the
linking
open
off.
zone. We were going Masquerena. Now we lose the utility of the on-field Melfi of the Forest, right? So we have caddy, Masquerena, nothing. Does Forest still function if it doesn't have material? It does.
It does.
Oh, that's
Yes.
funny. That's actually really interesting. So when Caddy triggers, you can chain Elf targeting Melfi of the Forest, so it sees it and gets the negate as well. That's adorable.
Yeah. Okay, so we know the Imperm, the Rhino, the Celiac, and the draw for turn.
Well, let's
So-
see that Maxi, please.
Do you do it in draw phase?
Okay, we're going to go for the Imperm in draw phase, so the Elf
Okay.
can no longer get the extra negate. We are going to have access to the Caddy. Sheer in the draw!
And did I not say this exact scenario?
Maxi, unsurprising.
man. Oh my goodness.
Just a teensy little bit telegraphed.
I mean, I was so afraid of this exact scenario. It's like, what if we draw Sheeran and we mill the Rhino in hand?
Yeah, well, you know.
Stop.
Oh my
Stop it.
god!
Stop
We
it.
just hit. We hit 2 Havness plus Snow. We can trigger Rhino because the card in hand is Celiac as well. This is unbelievable.
Oh my
How-
goodness.
Oh my god. She is that duelist. I don't know what to say.
So now you're under Maxi. Was it worth it?
Yeah, I don't know. This is still
I
a
don't know if
devastating
it
position
was.
to be in. You have to contend with Caddy and Masquerena. Like, that's a lot of interaction.
Yeah. Yep. So the caddy and the IP are going to be able to most likely resolve, but we have the snow, but not enough targets.
We don't have enough of the
We have
snow
what?
yet. We have to.
5, 6, 7, so not enough yet.
We
We
got
have
like
to start
Rhino
resolving
Heart,
more
pitch the
stuff.
Celiac. That would be one. Oh man, I can't believe we not only hit Rhino Heart, we hit enough material for the Havness that we can just
Yeah.
use Havness Engraved to get to Kid Kalos.
Right.
If we can resolve Kid Kalos, we will probably win the game. But I mean, I don't see that happening.
I don't know. Because then you have Herald, right?
I mean, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like,
Oh yeah.
if we get to a position where we can out the Herald, yeah, I feel like we're pretty good.
Right, but like,
All right,
that
here we go.
assumes we weren't. Yeah. Let's
Caddy
see
out.
What happened here?
Let's go grab
there
Penny.
we go. Caddy on feeling 3. Alright, Rhino summons.
I
dumps that
imagine you're
Celiac
just
in
going
hand.
balls to the wall here, right? You say, you know,
You have
schmaxy,
to. You
schmaxy.
just
We're
have
just
to.
we're just playing Yu-Gi-Oh, baby.
Yep. Okay, Rourke is currently resolving Havness. Trying to figure out. Yeah, we're gonna make that kick close. Oh, I didn't even know. I haven't been able to watch any of Rourke's games, but the Royal Kid Kalos is great. I love to see it.
The literal Royal Kalos. What's weird is we also haven't used our normal. So this Celiac getting like a Merly maybe is pretty interesting.
Yeah, that is true. Merly's not the worst.
Certainly we want to threaten battle. Is Penny main only?
I don't believe so.
Check it out.
Penny is just a quick effect, so you can use it at any time.
Okay. Then maybe not. It's
there's
Ash,
Ash on
the
the
Celiac,
Celiac.
drawn off of the Maxi.
It's pretty good.
It's okay, but we can... I mean, if we aim to play reserved this turn, we can just use Kid Kalos to get the additional Celiac, and then just, like, make a 4.
Oh, this is something I'm very excited to see what Rourke does here, because I feel like I can definitely see what Alex is up to, but it's gonna be so not. I mean, definitely difficult. There's a lot to work with, Maxi and IP here, and unknown hand traps that are drawn, but to play under that and possibly a Herald. And maybe, see maybe a Zeus line, or a Redoer. It's so many things you can do that are still options. Yeah.
Grabbing the Celiac, unsurprising.
All right.
So we have no names in grave. Oh, I think we're threatening battle here. So we're going to go Masquerade.
Just says, all right, I'll IP now.
I'm expecting Avramax here.
It has to be Avermax. There's no... I mean, I guess you could make Unicorn to spin the Kid Kalos,
No, that's so weak.
but I
That's,
don't
like,
hate it.
insanely
I don't like
weak.
that play at
Yeah.
all. I like the Avermax a lot, and yes, we're going to see it here.
All right, so this is a very hard card for Tier to out. It's just like a big jerk.
Big
Can't
jerk.
be targeted by card effects. Nothing can attack except for him. And it can't be destroyed by card effects because of the Masquerena. So Crime outs its activated effect in damage calc, but
Damage calc.
it's optional. So you can just elect not to. And now we can use Penny and Caddy to make like Herald, and then they can't attack the Herald, which is usually how you out it.
Yeah.
It looks like we are trying to end our turn here.
Yeah. the caddy putting on so much pressure. Alex holding on. Could quick synchro at any time.
I imagine you do it in the end phase. It's like
Yeah. Yes.
you don't have
absolutely.
another target. You know, you're not going to get the
Right.
caddy again. So,
Right.
fun fact about Alex. Let's see if it comes up. Chat asking if it's a worth redoer. Absolutely not. You have to keep bodies
Nah.
on board in case the Kid Kolos is removed so that Celiac is live. Hello? We are deciding.
Yeah, we're resolving the penny here to synchro. I mean, I know you can also make the joyous. What is it? The synchro Malfi card. But I feel like Herald is just too good to pass up.
Yeah. I didn't want to reveal it. Yes, he is playing Melfi, Mary Melfi's as well. I know sometimes
okay,
people
cool.
cut it,
Just
but
want to make sure.
here I
Yeah,
think
I didn't
correctly
know.
identifying that like bouncing a couple of guys isn't sufficient to win the game on the spot. Better to just put them under this like pseudo macro while you chip away with Mech Knight Crusadia. Gray Lane, thank you for the 5,000 bits. Oh my gosh. I love Yu-Gi-Oh! I played all the way from Legend of Blue Eyes until Dark Crisis, so I'm basically an expert. Well, you definitely know what's going on in that case. So, let me explain it to you in a way that you would understand. Tearlam and Celiac is like Hell Poemer. And Mech Knight Crusadia Astrum is like Skull Redbird.
All right.
Celiac down. We can trigger the effect of the Celiac here, right? In order to go ahead and grab a copy of Havness, but
Having this, yeah. I mean,
don't know.
that's the thing. You just put it on Havness, right? Like you feel super good. No negate. Kid Close, not no mills. So you just have the Havness mills.
normal
God.
swap froge.
If you make, oh my god. If you make Gigantic and then activate Gigantic, you don't care if they activate Havness in response because they won't be
yes.
able to summon anything.
Correct.
Oh, it feels
The
so
the
good
double
to be
floodgate on
Sprite.
Gigantic comes up like once every 10 games, but every time it comes out, you go, what the hell? Why is this a part of the card?
Yes. Good luck, tier player. Summon your twos if you can.
Now she's going for it. She's like, you know, whatever. Maybe I'll
Whatever.
find
Yeah,
one. There
sure.
was a at YCS Vegas.
maybe a shuffler.
This happened, and then Alex flipped up Welcome Labyrinth, and they were like, "Is there a 2?" And I was like, "Yeah, the Stovey, but we don't play it."
Toby Torby. All right. Let's get Sprite Gaming. Activate that blue. Go grab red. Do we have Jet in hand already? Yes, we do.
Jeez, okay, this one seems a little bit over.
We'll
It is-
see. Let's
it
see.
is
A lot of
heartening
bodies
to
on
know that
board.
we didn't miss out on any summons off the Havness.
Yeah, we didn't talk about the Havness Mills. It was like Maxi, Scream, and Burial Goods. And it looks like we didn't even activate the Scream because we had no targets. Or
Yeah.
we did, and we just elected to not get
He
crime
said, "Let's
if
get out of
we're
this.
on it."
I don't want to have to sit through this. We can't even like snow to protect ourselves. Boy, that's
No, it's not a 2. Why would you summon it? It's not a 2.
That's true.
Yeah, it's game 2. So glad to see that Alex can come back super strong. That Max C making my heart pump a little faster. But it definitely proved to do well. Looks like. We're gonna smashers here. a lot of options here, right? I mean, we can make another elf, summon back a guy. We have 2 of our swap frogs banished. I think the last swap frog is underneath the gigantic, so we can kind of use that as material. Give us another Ronin Totem. The last Ronin Totem we can use to summon again. Or since we haven't done this yet, we can make
we
our
have not yet sprinted.
We have not done this yet. An angler is in grave. We're going to send the other angler. There's already 2 beavers.
This is going to be what?
I think
a beaver?
Yeah,
and
a
one
beaver.
angler,
Yeah.
maybe?
Just need the
Ronin
materials.
We're just making bodies, baby. We are just making bodies. Do we have like a funny rank 2 we can go into? Like a mannequin cat or something?
I think the obvious one is Onibimaru.
Oh, speaking of,
Uh-huh.
win rate
Easy
54.
out to Kid Kolos. Yeah. You're making this card, you're pretty happy. I feel like I'm always making Onibimaru when I'm kind of close to winning the game.
Onibimaru also like outs the Rhino Heart, right? Because it's already been summoned from the grave.
Yeah, that is true. If you want to banish the Rhino Heart, you can also just banish Kit. Banish Sharon as well. Just need to get those bodies off board.
Red here. We're so close to Gamma Burst in it.
Yeah, I'm wondering if we're trying to find kind of like lethal here, but of course one of Sprite's weaknesses is that lethal without the Gamma Burst. It has trouble finding it with just monsters.
We're pretty
on board.
close.
We are pretty close. The Avermax will always deal 3,000, and we can walk over the small stuff with the Onibimaru and the red and deal 27. So 3 is 57, but still not enough. So those other 2 cards in hand are going to have to do it if we want to find lethal this turn. If not, you're still sitting very pretty with red, probably another elf in rotation. And
yeah, passing on this is still crazy.
Yep. Okay.
All right, we are going combat here.
Love this. Sprind is online for next turn to compulse with the
Off the
material
Onibimaru.
from the Onibimaru. Yeah. Unless we
That's
use
funny.
the Onibimaru main too, but it is funny an interaction to think about. All right, there goes the Rhino Heart. Gets banished. All right.
Can't help but think that was lethal with Gamma Burst. So
We'll Smashers instead. I wonder if Alex cited it out. Said,
I honestly would not be surprised,
yeah, me neither.
especially when
It is one of the most cuttable cards for sure.
Yeah.
When you're siding.
To be honest, I don't see how they get out of this.
No, I think Smashers is so incredibly strong, especially against
Wow.
what snow in a top deck. You're feeling
Snow in
pretty
a dream, baby. And that's going to be a concession out of Rourke. She's taken the L, and we are moving to game number 3.
Whew. I'm sweating.
I am also sweating. This has been a good one. Let me see if I can give you any information about our other matches. 2 of them are done. Menethil and Shinobi have advanced, and they are playing Sprite and Sprite. Oh God! So Rourke could easily be the last Tearlament in the tournament.
Wow.
Uh-oh.
That is. I gotta say, I love to hear that. I love to hear
Folks,
that.
we
I
love to
really
hear
do.
it.
I really do. It is a thing that we never really got to experience in the TCG because they really ripped Tier to shreds, and here they weakened Tier to a point that was, it seems, effective. I mean, it's still good. Workalos is showing how good the deck is going to game 3 with this insane Bestial Sprite list, but it's great. It's great. It's a it's a good time to be a Sprite player. I'll
Our
just say
other
that.
match that is still going is actually high on tier versus delta on sword soul. So there will not be a sprite closeout no matter what. It could only be sprite, sword soul. But either way, backs against the wall for Kit Kalos and friends.
Yep. Oh man, it's so close. This is such a close match, close duels, very close knit decisions that need to be made. Still thinking about taking Ash instead of Rhino, which gave Rourke such wiggle room to play the game.
You know,
but we have round of
but Alex won.
Alex
so who
won.
can say if
Alex
it's right
won.
or wrong?
That is true. Correct. Absolutely.
They might have been operating on a different brain function than us.
Yep.
Oh, it is just it's just a little bit upsetting to see a format in which tier is really good and maybe the best deck, but extremely beatable and has a ton of peers within tier 1, and then looking at what they did to the TCG. They said, no,
I'll
Kit
never
Kalos.
forget your ban list reaction video. Genuinely upset. Like, I can't believe they've done this to me specifically.
I can't believe you've done this. I can't believe you've done this.
Can't believe you've done this.
Just boarding now. Rourke's got a lot to bring in, as does Alex.
Yep.
Very exciting.
So we needed the shufflers to get limited, terraforming banned, instant fusion banned, a lot of the names to be semied and such, sprite to have elf and sprint and only blue hit and starter at 2 to be able to contest tier.
Mm-hmm. That's correct.
Yeah.
The starter at 2 is that's the real big one.
Hey. We also have blue at 2. When's the round?
They are rolling the die now.
Perfect.
Or are they? Okay, they are.
Perfect.
And we are going into game 3 of this determinative? Listen, the winner of this match keeps going. The other one don't.
Winner go up, loser out.
Rhino Heart open, pretty good. Gonna activate Havness in Graveyard. Where do we go from here? I'm not seeing a Dimension Shifter.
No hand
That's
trap.
nice.
No shifter.
Appreciate that.
Yep. No Bestials either. We haven't seen any Bestials from Alex.
He's on them.
I know. That's what. Really has them. All right. I'm gonna add the Sheeran off the. Wow. Really?
We must be way ahead.
I was gonna
Sheeran,
say.
you're gonna be potentially responded to. You probably have a read on Ash Blossom in that case, right? But like,
yeah.
Oh! What the heck?
Whoa!
That's the most patient shifter I've ever seen in my entire life.
Patient shifter ever.
Okay, well, we do get to go into a Guido here.
At least we have a rank 4.
Wow, that was incredible. Wow. They let Rhino Heart resolve.
That's
all right, said. All right, Sprite buddy. Let's see you be Bagoosker.
Bagoosker is pretty good.
Bagoosker pretty good, not gonna lie. This is what you would do when you got shifted back in the day.
Yep.
Show me that imperm.
Let's see. Yeah, I was gonna say, let's see if the Sleepy Boy can do it, or if Alex has a good response. What do you do if you're? Can you? That last card in hand for Orkalos and her draw. If we get to next turn, will be so important.
It's so strange. There is an out for Sprite to Bagoosker, and it's Virus Swordsman. That's why they used to all play it. But that was a really early Sprite thing. Nowadays, they don't play any of that stuff. There's no room.
Yep. There's no room.
So as a result, this card really can kind of screw you up. It's really, really good against some hands, and it does nothing against others, in the same way that, like, Droll interacts with Kashtira.
Yeah. There's, now that we have a couple cards, there's some ways we can do this, but I don't really want to say them just in case Alex is thinking about it. I'm hoping. I mean, if we have to, there's a couple ways we can maybe get rid of Bagooska, maybe.
We do have access to link monsters, right?
Yeah, a couple links. You know, to standards. We saw Avermax last match. If we can somehow get there, Sprind, Daw Arc, but that doesn't do anything. Ooh. Alex is thinking pretty hard here.
Ugh. It's so wild that both of these decks have just this unbelievable potential to pop all the way off, and so many games get reduced down to something like this.
Yeah. Yep.
All right, we are trying for the effect. That's fine.
It's funny. I like it.
Threatening like a number of things, like Forbidden Drop will like attempt to resolve it. It's one of those things where it's like, let's see if my opponent will blink.
Right. And we are, of course, under our own shifter.
Yep.
So
even if it
we
did
do not
resolve, it
have-
would be pretty bad for us.
Yeah, don't really want to banish our stuff there.
There's Jet.
I don't know what you do here.
If we have like 1,000,000 guys, we could get to Sprind, but we don't, and we can't get to 1,000,000 guys because Sprind send Nimble Angler doesn't work under Shifter.
Yep. Could maybe IP to Avermax somehow if we have like guys.
It feels like so much investment, but it looks like what we might be seeing. Oh no, we're going dark here. We have no targets for dark.
Yeah, no targets, and we won't be able to target anything under Shifter.
We might just be going to attack Kit.
Yeah, going to combat, walking over the Kid Kolos.
Okay, well, we don't have to worry about her anymore.
Yeah, like, not the worst, actually. And the Kid Kolos, this means Kid Kolos is banished.
It's very odd because if in the hand we have like a Gamma Burst or a Smashers, we can beat the Crackback as well. I mean, if we had a Smashers, I feel like we would have just Smashers the Bagooska.
Oh, yeah. Smashers Bagooska was great play there.
So I'm trying to figure out what the follow-up is. It might just be as simple as, like, we have to stem the bleeding, reduce them down to as few cards in hand as possible, and then attempt, to get our turn back and special summon a blue or something.
Yep. And man, I mean, like, I'm just thinking about how important Kid Kolos being banished is. Now, it's not going to be easy doing these plays now.
No.
Like, Rhino send a name does not do it. Gonna have to play like TCG.
Oh, Caddy end step as
Oh.
well. That's so crazy.
Wow. That is so good.
It's a weird position to be in, too. Because, like, you can keep the Baguska in defense position. If the set card is Saliak, you can normal like a Rhino Heart, Saliak Chain Link 2 so it resolves. But that doesn't really get you exactly where you want to be. And a lot of these effects are on summon, especially the 2 mats. So I don't know. This is a really strange place to be in. It's a difficult board state to navigate for sure. Stand by, we're going to detach from the Baguska. It goes to the graveyard, which gives us a material for a future fusion.
That is true. At least you have a name. The only one, Sheeran by herself in the graveyard. Ooh. It's so crazy that we can land from, you know, like these high interaction, you know, between the 2 players of tier names, chain linking to chain link 5 to 8, and then sometimes you get these really low to the ground pass turns of like who can do it, who can break through, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. That's that Baguska in attack position.
Maybe we're trying to force out the caddy early.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah. I mean, if you attack the caddy, it can trigger. And now the dark triggers. You go get the Sprite. Of course, the boy.
Okay, so this is kind of interesting. From this position, we can go second main overlay for Zeus. If they go caddy to tag out, we can chain Zeus and eat the caddy. If the set card is a Saliak, we can then pop off from there.
Yeah, that is true.
All right, it looks like we are going for Zeus. If that's what it is, this was exceptionally well played by Rourke.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
All right, Zeus time. Caddy. Are we chaining Zeus in response to the
Chain
caddy?
Zeus.
We are.
Set card.
Let's see what that set is.
card.
I mean, if it is
so
Saliak,
important.
I'm gonna lose it. If it's Saliak, I'm just gonna.
I mean,
go
it could. It feels like it, right? I feel like it has to be. Yep.
Oh my God!
Yep.
Mandate of Heaven. Show me the Ash Blossomer. It is Joever. Oh, and it's resolving. It is resolving, folks. Oh,
So what do you?
wow.
What do you do here? What do you do here? Now I'm trying to think. What can
Rourke,
Rourke
luckiest
do?
motherfucker alive. My face when woman play through 2 shifter. Games 1 and 3 play through shifter. Oh my God. Okay, so we know the hand is what? Do we only know the one? Oh my God, we have Foolish Bear
Wow.
Goods. Send
Foolish
Crime,
Burial
put
Goods
back
here,
the
sending
Rhino Heart.
Crime to put back the Kid
Oh
Kalos.
my God.
Yes!
Get her back. Get her back.
Unreal.
Normal that MF and Murley.
All
3.
right.
There's a name in
Get
here
it
100% of the time.
twisted.
Oh no!
Oh no.
Oh Jesus Christ! No!
Oh no.
All right, wait, hold up. Do
Well,
we make,
okay, hold
do
on.
We,
We still, we still have, we can still do stuff, right?
Yeah, we can.
We can.
I mean,
we have Sprint, of course, but
can we? we go Sprint, send Murley. That's not bad.
yeah, it's not bad.
Shuffle Murley.
I mean, that's it, right? You have to.
Yeah, I mean that's a pretty good play. I'm trying to think if there's anything else. Theoretically, is there anything worth taking? You could go dark, take shift. You go dark, take dark. No, you can't do. You could do
No.
that. It wouldn't do anything. Yeah, we're just going Sprint.
All right, there's the Sprint.
Show me that imperm. Show me that
Nope.
imperm.
I feel like we always would have done something.
All right, Murley can send. Oh God, Murley can even send like Sheeran. Oh, passing back to the opponent.
Oh.
Held a Saronir.
Oh, Saronir. Oh.
Oh, I wonder if you Keldo this. I wonder if you just don't want to die.
I mean,
They can Saronir again on your turn. You can't.
give them another Bestial for their turn.
Yeah, you can't shuffle all 3. Oh my God.
Wow.
All right, Saronir down, but like,
huge here.
Here's the thing. We only know the Sprite Blue. If there's not another 2...
I mean, that's fine, right? Like, you just make
use normal Sprite Blue and you make Sprint. Because Sprint is so crazy.
Yeah, Sprint. Could even make, like, Elf. Summon back the Caddy. Make Gigantic. Wow. There's a couple lines you could do. Oh, my God.
Oh,
wow.
No. Oh, not like this.
Oh, yes, like this. Sorry, Rourke, but I do love these electric monsters. The carrot.
Oh, Sprite is so good.
Contesting
the set card. Yeah, it's over. Rourke concedes. Sprite moves on. At least 3 Sprites in the top 4. All but one Tearlament absolutely removed from contention. And unfortunately, despite drawing like a god, Rourkelos is eliminated. What a set. That was so good. Hello, everybody. It's your boy, Joseph Rothschild, a.k.a. MBT, and I am back with the top 4 of the Master Circuit Series Invitational. It has been a really long road, but we have finally pared it down to the top 4 duelists. My co-commentator, Danny, would you like to announce what 4 decks have made it into the top 4?
I got you. Thank you for having me. We've got Sprite.
Well, you know, you would have a Sprite. Oh, well, okay, okay.
Sprite.
Okay, that's a lot of Sprite. Okay, that's
and tier.
Okay, we did get
one tier in top 4. My top 3, Sprite.
Oh my god, it has been a wonderful day for Sprite players. 5 copies in the top 16, 3 of them in the top 4. It has looked absolutely dominant playing not only the Bestials, but Sprind. What an incredible card, along with the Nimble Engine, has wiped tier from the face of the map with one exception, and that is the match we will be watching. High is our last Tearlament duelist still in, and they are playing versus Menethil. Are you excited, Danny?
Yes, these games have been so good. We've seen such good games, even under silly cards like Shifter. So I'm excited to see how this goes.
It's wild because you would expect Shifter to, like, immediately resolve the problem of, like, Tearlament popping off, but it doesn't really. They do have ways to play around it. Both these decks are at such high power levels, it feels like their engine can really deal with almost any board.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Now that Tier's in this weird position of being still so crazy, but has to contest with the full power of Sprite.
All right, Kid Kalos coming down. And we're just going to go ahead and grab ourselves a copy of Merly. That's a Mudora and 2 Super Polys in the graveyard. That's right. Look how many of this card you can play in this format.
There are a lot of names in the graveyard.
All right, we're going to go Merly and Kit Kalos here, and we hit everything. That was Salic plus Sheeran plus Material on Bestial Druis Worm. Great position to be in. We're going to go ahead and grab ourselves a copy of Sheeran. Then afterwards, we're going to activate the Sheeran, putting back that Kit Kalos. We're going to go into a Rukalos. And now we can continue playing. Sheeran coming down. We're going to send from our hand to the graveyard a copy of Kelbeck. We'll mill a couple of cards, and we'll fire off the Kelbeck as well as the Scream. That Scream is, I imagine, going to get us a copy of Salic. And then afterwards, we're going to see what we can snipe off the top of our opponent's deck. A Crime, rather. And we got a lot. That Nimble Beaver going to the graveyard and revealing that our Tri-Brigade Sprite opponent is on Fractal.
Is a Tri-Brigade Sprite player.
From there, we got Agito into this Smasher's Mill that is absolutely banger. Into Kit Kalos again. And that is where we are now. We have caught up to live. Next up is going to go Sprite Elf. Obviously a pretty impactful part of the end board. We're going to fire it here. It's going to grab us the Maxi back, just more material for our side of the field to interact with our opponent. And then let's just set a card. Could be literally anything. A second card could be literally anything. You can expect that we have a Salic, a Crime, and a card in hand for the Crime set. We've got access to the Elf, bringing back the Merly, milling 6, the Rukalos, negating specials, and the Kit Kalos, milling for 5 when it's sent to the graveyard. This is a really rough position to be in.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we've seen a couple matches already. We have not seen a kind of classic tier end board, which is what we're looking at here, right? Like, you know,
usually they get interrupted.
Yeah, something happens usually, and I mean, looks like Menethil is has not had anything to really stop any of the plays, but I'm gonna start off with Tenki, see if we can start chipping away.
Fractal, a good start. So we watched a little bit of Menethil and Swiss, and I gotta say I'm really impressed with Tri-Brigade. It is such a cool splash in this deck, especially now that they have the Nimbles, and there's like incidental synergy with like Beaver being a beast. It's nice.
Yeah, I have not been able to actually see a lot of Tri-Sprite gameplay. I know it is a deck that, hilariously, Sprite, of course, rewards players who play really properly and sequence correctly, and I feel like Tri-Sprite is even more so, only because you have to make sure you manage your right beasts, make sure you don't lock yourself, make sure you're summoning the right stuff,
the zone,
while also making sure you don't lock yourself into twos. And but it does reward those players who can manage all those things and take advantage of all of those cards to end on some really great boards with, you know, Appaloosa, Shureg, alongside the Sprite stuff with Elf and IP. It's pretty good.
Not to mention you have to run up against locks frequently. We hit a Rhino Heart here, and we really don't want to fire the Rhino Heart because it turns off the crime. For what it's worth, this kit, by the way, is unfortunately matches up very poorly against Rukulos. Called by the Grave coming down on the target for the Sprite Elf here, the Merly. That's a really rough one. I wonder if that fiends the crime?
Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, like, criming this feels really, I feel like feels pretty good. Yeah, I was going to say, I think I would really probably crime here. Get value while you can. Guarantee that Merly coming on board.
Oh my god, and the card in hand is Snow. Wow, that's pretty good.
Oh, that's an amazing pitch.
All right, so we're going to go for Merly here for 3, and failing that, I mean, we can just Snow to set down the Tri-Brigade kit and say, you know, I hope you don't have any 2s in your hand, idiot. Yeah, it looks like we are going to do that. Snow here, banishing a whole bunch of cards from the graveyard we don't need access to anymore. Summoning itself, and then wishing our opponent good luck. You mentioned it earlier. This deck lives or dies based on its ability to access specific zones because it does so much link summoning. It gets a lot harder when one of your zones is clogged by a face-down monster you can't do anything with.
Yeah, absolutely. And, like, the problem, of course, that we see with the Tri-Brigade, and, of course, Sprite in general, is that it needs that 2. It needs that 2 to be on board, and I'm pretty sure Menethil has no normal summons left and no 2s on board to look at to special, and so they're going to have to rely on
Starter.
I think the Starter.
Oh, and there it is.
Say Starter. And, Starter's
might
pretty good.
Be Rukulosable.
And Karos as well.
Yeah, we are going to Rukulos it, and we are down to
Rukulos.
Karos or bust.
Do we know the Karos in hand? Did they add it off of the...
They did add it off Nerval, I believe.
Yeah, okay.
But just a question of if they have material for it.
Right.
And even if they do, I mean, it's a Shureg and a Dream, right?
I was going to say, yeah, you're feeling pretty good if you are high or hey.
Setting the Kid Kalos here says, oh no, I'm about to pop off some more.
Yeah, we're not done. 6 cards left in deck. I don't care.
We're still playing? Come on. Oh my god, we hit every name. We hit literally every name. That was incredible.
It's 6 cards left in deck.
Yeah, okay. That's a
You're like,
wow,
oh
how'd
my
they get
God,
that
we hit
lucky?
everything.
The whole deck is in the graveyard.
I would hope they did.
All right, so we can go Dragastapelia, which is just so funny in this matchup because it can turn 1 to a 1 instead of a 2. And the Kaleido Heart, and our Tri-Brigade Sprite player says, you know what? Let's just go to game 2. We'll deal with this next time. For now, you can take the W. Let me check my side deck real quick.
Looking a little like Rourke and Alex's first match, except less Baldrake, but
yeah, fewer ballers.
Giant board, but quick concede is the similarity there.
So I'm looking at the side decks here, and I gotta tell you, I think our Tier Lament player is not super prepared for this variant of Sprite.
I mean, can you blame them?
No, not at all. Not remotely. I think our Sprite player is playing a bunch of cards in the side deck that I would probably have played in the main deck. And are probably responsible for what you just saw.
Yep. gonna be interesting. This game 2 will be super interesting. What could these side cards determine? What are we doing in our games 2? Seeing that tier player go second. I have failed to see a Havness resolved on turn 1 yet.
Yeah.
Obviously, I wasn't here in Swiss, so maybe you've seen a couple more than me. But
We saw a couple, but I mean, just changing the math on what you can mill in terms of like fewer
Right.
Shizu cards makes cards like Havness so much worse.
Yeah. No, that consistency hit is so important, as we've seen. This tier player, this last tier player, is going to have to make it through if they're going to continue representing the deck. But we'll see. The Tri-Brigade Sprite player can come back, games 2 and 3, but we'll just have to wait to find out, won't we, Joseph?
Yes, we will. Yes, we will. It looks like we actually have already finished one of the games of the other one as well.
Oh,
Uh,
wow.
Alex
Well,
won in like 2 minutes.
Okay.
So both of these are in game 2 right now.
I will say sometimes Sprite does enable these quicker games. They kind of play, when Tri-Brigade was one of the best decks back in, I think 2020-ish, 2021 format or whatever, during that time, it always felt like, yeah, I kind of know exactly what you're gonna do. And that's kind of what Sprite feels like. As soon as you see kind of like Blue and Gigantic, you're like, okay, I kind of know what you're gonna do. And that's kind of what that Tri-Brigade Sprite feels like as well. So you kind of get these quick, like, yeah, there's no way out of this game. Let's go to game 2.
Yeah, certainly. It is. I do appreciate that not every game is a slog. While I do enjoy a good slog, I'm a slogger at heart.
You are a slogger.
I'm a bit of a
attest to
slogger.
that.
I've been known to enjoy a good slog. I do also appreciate when someone just activates Gamma Burst and I don't have to think about the rest of the game.
It is quite nice, and it feels good as like when you play Sprite, you have that potential. It's always scary, like, yeah, this game could end right now if you give me any room to play. So we'll see if that happens this time. But man, Tri-Brigade, crazy. How did this sneak in here? Not that it's bad. I think the deck is very good, as we talked about, but it is able to make it all the way to top 4.
Yeah, for sure. The two of them just they're taking a while to
Side deck here.
side deck here. Yeah, we've got both of them in now. They're just gonna flip the old coin, and we will get into game number 2. Let's see what chat thinks. We've got a 77% that Tier Limit is going to win. Wow, after what you just saw, you think a 77%. You were
blame
wrong on
them?
that last one too.
Can you blame them? Tier uninterrupted, Rorkalos, everything.
I mean, I
Rorkalos on
guess
board,
that's fair. When Tier
every
wins,
single
I will
song.
say it really wins.
God, it wins.
All right, let's head in.
Right. Game 2. I see a lot of people talking about Sprint helping out the Tri-Brigade lines as well, and gotta agree. I mean, it's crazy.
Ooh.
Okay.
Well,
That's certainly a turn. Certainly a turn.
not ideal. Eldritch Smokescreen. Oh my god, when was the last time we saw this happen? Mudora
Wow.
pitch Kelbeck. All right.
I don't know.
Okay, and Max C
I
coming.
don't know. Yep.
And called by targeting Kelbeck.
That's pretty good.
I'll tell you this, you're about to
gotta
draw
be breaking out
exactly
something.
one card.
All right. Only one more back row, but under Maxi. What do you do here?
I go to battle
opponent
phase,
has-
personally.
Right? Like, again, here's the decision point. Continue or don't.
If you have another... Oh!
Oh, never mind.
Show me that hand. Oh, we're drawing.
No, we are drawing. Whoa. No.
Wowie zowie.
There's no way. Oh my god.
Well, when you think about it, that's better than a draw. All right, combat.
Yeah, let's just go battle. That sure was a main phase 1.
Wow. It's just like, go ahead, enjoy
Yeah,
yourself, you know?
Go, I guess. Hope this Mudora does enough.
All right, show me that
Cross out.
starter.
All by Max C. Is that extra draw enough?
I was going to say, I feel like if they had it, they would just shotgun it. Setting a card
Yeah.
and passing, not ideal. Perhaps they have a second maxi?
Yeah, I could see that. A second Max C, Ash Blossom, just more hand traps.
And apparently both players are just kind of
Okay.
staring at each other. Oh, that's a great one to set, I will say.
Ooh, that is a good card to send.
Into Nerval. Nerval into Fractal.
All right.
That's kind of cool. It plays around Ash in a weird way. Because, of course, all of those effects happen in the damage step.
Right.
It's neat.
Yeah. No, I was thinking like, oh, this is just like we can't respond to these. But it was very risky.
There's Fractal,
Oh.
normal summoning it.
Hmm.
I wonder if
Okay.
you main phase Medora here.
Yeah, so this was what I was exactly thinking. Like, I guess you could if you spiked the Mudora immediately,
Oh.
then you can Fractal on board to
See, I don't even really like this, though, because now you get to eat the Mudora for free.
yeah.
I guess the Mudora still has just as much utility in the grave.
Yeah.
I'm conceiving it as like half of a rank 4, and I'm like, no, idiot. We
No,
obviously don't
idiot.
have
Yeah,
access to a rank 4, or else we would have normal summoned a guy.
Right, right.
Sometimes Gemini Elf is the best card in the deck.
What? This game is crazy.
What's going on here?
What's happening? Turn 6. It's been old Yu-Gi-Oh. Call the retro folks. This game is popping. Wow.
All right, yeah.
What could be in hand? Maybe like a Hapness?
I have no idea.
No, but we would have activated it. On board Fractal. Don't do that often.
Maybe it's a Gamma?
Gamma? I guess.
Could Ash this.
Maybe
I
they
don't
drew
know.
into Havness this turn? Looks like it is resolving. Send that Nerval.
Was an Ash Blossom. Okay,
Yep,
so
that's the Ash Blossom.
that explains a little bit of what's going on.
A little bit, you know. No.
This is the weirdest game of all time. It is so very strange.
What is going on? I mean, maybe we're sitting on some Bestials in hand?
Yeah. Oh, we have found him early.
Aha! A tier name.
There's 0% chance this is resolving.
It's got to be Imperm set, right? Like, come on.
I don't know why you would set Imperm. It's just as good in your hand. Now we're going to fire off an Ash
True.
Blossom. Ash Blossom
Yeah, you're
them
right,
early.
actually.
Sure.
Sure. Well, do we have anything after that?
That explains it. Oh, we're drawing. We are so drawing. We do not need to look at our
Draw!
opponent's hands. We know
don't
there's
care about
nothing in
your
there
hand.
worth looking at.
Do not care about that hand. All I need is gas.
And we found it, baby.
We found the gas, I guess.
It's got to be Celiac.
Please be Suliak, please.
Do we have an out to like Gemini Elf?
I don't think so.
Oh my
Okay.
god, a real card.
Something.
There's no way that this resolves. Oh, it did.
Yeah. No. It's gonna resolve. But if this is Solic, we could just like. Oh.
All right, well that explains a significant amount of it.
Yeah, that
Is the set
explains
card also
that.
Celiac? No, we are
Please.
letting it resolve from here.
God, that'd be so crazy. Could you imagine?
We were just waiting for our opponent to commit, and they never found anything to do.
Yeah.
Hit a Rhino there, but I imagine that
Rhino?
Rhino's not live,
No
or
way.
else we would have done something with it.
Double Havness in hand. That'd be the only reason I would resolve Rhino here, or if I could activate it. Maybe like second Celiac or something. No, just nothing. Yeah. Pass back here. Okay.
All right, we are off to the races here. This is the line.
Our opponent kind of do everything. This is kind of scary. We're going to grab a second starter instead of anything else. That's our last starter. I wonder what Menethil's back row could be.
We're just out here trying.
Yeah, there is the Sprint. Let's see if this fiends out anything. Oh.
Is it
Oh,
called by?
Yeah. Called by could be it.
Even called by is kind of mid though, right?
I was going to say, yeah, it's not fantastic here. I mean, yes, you stop the angler, but... Actually, it's pretty good. Stopping the angler is pretty decent. I think it's like the best value you can probably get off of it.
I'm legitimately having trouble imagining what is in High's hand. Like,
I don't know.
usually I pride myself on being able to be like, oh, they're telegraphing X, but I am just stumped here. I don't know what could be going on that would allow them to let them get this far.
Yeah.
Nibiru. Yeah, it's Nibiru.
My guess is just this deals, I guess.
And there are targets now. That could be what they're waiting on.
It's crazy how important that called by on the Kelbeck was. That just
Oh my
stopped
god.
the game. Oh my god. Whoa.
So fighting Daruma Doll is a spell trap remover?
Yeah, technically. On each field.
Oh wow, we're
Okay.
going for the effect. So we can add
Wow.
like Kit back to hand.
That is so... I've never even seen this effect resolve. I'm just going to be honest with you.
It's a little extremely janky for sure.
Like, you know, Mystic Tomato type beat.
It was one of those
Vanished.
cards that people were examining really early on because it is a tri-type and it gets like bonuses to tri-types.
Right.
But
Well, I
Do you think
guess
we
you're
do it?
happy that we went battle. Have a turn here.
it's kind of weird that we're not popping that back row. Like I feel like that's the only thing that could screw us up.
Right. But maybe we value our set so much because Darumadal is not the best back row removal.
We're gonna try for the Mudora here to shuffle back all the necessary Beast Warrior, Wing Beasts.
There's so many. We have what? Oh no, exactly 4. So yeah, it looks like we're okay. Won't have to worry about any of Kit's effects.
I mean, the funny part about
Vanish.
Kit is that we don't have zones for Kit.
True. And we cannot use this Sprint as link material. So we would have to like Xyz to get rid of it. Or get rid of the Daruma doll. Yeah, it's funny. You're right. I could have waited like maybe once more, but we had the red on board to like could have negated that, right? Medora, but
Yeah, I think afraid of
said
like
that's
something in
fine.
hand that's actually proactive.
yeah. Never mind.
Let's see
just
Nibiru.
material anyway. Could you imagine? What a weird game. I have the gigantic here. I feel like Menethil's in the driver's seat, but I don't know. Could be wrong.
I have a tough time saying either player's in the driver's seat. Holy guacamole!
Hey then, we've been sitting on this super poly for this long.
To make Mud Dragon.
Wow.
And now
Well,
activate
and-
Kelbeck, activate Havness.
Okay.
Wow!
then.
What a
Oh my God! This
What a
game
weird
just
one.
exploded.
it kind of feels like they should have used a Ruma Karma Cannon to pop this back row and the Super Poly, personally.
Yeah, you might have a point. You might have a point. It might have been a good idea to get rid of that back row, but I don't know what they could have really done to Super Poly. Wow. All right. Fusing here.
Ready?
With
I'm gonna find out
the-
that the reason they didn't pop that back row is it's their Super Poly.
That would be so funny.
I would
Stop.
not.
I would not. I'd actually keel over. I'm looking at our mills, and they are pretty bad, right?
Yeah, they're not great.
Yeah.
The Celiac is something, and maybe we do something with the Rhino Heart.
Okay. Shuffling back.
Going
Three
for Kaleido
here.
We're just going to Kaleido, target the kit. And if they're reading
Yeah.
that set card is a super polymerization, they're making Kaleido here because it can't be used as fusion material.
I love that. That'd be so funny. But it's also just, obviously, Kaleido's crazy.
It was
Can't target
Smashers.
either. Oh,
Wow.
Smashers. Okay, I mean, that
I mean,
does
that's
contest
a good
the
card for sure.
Kaleido. I'm gonna banish here. I mean, adding Rhino is so good.
Yeah, I think you have to just have the lock on the fact that your Smashers is less important than like something your opponent's going to hold forever. Now we pass back to them while they have Rhino, and I believe we have names in Graveyard. Yeah, we've got another Rhino in Graveyard. We're not going to be able to make Kaleido, but we're going to do everything but.
Yeah, I mean, you're feeling so good if you are high right now. Yep, summon the Rhino Heart, known, and no interactions from Menethil.
This is so annoying. Rhino Heart is a water, so you can't target it. And then when you go for the grave effect of one of the tier elements, you can chain Mud Dragon to make it dark so they can't target the Kit Kalos either. It's like one of the most frustrating things about this matchup.
Funny.
Magnamut coming down targeting the
Okay,
Merly.
Okay. Do have a Pisteel here. Wonder if we're going to respond with anything of our own. I think I assume it's either the Mud Dragon we can use to respond with or something in hand, but it's going to stop the Merly. That is not bad. You do have 2 4s on board, though.
Ugh.
Oh,
What a banger of a game. Havness coming down in response to the
Hey.
Bestial Magnamut activation. We're going to chain the effect of the Mud Dragon to the Swamp as well, so the Havness can't be interacted with, calling Dark. Mud Dragon will change to Dark. You can no longer interact with them. Havness comes down. What are we hitting? It's got to be something good. We've hit every non-name in the deck.
Oh,
We hit
great.
Sheeran, Scream, Celiac. Pretty good ones. Pretty good ones.
Mills.
I think we actually don't even have targets for Scream either. Baldrake as
Oh.
well.
Hey, then.
Whoa.
Drake, last card in hand. I knew it was just like sitting on Bystials, just cards we just could not really use effectively. And there's the Baldrake. Oh, this is
And now things get really rough. The Baldrake on field can tribute a light or a dark monster to banish a monster special from the extra deck. So it's not like we can even like go into an extra deck person to threaten Zeus. We have nothing that clears the two lights and darks.
You have the Mudragon to protect from the Baldrake.
Oh, it does target. That's so funny.
So if it is a dark, you can protect it.
Or you can overlay like this in a way that... No, you can't do that because it's a 4 and a 3. We have to go Redoer here. That eats the Baldrake. They chain Redoer, so it gets out at least. And then you can crash the Havness into the fighting Daruma Karma Cannon doll.
Have
and then
we
if that
done
set card
Havness
is...
yet? Have we fused? Have you used the... Let me check.
No, we
We've
haven't.
not. So we can actually... Yeah, you're right. We can do Redoer for effect.
Oh my god! Whoa,
and,
whoa, whoa,
and do
whoa, whoa.
Rhino.
Did they pass back? No, you gotta Baldrake this. They're gonna attack over Daruma Karma Cannon and then make Zeus, and then you'll Baldrake, and they'll chain Zeus, and they'll trigger Havness.
Yeah. No, you're writing out the lines right now.
Did they... Maybe either the set is imperm or they already used Havness and I wasn't paying attention.
No,
Cohen
I
Battle.
don't believe they've used the fuse effect of Havness. I'm looking at the card and checking the little check, and I see the effect to, mill has been used, but I don't see the effect to fuse. And I can check the logs too, but
We have to like starter for red here in order to not die. Have we been through red this game? We haven't. No, we have. It's in there.
We have. It's in gray.
Oh, what the heck?
Oh, in battle. Wait. Yes. Okay. So we trigger the Rhino. The Rhino's going to summon back.
We're going to make Dragastapelia to contest the Bulge. What is going on? Okay, we pitch the Havness from hand.
Okay.
We can make Dragastapelia to contest the Baldrake. The Baldrake targets. We can chain the Dragastapelia to negate the Baldrake. This is such a silly line.
Okay.
All right, yeah, there it is. And if you want to lose to Predaplay and Dragastapelia, you can Baldrake here.
I mean, now you don't.
Yeah, you
right?
can.
Ever.
Because if you
You
activate
literally
Baldrake,
can't.
you get a counter on you. Your effect is negated. But you have no other out. You have to use one of your monsters to body block here.
Oh my god. Okay.
I don't know if I
I'll
would have
walk
left the
over
ball
you.
train. Not that it matters.
Yeah.
They're gonna get whatever with Magnemite. The starter really complicates things though. Like this hand doesn't beat this setup doesn't beat starter.
Yeah.
Or does it? If we go dark here, target Magnemite.
I was gonna say,
yes, it does.
Target the Magnemite effect. We go grab
I'm
our own
always
dragon.
shocked at how much stuff this deck is allowed to do. Yup, let's go, baby. Let's go. Oh my god. And now you got to be thinking it might have been worth it to activate Baldrake, even though it would have eaten the Dragastapelia, because now the on-field Dragastapelia contests the starter, which means that you never get to resolve the effect of like a blue either.
Yes. Yeah, because now
man,
you can just use that instead.
this is so crazy.
Ow.
I will say, number one thing I missed about this format, Dark Target Magnemite, activate Magnemite. Oh,
God.
still gets me going to this day, baby.
Dark and Magnemite shaking hands together in arms.
Oh,
Okay.
we are doing it main phase, actually. Huh, that's interesting.
I was gonna
wonder
say,
why we did that.
Like, you always wait. Okay.
Grab back Druisworm here.
Swarm's pretty good.
Are they activating starter at end phase, do you think?
I
I feel like this is the only time it's going to actually resolve. Nope, they're letting it go. Or first they're going to get their Druis Worm.
Yeah, their Magnemite resolves, and they're gonna get Druis Worm. Yep. So Bestial and a Bestial. So now you know your Bestial, Hayes Bestial can always counter their Bestial. And so it's up to just the draw.
Is it not starter? We know it's starter, right?
I don't think. I don't. I can check. Grab Tanky. Off of
That's a
that
nice one.
Reaver.
Always nice to see a
Nice
spell.
one. Always nice to see a draw. Let's see if I can find it.
Druis Worm here. Targeting Havness. We could theoretically Druis Worm targeting our own Havness. Yeah, we're going to do that. Keep them off it. Yeah, dog.
Yeah.
Said, all right, sure. I need me my Upstart Goblin, please. What is the best card it could be? I'm like labbing it out.
Which the set
draw
one?
off the maxi.
Oh, the draw.
Dark Hole. It's not even that good.
It's not even that good.
What, it gives
Trigger's
them a
dark.
Havness? No. Raigeki. Raigeki starter.
Yeah, that set. I don't think that set is starter.
I mean, it can't be. There's no way it can be because
Yeah,
you would never let it go in the end phase if it is.
They just set it. Like it was just.
Chet says the best actual card is Thrust. Well, not necessarily because we did not fire any of that shit in the main phase. Oh, wait. Thrust. Yeah, that card's not in the game.
Not in the game, but it would be pretty good.
Yeah, it'd be great. We know they searched starter, though. Are there two in grave?
Yeah, so they
Okay, we are
starter.
tribute summoning a Druis Worm.
Wow. They banished the starter that they used before for their smashers.
Yeah. Okay, so this is kind of interesting. If the set card is starter, we can guarantee it resolves by sending Druis Worm into Druis Worm, and then using our Druis Worm to pop the Dragostapelia.
God, Druis Worm's so good.
And Druis Worm is crazy. I mean, they're all
It's crazy
of course.
because, like, look at this. Like, it's crazy because it can just be like, okay, knockout 1, knockout 2. Your Druis Worm doesn't get to do anything because I don't have any monsters.
All right, let's see it.
Yeah,
Still
right.
got to have it. It was starter. Oh, they held it.
Sorry, they held it so long.
They're smarter than all of us, folks. All right, we are back in this game. Jet the draw. The draw is Jet.
Jet, but no
Do we have
targets. I don't think
like
so.
double
I don't
cross
think there's
or
anything
something?
left. We have the smashers, double starter, unless you're on Gamma Burst or something. It's just a 2.
They aren't. Oh, what do we do here even?
I don't know. This feels so hopeless still.
Chat says, don't forget this is just game 1. No, it's not.
What? No, it's not.
This is game 2.
Me too. You silly goofballs.
Game 1 was 30 seconds long for some reason.
It was very short. Oh,
Mannequin
that is
Cat.
pretty good. I mean, what are you?
What are we doing?
Summon
Maxi? What are we
the
trying to get off
Maxi.
Maxi?
That gets us an Earth, so we can summon Fractal or something from deck.
That's pretty good, but we're locked into 2s off starter, right? So we get
Yeah,
Kit.
you're right. So we can't do that. So we have to get.
We go Kit into
something
Banish
else.
into...
No, we're gonna
just the
summon.
Tri-Line?
No, we have nothing to
Karos?
summon. Oh no, Karos.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. So Karos summon.
We have
And
material
now
in
you
grave,
have
so we can Karos
two-
into...
2, 3, 4. Yep.
We can Karos into Bear Broom. Link
You
into
can do Shureg
Farrajeet.
Well,
And then we can cycle into the trap card and maybe win that way. We have somehow figured out a way to maybe actually win the game here.
yeah, we do have a way. I feel like we have a way into this.
Chat says, did they play more than one trap? It's in Grave. Oh God, is it really? It is. Revolt and Grave here.
Oh,
so we could go like
yep,
Oath.
Revolt is engraved.
And then we can go Gigantic. Or
Makes
main
sense now
2.
that they made the double Dragon Lords.
I don't know what we're trying to do here. Elf. Elf is a good card.
Yeah, Elf is okay, yeah. Elf makes sense.
I don't know what we're bringing back off Elf. Fighting Fire Daruma. Wait. Main 2.
Yeah. It's alright. I guess you can summon back... I don't know. Red. Yeah, definitely one of the better targets for sure.
I mean, this just loses to combat, though.
Right. So you just go combat. Maybe DDL.
We have to
gets
go
rid of one
Oath,
thing
bounce the Dark, right?
here. Yeah,
There's
bounce
so
the
much stuff we have
Dark,
to get rid of.
a Redoer. Yeah, no, I
Yeah.
get bouncing the Redoer here. Okay. Man, I think it's just so much.
They're trying. I will give them that. They are really
are
trying
trying.
out here.
Red and then Elf
Leading
trigger
Dark.
and
So
DDL.
Dark says
yeah,
zone
leading
this
Dark
card
is
points
so
to.
strong.
So you can either Oath this or you can red it and you're fine.
Right.
And
But,
reading
like,
it.
now Oath is so bad because you have to put one of these guys back. So you have to chain Elf here if you're going to use Elf as your material or your cost.
No, you can't use Elf as cost because since it's the first thing that happened in the main phase, you won't get a chance to fire the Elf.
Well, I'm saying here in Chainlink 2, right?
Yeah. Well, if we
then
go
you go-
Elf here, then what?
You go Chainlink 3 Double Dragon Lords.
Oh God, bouncing the Elf. Oh
Yeah.
God.
Yeah.
Whoa,
So
I was
that
not
gives
seeing
you-
that
that
play.
gives-
Oh.
That gives you the red to continue playing because you still have red.
Yeah.
And
I
Elf
see it. I don't
triggers.
like it. I'm not a big fan of it.
What else are you supposed to do? 'Cause
Yeah, no, you're
if
right,
You
you're right.
just
I think you're
DDL
correct.
this, you lose one of your interactions.
That's got to be the play. It sucks ass. It's just very bad. So they
Right,
target you
so
go CL2 Elf,
if
you
to-
go CL3 Oath, pitch Elf, and then you can use the material that you summon off the Elf as the red.
I can't believe how much this Dark is doing. What if you just let it resolve?
You just lose. Dark is
give them
such
Ball
an
Drake.
unbelievable card. So crazy in formats where the Bystials
Yep.
are legal. Yeah, it looks like we're executing that play. We're gonna go Elf here. Target Mannequin Cat. That's funny.
I like that. That's cute. It doesn't.
Oh, and we're letting it go.
It's actually okay. We're letting it resolve. Okay. Ball Drake
Uh-oh.
summoned.
Oh, this triggers Mannequin Cat. Okay, what's the
Mannequin Cat.
craziest thing we can get? What's the craziest thing we can get here?
I don't know. A Dark. I
Don't
can't
say
think
blue.
of a
It's got to be
single-
crazier. End of
No,
Anubis.
it can't be blue. Blue is super boring.
we're just
Druid's
gonna
Worm.
do Druid's Worm.
Yes. I said it in the last second.
Okay, well now we have access to a 6, which is horrifying. Oh!
Oh no. Yeah, I'm not gonna target. Figure out what you want to do. I'll just take the best card.
Sending Druid's Worm here is kind of cool, but
It's cool. Yeah.
what are we gonna put back? Putting back the Magnum Head? Jesus
put it
Christ.
back. Oh wait, it's his Magna Hut.
Oh wait!
It's Phil's Magna Hut. I forgot.
Folks were in it.
Okay.
Okay, so Double Dragon Lords is a hard once, which means it applies to the player. So if High takes DDL, they can then activate the DDL.
Okay, hear me
We're
out.
taking red.
Take red because we have the back seat to negate.
Druid's Worm effect. Targeting Baldrick?
Yeah, you have to do red,
You have
and
to
then
target
that
red,
triggers
yeah.
the red, so we can tribute the max C.
Wait, what if you just let it go? What if you say, okay, that's fine.
Nah. You want to use it as mats. That Maxie's not going to do anything. Like, look how crazy that Maxie was. That was summoned off of the mannequin cat from the prior turns.
This game is unbelievable. Now what? We just make fucking Sprind? We just Sprind Merly?
I don't know. Just DDL used, Elf used, just Magnemut.
We don't have any other names in Grey. Oh, we do. We have a Rhino Heart. We have a Merly remaining.
Oy vey. So many tier names are banished.
Yeah.
Magnus, Rhino, Sheeran, Merly, Kaleido. It's been a Kaleido.
We have
game.
one apiece of every name and one Rhino still in deck.
I really like this.
That's hilarious. We're just going to go hit him.
Just go. Just walk over, say fine.
Wait,
go.
Red doesn't walk over anything. He just looks dangerous.
Yeah, that's true.
That Magnemut in hand is doing so much too.
Yeah, gosh. All right. I like that.
We got to do something, man.
DDL gets worse and worse the less resources you have to work with. But bouncing the red feels horrifying.
We can't give them back red. But, like, we also really need to keep Dark on our side of the field because it threatens our opponent insofar as they have to actually deal with it. Oh!
No!
Actual white woman jump scare! Oh, God! It says, nice Magnemut, buddy. Beat this.
Wow.
All right, banishing Druus. We're a Magnemut in a dream. Let's make it happen.
Yep, let's make it happen.
Oh my God. I can't believe they are both still in this game. This is unbelievable.
I can't believe there are still Bestials left.
Well, we're getting them from the grave at this point.
Oh, true.
Doing them at end step.
Okay.
We got 2 guys, but what does that get us?
Yeah, I don't know. What could that do for us?
Like, this is Sprite. I don't know if they're on, like, Beatrice.
Yeah.
Let me check the list real quick.
The only thing is, like, a link.
That's an unbelievable draw. I mean, I guess every tri-type is insane from this position, but oh my God.
That opens up all the possibilities here. How many beasts do we have in grave, though? We have the mannequin cat, the Karos, the Darumidal, and okay, we have a couple. We have 5 at least. So we have the double nimble
go
beaver
4 for
still.
Shureg, banish the back row, go to combat, Druisworm into the Underworld God, Druisworm send the God, 25, 3k, 12. That's 67. It's 100 off lethal.
Oh my God, it's
I'm gonna cry,
off.
dude.
Nope.
Oh my God.
It is infinite impermanence.
And now we're in a position where we got to get that guy off the field right now.
Yeah. There's nothing you can do.
We got if we have any generic 2, we can get him
yeah.
off. Okay,
That is true.
we don't. So we're going to go Druisworm, eat the Underworld Goddess.
Yeah.
Then we can get in for 37, put them on a clock, but we are now dead to normal summon anything or any Bestial. Oh! No! That was the... Ain't No way. Ain't no way. We're gonna lose. The evenly matched Canadian perm column. Holy shit. Oh my god.
Oh no.
Karas, take me home, Karas. We've got to have the material necessary. The best
Beaver.
The best draw on the deck. Oh my
Get that angler
god.
out.
I am going to cry.
Oh.
IP Masquerena. That's enough, buddy. Did we just put a beast in the graveyard? You bet your ass.
Here.
Get him out. Get him out.
The Royal
Oh.
Shureg.
I can't believe this game ended like this. I cannot believe this game ended like this.
Maxi vanished.
Oh my
That was
god.
game 2. That brings us, what, to game 3?
We still have another game. Oh. Wow. These games
You
are
know?
so meaty.
The beginning of that was rough, but
Oh yeah.
the game was incredible.
Oh wow. Oh. One more, baby. It was so funny that the first game took 30 seconds. That it was literally just like, oh, I opened all the tier names. Okay, let's go to game 2. And then we had to fight for our life in that one. Oh. Oh. Ooh.
Really, just, I mean, I'm so shocked at how impactful every Bestial was in that game. Because we were sitting on them for so long, and suddenly the game went so incredibly crazy, I guess is the best word to describe it.
Wow. I'm dumbfounded. I'm at a loss for words. Oh boy. Now it's time for game 3, and I'll be honest. Sprite Player's deck is looking really capable at going second. But you know, tier is tier. I had really nothing to say but that. Tier is tier, and could theoretically just donk them.
Yep. Could just see a repeat of game 1.
Wow. I feel like it had to be that turn where we made the goddess. I feel like we missequenced it or played it slightly incorrectly.
I also think, like, it is goddess the play. Maybe. I completely get it. But I feel like our guys on board are so useful. That red negate, Dark's triggers, all gone. But they had to clear. I get it. Oh, that evenly matched. So funny. It's funny because I could hear you laughing at it, and then midway laughing, screaming, realizing the imperm column, and
They're in
not
game
better.
3.
It's a perfect, like the perfect reaction. Is exactly how I felt.
Oh. The line was to make Elf immediately after getting the second Bestial on board to play around DDL bouncing back mag. Maybe. Perhaps.
Maybe. Be pretty good.
It's hard to say. It was, you know, in a scenario like that, it's one of the rare scenarios in which the first action taken during the main phase is super important because it's the first time you have turn player priority. It's a type of skill that isn't often tested, like that sort of sequencing, the one unrespondable type thing you can do. All right, time for game 3. High going first, and they're on Tierlament. Let's see the open. That's a good one. Give me those 3 little boxes. Those 3 beautiful boxes.
Rhino. Looks like it's resolving.
And notably, if tier loses this, it is going to be a Sprite closeout. Do we have a Bestial?
Ooh.
We have a Max C. Love the Thunderbolt on that.
We could see a Bestial if that resolves. Never mind.
Minigame lost.
Lost that one. Oh. Well, you're very happy if you're high. Early resolving.
Get close coming down will activate the effect. Gonna go ahead and grab a tier card.
Scream.
That's a
Scream.
great Oh no. You do not want to
No.
see that.
No, you don't. You hate to see it because that means your opponent has a lot of gas. They did not need to get Soliek here.
Getting them early. Let's
Wow.
mill 11
Oh my
cards.
God,
How does
mill
that sound?
11.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. All right, what are we working with here, buddy?
Let's do it. Already really good.
Havness.
Already really good.
Agito.
Already really good.
Sheeran, 2 Rhino Heart, Saliak. That is astounding.
Wow. Just absolutely.
I wonder if you
insane
even
kills.
go for the
And
Agito. Like,
you
you
even
just
Agito,
found everything.
I was going to say, like, you're just so far ahead. Do you even need to give your opponent, like, I don't know, materials that they can use with Grave? Because you know they're on Tri-Sprite. And if you Agito and you trigger, like, a Nerval, you don't just, like, it's not even a reason.
We are going for it.
All right. There is a reason. Let's
They
keep
believe
going.
that they're like, no. I remember how
Nope.
game determinative Snow was game 1. I just need to get to Snow and Grave. And Agito and
Alright.
Kelbeck are the cards that facilitate that. Sheer into the hand. Let's see what we got. Ooh, a Kelbeck and a Crime
Hellback.
and a Suliek and a Scream. The
Okay,
opponent has
lots of
milled.
Bystials
Whoa.
milled.
Those are great mills if you are high. Those are just what you
Yeah.
want to see.
You are so happy to see that. And no Tri-Brigade name hit, no Beast hit, except for
Rucolo's
Ragdoll.
time. And now we can Kelbeck with 19 cards in deck. I mean, that seems pretty good.
Sometimes you just gotta say, yeah, your mills will be bad, and my mills will be good.
Chat's right. We, I don't know if we've even normaled here. We could theoretically go into Dark again and get their Magnamut from Grave to trigger it.
God.
God, I really do miss the way that works specifically. It's so annoying.
So what do you make
Normaled
here off
Rhino?
this
Oh, thank
Hapness?
goodness. All right, so we would have to find a Sheeran.
Yeah, we normaled the Rhino.
I think we're thinking about our last fusion summon here. This is a hard one. We could go Garua and just make Dark that way.
Yeah.
We could go for a 4 if we have a Sheeran in hand and like, oh, we're using
okay.
a Sheeran in hand for something.
That is the Sharon in hand.
We are going for Garua. All right.
Yeah. Yep, you're right. Absolutely.
Will we be
Garua's
activating
pretty good
Kelbeck?
here.
We will.
Wow.
As well as Scream. We have a target for Scream. Did we mill
Wow.
2
We still have a
Suliek?
target for spring.
Are we playing 3 Suliek? What's going on here?
Yeah, because the crime is engraved. Soliek engraved. Actually, no.
Engraved.
We've only seen one Soliek.
Yeah, I just sort of expected that they had the second one because they searched Scream rather than Suliek. Unless they were just really getting it twisted, in which case, you know,
Yeah,
you got to
I guess they
respect
said,
them.
I'll just get it later.
We'll find it. Don't worry. 11 cards. No snow,
Well-
but we did find a Shuffler. That's pretty good.
Kit
Did
and
finally hit that Nerval.
milled. We said, that's fine.
That's going to hit Karas. We have Material Engrave now. Looks like these two are going for Dark, I imagine.
Getting the draw of this so good. God, it's been a while since we've seen Garura, right?
Yep. Grab Garua, Dark Effect, target Magnamut. Darken the Magnamut can
God.
go off for Sprint for Merly. Oh my god. I missed this
I will
so
say
much.
that it has been a.
Can't remember if we Merlied. If we did, we'll go Elf.
It hasn't been super. I understand why some of these games get so much more exciting with like interactions like these, because without it, it feels less. I don't want to know what the word is, like not skillful, but like potent. The games feel less.
Yeah, a lot of the games are just kind of written up. That was that the Garua draw? It had to be.
It has to be.
14 cards in deck, and we haven't found Snow, by the way. That kind of sucks to see.
Also,
add Havness.
Like 20 mills didn't mill the Paralino, drew it for turn. Drew it off of the Garura, assumed.
Set a Saliak and said, good luck, buddy. Oh, whoa.
Luck.
What is that, an imperm? Calm down there. Grabbing back the Druis Worm, says, good luck. Good luck, my friend.
Yeah.
Summon the Maxi. Yeah, we want material for White Woman Jump Scare.
Material.
Evenly off the top would be pretty good. So we've milled one of each Bestial, in fact.
Yeah. I mean, that's so good because Magnemite is so important to get your Bestial kind of chain going. And now you don't have to worry about Druis Worm either.
All right, no evenly. We are going to go for it. Leading Nimble Beaver.
Ugh.
I wonder if you Rukalos this. It's such a tasty Rukalos, but if you get startered, it's really punishing. But you've seen us. There's a starter in Grave.
Yeah, I mean, like, I think it's so good to Rukalos this because it forces your opponent to have that second starter because they need a 2 to continue, and yeah, that's just one of the best choke points for Sprite.
Smashers.
Interesting.
Smashers is cool, but
yeah, like I like
doesn't
it.
resolve the
Breaks
issue.
the board a bit, but
Like, what are you banishing here? Elf?
I mean, you have to banish Rukalos, right? No, maybe not.
Well, that doesn't change anything, right? It still gets to
It
negate.
doesn't change anything. That's true. So you might as well get something else, but then it's just a big body.
So we're going to activate Elf here to make it less tantalizing. You can grab
Yep.
Murley, but then you probably banish Murley. And then it's like, did we just go even on all this? Then you got to go
Right.
battle, and it's got to be evenly. That's the only way out.
Yeah. Yeah. Yep. Gonna banish that Murley. Makes complete sense to me. Now you just got a big Rukalos to deal with. 33,500 attack. And of course that triggers our Scream.
Oh, that triggers off of the... right.
Yeah, the normal summon of the... or, no, sorry. The Murley summon? No.
No. The Beaver.
The Beaver. Right. Yeah. Gonna make the Dragostapelli here. All right.
One time evenly. That's really all I could see doing it. Karos, a good card, but not good enough. Does not contest
Definitely.
the Dragostapelia. Does not contest the Celiac. Walking into the Maxi as well.
Lordy.
Sheesh.
Jeez Louise. Well, only
All I can
10
say is
cards
that,
remaining.
Sometimes you want it more.
Yeah. True.
That's a good card.
Yeah, that's pretty good. I mean,
This is interesting.
that is nice.
You can Karos here. That's really interesting. So if you get
Yeah.
Jet, get starter, get... Oh my god, that's crazy.
Okay.
You might red here. For sure you red here.
Yeah, why not?
You red here, they Dragostapelia
Negate
the
it.
red. Then you can try and
Yep.
force through the Karos if you pretend that Celiac isn't real.
Right.
Oh, they're letting it go.
They are letting it happen.
Now what?
Yeah. I mean,
Gigantic into Zeus. I mean, that's all right, but loses to everything that is currently on board, right?
yeah. I mean, hold on. Did we didn't start her, did we?
We have
No.
not started this turn.
We have not. Good. That's what I was just making sure of. No Karos here.
For 2, that's never
Yeah.
resolving in a million years.
No way.
There's the Saliek.
Okay, yep, the known Saliek.
Sure.
Sure. I love that send.
Now we go Gigantic with the Karos and the blue. And then red contribute Gigantic to contest the Dragostapelia.
Wow.
Menethil currently Googling the number for Verizon Fios. Excuse me, my opponent's ISP needs to know about this.
Okay, this is kind of fun.
Yeah,
this one you
like,
actually can.
It's a
you
fun
can
way to
tribute-
describe it. This is
was
fun.
This is fun because you can try and negate the sprint with the Dragostapelia, but then you can red tribute and it still resolves.
So we're
Eh?
just
What do you
checking to
think?
see if that set card is an imperm. Like, oh, they're letting it resolve.
Oh, they're letting it
Well, it's
resolve.
definitely a called by in that case.
Oh, no. Don't
Can you
say
flip it
that
up,
to me.
please?
Oh.
Oh, okay,
Okay.
hold up.
Okay. hold
We're
up.
oh my god. Ah! All right. Well, okay, we get it.
I appreciate it. I appreciate
I
you.
just had everything games 1 and 3. Just literally everything.
literally everything.
Wings of Resonant Life. All right. Well, what do you think we
Yep.
do from here? What do you think the play is?
I
How much
like
time is left in the round? Let's
crash into Rulkalos.
what if we pull an evenly out of our binder?
That's a good idea. Okay, if you click on the sushi on the left, it jiggles a little. I think that's what we should do.
We can no clip through the ladder if the sushi jiggles at the right angle. That's going to be a concession.
All right.
We're running off to eat the sushi. And we are going to, thank the Lord, have a Sprite tier limit final. I was really concerned about the closeout.
Versus tier.
If high draws like that, it will not be a close one. Well, folks, it all comes down to this. After 16 weeks of contention in the Master Circuit Series, after 16 top cuts, and each of the individuals who topped making it into an invitational bracket, we are down to our final 2 contestants, Alex and High. Sprite and Tearlament, the 2 most dominant decks in the history of the modern metagame and 2 of the most dominant players throughout this tournament. I am joined for the final time by Danny Guadalupe. How are you doing, Mr. Luke Von Karma?
I am doing fantastic. I am so ready to watch some of the best Yu-Gi-Oh! To be played in a while. A format that has not existed before. A power level of Sprite we have not seen. And a still continuation of how powerful Tier is. I am so pumped to see what is going to happen. Thank you for having me. Ready to rock.
I am super excited as well. I think the 2 of us can probably agree that while this format was really cool in paper, and I'm really happy that I was able to play during this period, The way that Tearlament has been hit in Master Duel is like nothing any other format has ever done, and the way that Sprite currently exists is like no format has ever had. It's led to a format that is not only incredibly powerful, but incredibly competitive. In our top 4, we had 3 Sprites and only 1 Tearlament who was able to claw their way all the way to this final round. And Havness getting ashed means the Sprite player who won the die roll might just get to play entirely on their own turn. Whoa.
God. Imperm on Chainlink 4.
Okay, all right. I mean, they're doing what they can here. This is such a strange position to be in as the Tearlament player, because Alex's Sprite build is specifically designed to gun for your deck. If you look at the choices he's been making throughout this tournament, they have Tear in the crosshairs, and it's a very telegraphed deck with fewer names, fewer chances to hit the shufflers and millers that let you extend through pieces of interaction, and enough bestials in the format that you can play not only the equivalent of a playset in Druisworm, Magnamont, and Asaranir, but also an additional playset in Baldrake. Sometimes you are on the back foot. Sprite, what it does well, and it does it every single game.
And you got to feel good. If you are Alex getting Imperm on Jet, you still have materials on board. Your Gigantic feels so much safer. Unless your opponent has some other hand trap, at least you can bait that out as well.
It's such a strange position. Like, you have to read something like an Ash Blossom here, right? Because why would they Imperm the Jet? So you go for Gigantic, they Ash it, your turn ends. But because we now have Sprind in the game, you can go for Sprind, try to get more material on your side of the field. If the Sprind gets ashed or impermed, you can use the Ronin Totem in Graveyard to flex into the Gigantic, and it looks like that's probably what we're doing right now. This specific card has completely changed the metagame, revolutionized it to the point where not only do you have the ability to play through individual hand traps like Ash Blossom and Infinite Impermanence, but also tons of decks can access their plays at any point during the game, including Tearlament.
And like you wrote it up, here comes the Ronin Totem. We're going to be able to use that as material for that Sprind.
I mean, show
not
me
as
the
material,
fourth
but
hand
as
trap.
Xyz
It had to be
material.
Ghost Ogre?
Yeah.
Let's see it.
Right. Gigantic here.
And it's resolving. Wow.
resolving.
This is through Ash Imperm Havness. This deck is so consistent.
Oh, yes. It's so well. Sometimes you just have the gas and you can do it all. And it's proving why it is one of the top decks right now, why Alex has climbed all the way to the top. And
Oh my gosh.
Hay is just hoping that it's not anything super crazy on the crackback.
For chat saying that Imperm is bad, I think with the Ash Blossom in hand, that Imperm is very defensible, because otherwise you can go starter for blue to grab red, and then you play around it regardless, right?
Right.
It's tough because now Sprite's in a position where any way to get to a 2 represents an additional 2 pieces of material. Here, the Swap Frog they get to send a Swap Frog to grave, more material with Ronin Totem, we can get an Elf going.
Yep, summoning that swap. We're going to be able to dump that frog. We're going to be able to do kind of everything we want. This is that one of those awkward moments, of course, trying to play through, of course, 3 interactions of Ash, Imperm, Havness. But, you know, you only have kind of like elf IP because of the way these things work.
Sort of.
But it still feels right.
We've seen Alex really tunnel into the Melfi Caddy line. And this is a position, Gigantic Sprite, where getting a caddy into a board of, 4 cards is probably a pretty good idea. So I would imagine he might have drawn the caddy, and we might just see during end phase just fire it off.
No, that's a good call. I think that could definitely be the play here. We're going to summon the elf. That elf, we're going to be able to do Ronin again.
Wow. We don't even have to burn the elf in order to get to IP Masquerena. That's crazy.
No, we don't. Now we're going to fire the elf for that other 2, and I think if this is what we're doing, so we could actually make the Joyous Melfi here if we don't have the caddy in hand.
Oh, that's adorable.
And then link those 2 off for
crazy.
IP after.
Melfi of the Forest for caddy, then you link these 2 off for Masquerena, and we've seen Alex execute this line all day. The Masquerena sits under one zone, the Caddy sits under the other. You can chain the elf to the activation of the Caddy in order to bring back the Melfi of the Forest and flex an additional negate. It's just so absolutely difficult to play through for so little investment from the Sprite player, and a set card as well.
Oh,
wow.
Gosh. Yeesh.
All right, 4 cards for high, and we know that one is a Haveness. There's pretty much no way we can avoid triggering that card unless they commit to nothing.
Yeah. Yep. All right. Man, just crazy to see how much we have after all of that.
Ash Haveness Imperm.
Yeah. Well, we do know the tier name in hand at least. We know the Haveness, so maybe we can make plays. Day Sheeran or something like that. We have some imperms of ourselves. Maybe a second one, something drawn.
Oh, this is a big thing for
No.
sure. We've seen Alex is playing like a full suite of targets for the Melfi, which means that not only is it an interruption, it can pivot to other interruptions, which is a huge problem.
Right.
Oh god, if they're threatening battle here, I wonder if you just let them do it.
Yeah, so like what do you like you obviously if you're allowed to go to battle, you like walk over the IP.
Well, we are gonna go
this
for
is
the
gonna
Caddy here.
trigger the Caddy here, yeah.
It's one of those things where like they're maybe doing it in order to sniff out a triple tack, but I don't think there's any mechanism by which you can play around triple tack with this hand.
Yeah, I think you like if you can, you just say that's fine. If you have triple tack, you have triple tack. I'll let that through, and you still have the penny in hand to synchro at any time. You can always be very patient, and we've seen Alex in a couple matches be very patient with his penny.
Yeah.
Penny.
To the point where he will literally just wait till end step if there's not like a really optimal way to fire it.
Right.
Threatening main once again. It's one of those positions where like, oh, Maxi coming down. I wonder if you chain the Masquerena here to deny them a draw, because the Masquerena is only ever going into one thing. Or you could just open Ash.
Or you're just a gamer. Like
Sometimes
you're just an actual
a gamer. You open double Ash.
Sometimes you have the cards to respond with whatever you need, and we don't have to waste anything. We could just Ash Maxi.
Me
We're gonna
staring
mask
at my
anyway.
opponent, and I'm like, oh god, I can't believe I opened double Ash game 1 versus Tier Lament, and you found a great opportunity to use both. I mean, it feels good, man.
It does feel pretty good. Waiting for I here.
I wonder what it could be in hand. I'm looking at High's main deck, and there's a couple of things that really do screw up the math here. We'll see if he's got one of them.
Yeah.
I mean, if he does, you would have to deploy it now, because this Avramax is going to be impossible to get rid of. Like, the whole thrust of playing that card in the extra deck is that Tier Lament does not have a particularly good natural out outside of using Crime to destroy it when the damage step effect triggers, which is optional. So you have to hard draw it, and your opponent has to not have the read. We are going to let this resolve. Masquerena and the Sprite Elf going to the graveyard here. We're going to make, unsurprisingly, an Avramax. This card cannot be targeted by your opponent's card effects. It's the only card that can be targeted for attacks. If it battles a special summoned monster, it gets a bunch of attack, and because it was made with IP Masquerena, it can't be destroyed by your opponent's card effects. So it has to be a non-targeting, non-destruction type of removal. Jet coming back, we're just going to get follow-up here because we know we already have a really fantastic defensive line in Penny. It looks like we are trying to go to battle here. I mean, that's okay. You have to attack the Crusade here. Could be like evenly main?
No. mean, yeah. So like, if it is, I guess you crash into the Avermax.
Even if it is
Avermax?
evenly main, who cares, right? They keep the Avermax.
Yeah.
They can go Penny at end step. Like, you're
Right.
fine.
Okay.
We're in end step because a monster was returned to the hand this turn. This is a prime opportunity to fire off this Penny. Question if Alex actually even wants to.
Yeah, I mean,
Oh, not
no,
before
that's
we
what we're thinking
smashers
about.
that unknown.
nope. Oh God, just so methodical this game. Everything we have the smashers, the ash, just
Surgical.
every single
we negated
moment
that jet
answered.
to prevent the smashers, by the way. It was super poly.
Super
I thought
poly.
so. I was like, that's the only thing he would be
Oh.
sitting on. But there really wasn't a profitable super poly.
No, not a single moment.
Oh, wow.
That
They
I
played that so well.
Oh, no moment where two sprites were on board.
Wow. Whew. Turn passes back. Herald plus Crusadia Avermax. You do not want to be here. Starter in
No.
hand. Firing
Yep.
it in draw. Out comes blue. Blue into jet.
Yep.
Oh, and that has got to be all she wrote.
Wow.
Yeah, no, I think what was probably happening there was when it was Masquerena plus Elf on field, High was trying to figure out if there was a profitable super poly because that's the last opportunity it would have been like really good. But there wasn't. There's not a fantastic one.
No. No profitable super poly there. Just
And
gonna grab
this
the
one
Gamma
seems a
Burst
little over
for
when they start
hopefully
going
a
for the
quick
Gamma Burst.
lethal. Yeah.
When you're 30 minutes into Netflix and chill, and she give you that Gamma Burst look. When you start talking about fluoride in the water, and they give you that Gamma Burst stare.
Trying to do math in my head real quick. I believe it's enough, but
So it's Gamma Burst brings them all to
27,
what, like 20s? Crusadia Avermax does 3 over the halveness because it was it was normaled actually.
no, it was normal. So that's the
That's what's screwing
So it's-
us up.
right. I mean, we can just continue playing the game. We can
Yeah,
make, like,
we could actually
gigantic
just do plays
Elf.
also.
yeah.
He's just running through a calculator right now. Just make an elf again. It's a good card.
Yeah, it's
Here it's,
pretty
all right.
good. Gonna make the elf. That's gonna give us some extra materials and a 1400 body to be boosted by that Gamma Burst. Just need those little Dorcases on board to get buffed.
Bring back Masquerena here even. It'd be kind of nice.
That's not bad. I like it. But and also
God, I love
Yeah,
this deck. It is just
gonna grab a 2.
surgical.
Yep.
Yeah, we're just making a big ass gigantic.
Yep. Big gigantic here.
Gigantic summon anything, and I believe it's lethal.
Yeah. So much damage.
What's the funniest thing we can
14.
summon here, do you think? Maxi?
Angler, I think is funny.
Angler's funny, yeah,
Ooh,
Angler
Maxi's
is common.
very funny.
This is part of optimal gameplay, by the way.
Yeah, very optimal.
No,
The
red
funny
is
card.
correct.
No, that's, like,
Red's the
correct
right
card.
answer,
That's
but
the
that's
right
not what we
card,
asked.
But, it's not as funny.
Yeah.
It's well over lethal.
I'm about to burst. It is rough that this Crusadia Avermax doesn't get the boost here. 14,
Yeah.
46, 26,
Yeah,
6. Yeah, that's sufficient.
Play a little longer to get those out of the way.
Whew. And a
Quick.
quick, precise, surgical game 1 out of Alex. I mean, he's been doing this all tournament, and I think
Yep.
very happy to get the opportunity to do so again instead of having to navigate another sprite mirror.
We've seen that Penny activate on end phase multiple times.
Yes,
and,
we have. Yes, we have. I gotta say,
Might
I
see
mean,
it again.
obviously, it's not like Caddy is unknown. You know, it was really popular at the 250th
Yep.
YCS. It's the build that got second place at London. But I am always. It is staggering just how good it is. It is really, really hard to deal with.
Yeah. No, the seeing Sprite now start to just flex into Joyous Melfi's and Herald and understand this is just so good. I remember when I was first trying this deck and realizing that Caddy not only does everything for you to synchro for Herald to get you Penny, but sometimes it also gets you just a beast you need, which is, combos well with Sprite by getting your Beaver. So stuff like that, you're just like, everything. Elf with the Joyce Melfi, like you've mentioned a couple times, it's just, the deck is so strong. It's proven here with Alex.
Yeah, for sure. Alex, of course, a pretty well-known player, has won an MCS before and is looking for the run back, I suppose. Chad is correct. Sprite did not get second place at London. It won it.
Yeah, it won, actually.
Yeah.
I forgot. I didn't even know you said that. But yeah.
And the only thing we're missing from that build is Kashtira Fenrir. But I think that Sprite duelists would much prefer that Kashtiras are not in the game at all.
Yeah, because those Bestials quickly become Kurikaras.
Yeah, we just whoop. We do a little trolling, as it were. Both players, it looks like, are now boarded, and I got to tell you, both these boards look really good.
Yeah.
Although, for what it's worth, Alex's deck is functionally main decked to win this matchup. I imagine we'll be changing very few cards.
Yeah, probably not going to change much. I think a lot of those cards are quite incredibly useful against tier limit.
Yep. They're doing the coin flip, and they are now in. Let us jump into what easily could be the last game of the first season of the Master Circuit series.
Oh, man.
Show me those 3 beautiful bars. Havness coming down.
All right.
I always love sending Havness. It's just like, wow, you really want to activate her effect because she sucks. Her hand effect is so crazy, but getting her in the grave is a problem. But it's just the material on field. We are going for Kit Close. A lot that punishes this line from Imperm to Bestials.
We've seen Alex also, I believe it was Alex who has held on to Shifter like diamond hands and has waited for opportune times.
I hope we see it right here. So what they have done in previous games is, the Agido here, is waited for the activation of the Kit Colosse. And then when they attempt to mill 9, they go Shifter, and they just all get banished. Here, probably not going to happen because the Agido is going to trigger it early.
Yep.
But we will see. Or maybe we don't trigger the Agido. All right, if we've got it, we've got it here.
Yeah.
Looks like it's resolving. Oh, we're going to go Scream 2. This is 8 that you would be able to stop with a Shifter. They're thinking about something. If it's Shifter, oh man!
Yes! Oh,
God, they're so good at this.
Yes! It is great. I mean, it's just something that a lot of, players who might not have as much experience in competitive might not do, and
just
say,
shotgun
I'll just fire it.
Yeah.
Shotgun it, and then, of course, the tier player gets to go, okay, I know what I'm working with. Now I don't have to commit anything. I don't have to banish any of my names.
Yeah.
And I can just make, like, a redoer maybe with my Ishizu's in hand or something like that. Activate, like, Scream and say pass. But now we've banished 8 cards, one of them being a Super Polymerization and a couple of Maxis. But you're actually kind of happy with these banishes.
Yeah, they're not fantastic. But I will say, no, it is really impressive. Just kind of the patience on this card. I imagine hoping that the Agido wouldn't be part of the setup and we would just be able to fire it on the Kit Colosse, which functionally wins the game. But that's an argument that shotgunning Shifter is the right thing to do in a format where all the tiers are at 3. But when the tiers are this like precious resource that you only have a couple of apiece, boy oh boy, does it feel good to get a couple of them in the banished zone, and holding the Shifter feels a lot better for that. So as we've talked about in previous matches, Shifter is good into Sprite. Sprite does not want to have to play around this card. It screws up Sprind, it screws up the elf, and yet they will
Interesting.
play it anyway. Oh,
They
nice
are
battle
triggering
rhino.
the scream here,
Nice rhino
so
heart.
that we get the attack debuff. But Paralino Rhino banished. Oy oy oy. Do not want to see that, but not the worst. Could be worse. You could banish one of your few shufflers remaining.
Yeah. So we're gonna
the
go for
double
jet
jet
here.
hand. Seen
Double
those
jet hand is
before.
not bad from this position.
No.
I mean, you really want to go for like. You really want to go for Zeus. Like, you really want to be able to Zeus into this board. Clear the entire field, send it to the banish zone.
Doing Havness here.
Oh, wow, I really don't like that.
Don't like that either. I mean,
You know where that's going, right?
yeah.
Well, more powerful
super
cards
polys.
now in the banish zone. Is it DD Dynamite set? Are we getting played?
What? I mean, you're right. Like now, all I can think about is Zeus.
Yeah, I mean it is a bit of a Zeus-looking hand. The Keldo, the Sacred Protector here, looking like a very tasty snack in defense position.
I have this problem. I mean, Sprite always has this problem constantly. Now you have that decision point. Do I keep playing? Do I test that back row? Do I force like a Keldo and activate starter and lock myself to twos? Or do I make Zeus?
I got to tell you, I've played a number of decks that are functionally just Zeus Turbo, especially after boarding Sprite, Kashtira, etc. And every single time I do not make the Zeus line, I regret it. I'm like, I should have just got Zeus. I should have just
Yes,
Zeus.
I get in my head, I get in the tank, and I go, okay, but if I did starter and I did this and I did that, and I go, and then after the turn goes, I go, why didn't I just make Zeus? If I had just made Zeus, I had won the game. So, I mean, not saying that that's correct here, but it sure does look good.
If you are playing Downard, which I won't reveal if they are or not, you can even set up 2 activations, and if the set card is like a Saliic or an Imperm, you can play through that. I mean, it really is hard not to just do it.
Yeah.
He's thinking about it,
Absolutely.
though. It is worth a think. Knowing the starter in hand means that we do have access to our entire line, which is, I mean, you don't get that often. Going Zeus followed up with starter is good, but it also might be fine to just do starter and do normal stuff on your turn.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Chat saying you can just activate Keldo. So, like, that's correct. But if we're playing Sky Cavalry, we can just walk in regardless.
Yeah.
It's just
like,
a question of, I guess, if we are.
Yeah, so we'd have to, like, be playing Sky Cap, of course, if we don't have a good way to, like, walk into a
Trying
guy.
Onibi Maru here.
Okay.
So this is kind of crusty, yeah. It looks
Right,
like
so you
probably
don't have
we
any
aren't playing
clear way.
Sky Cav. Now we're in a position where we go to battle phase, we attack into the Keldo. They port the Keldo out.
Right.
We can't redeclare
shuffle
because we'll
back.
die. But then we do
Right.
get to eat the Kid Kalos here.
And then we banish off of the Onibi Maru, and then...
Wow, the screenplay was so good. We were out here like, why did
Yeah.
they have this? It's because it turns off Zeus.
Wow. I mean, the Havness itself did not turn off the Zeus, right? We already triggered
So we'd already triggered Scream?
Mm-hmm. Believe so. Let me make sure so that I'm not talking out my butt. Look at where.
That makes me think,
Scream is
yeah,
off.
then the last card has to be Seliek. Because we're going to go Onibi Maru, target the Kid Kalos, and if they Seliek send the Havness, they lose the Havness forever, but they theoretically get to the Kid Kalos on their turn.
Right.
Wow, this is so tight.
Yeah. So we triggered. I remember. So we triggered the Scream off of the jet, the first jet.
Right.
And so that was all over. So I guess what it does is it gives us an extra tier name on board, so
Yeah.
that if we do have to worry about Onibi Maru, then at least like if Onibi Maru banishes the Kid Kalos, they still have Havness if that set card is Seliek.
Or theoretically, they want to preserve the Kit Kalos. They can do so. Does Celiac have to send a graveyard?
I don't believe so.
All right, we're trying it
Let me
regardless, so we'll find out
triple check the
momentarily.
text. Yeah.
Soul Sweeper target Kit Kalos, I imagine.
Right.
Letting it resolve. Wow.
All right.
Starter.
Yeah, let's go. I mean, now you feel real good if you're Alex. 4 cards in hand. Let's play the game.
Go blue here. Last chance to look at me, Hector.
Got the last chance to look at me.
It is Celiac. They wanted to negate the blue.
Yep.
That's so
there
cute.
it is.
Oh, that's crazy.
Yep. Wow. And that's why they had the Havness. And now we can feel like, dopes for saying why they activated.
And now they need an extender. They let Jet. If they have an extender, they win. If they don't, they are now in a rough position.
Yep. 3 cards in hand. And, oh man, we were talking about the Melfi's before, and just like being able to say no links this game, I can just make an Xyz instead, but okay.
Oh,
set
no.
card. Well, you don't love to see that, because if this Onibimaru does not get cleared, that Kit Kalos is coming back.
Oh, wow. Any name is just devastating here. The Kit Kalos coming back at end step is crazy, because then they can Celiac it at the end step and just get going already. That is the worst tier name, but it is sufficient for our purposes.
It's a name.
Yeah, it's good enough.
Good
What do we
enough.
hit? Kelbeck. Oh, Jesus. Show me.
Show me something.
17 cards in deck. We got to start hitting.
Resolves.
2 names, Agito, Scream. Unbelievable.
Wow.
Oh, they are playing out of their mind. So this is a little weird. We don't have Kit Kalos.
Yeah, no Kit Kalos here. So you have to make like Kaleido. We do have the
Kaleido is
materials for
crazy.
it.
You could make Kaleido, but you don't. Yeah, you don't even have to. Theoretically, you could make like Garua or
Oh, Garura. Yeah, I guess you could make Garura. That is true.
you could make. Could you make a Mud Dragon? No, because they're all the same. Yeah.
No. So it's looking like a Kaleido.
It's just like there are some really fantastic punishes for Kaleido.
Yeah, for sure. But, I mean, we still have the onboard Celiac. We need it.
Just going over it in their head here. This is such an unbeatable one. And it's now passed back to Alex. I think Alex is maybe thinking perhaps has a Bestial.
Yeah, I mean, if we're thinking about maybe that's my only guess. That we had a Bestial.
The thing about the Bestial here is like it's rough for sure. But we got Agito.
Yep, we know the Agito is on its way.
We just got to get it a
Like
little more
2.
twisted. Just a teensy, weensy.
Just a little more.
Just a little bit more twisted.
Just a little more. Just trying to think what we could do here. Okay.
Starter.
Gonna do a starter here.
That is a really, really interesting play. Chain a
Oh,
Bestial.
wow.
Wow.
There is the Saranir on the Sheeran.
So we get red here.
Yeah,
to
I like
contest
red.
the
It's-
effect of the Celiac. Yeah. Sorry, carrot, not red.
You mean carrot?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I was gonna say I was like red. No, carrot. Okay.
All right, what's the Agito doing? Same names, but a snow as well.
Oh wow, huge.
Oh, the Rhino Heart's big because now we have a Celiac in hand. We can. pitch it,
I was gonna say we triggered our angler.
but we hit an angler. That's so sexy.
Get that beaver. Get that.
Get
beaver.
that singleton beaver, and Maxie as well.
Oh my god. Just notice High has 6 cards remaining in deck.
Shotgunning the snow now. We actually only have enough for 1 snow activation.
Oy. That. Yeah. So you snow the carrot, I assume?
Yeah, you have to, because you need this this Celiac to have the ability to resolve.
The big wall of monsters here.
I mean,
And
yes,
now your
but
opponent's drawing cards.
so we go Rhino Heart here. Who have we not activated? We've activated Sheeran. We haven't activated Merly or Havness.
Yeah.
I think the Havnesses are accounted for. We have
One
one
on
Merly
board.
remaining.
There's a Havness.
Oh, whoa,
banished.
whoa. Activating that Celiac's kind of dangerous. Do we know where the 3rd Rhino Heart is? Because if not... Oh, we're doing it now?
Oh, wow.
Whoa, that's exactly what we want, folks. Oh, we actually got to use the carrot?
Wow. Huge.
Oh, man, this chain feels like it's been mismanaged. But I guess we don't know the card in hand. It could change things.
Yeah, that is true.
Oh, the Celiac activation in the grave.
It's the grave Celiac.
Okay,
Well, that's great for
okay,
if
you
you're
got
Alex,
me.
I guess.
Too
Well,
many Celiacs.
Yeah.
Man, I almost would have let that
It's
Celiac
like-
resolve to try and draw them out of the Merlies. Are
Yeah.
all the Rhino Hearts accounted for? No, we're still missing a Rhino Heart, so they could have added a Rhino Heart off it. All right, Kaleido Heart here can spin whatever. If you're Alex, you're just trying
you have
not to
spin,
die.
Onibimaru, right?
You don't have to, but you know.
At least, yeah, you're gonna target the carrot and put it back instead.
Do we have some
My only
Bestials in here?
worry
We do.
is that if they walk over the Onibimaru, they're gonna put back the Kit Colossal deck, which I guess is okay. I guess you're fine with that if you're the tier player.
I mean, yeah, you have a Celiac that's online.
Right. All right, gonna trigger that Onibimaru and see what we put back.
We put back some of our crap. We put back like Penny.
Right? I mean, we could put back like a starter, put back Magnemite.
This is actually weird. Do we have a way to get over the Serenir?
No.
All right. We are putting it back.
Yep.
Yeah, good call.
Gonna put it back. Might as well say, all right, you gotta make Kid Close some other way.
I don't know how we're winning this though. This Scream is just gonna mill 3 names.
Yep. Oh, we'll do it this way. Now that Kid Close is back, I'm gonna go
We can activate
Kaleido.
Kaleido Heart, go for the name we haven't gone for yet. Go into Kid Kalos. We don't even have to wait till end phase. We just Kid Kalos now. We can Kid Kalos for...
Oh, wow.
Crime is already banished, but we can Kid Kalos for...
Oh, so this is
Madness. Oh, never mind.
1,000 in.
Oh, we're just dead. It's just over. Oh, or is it?
No.
You have another Bestial?
Yeah.
Nope.
Okay. Yep. It is. It is.
Wow. Oh my god, what an unbelievable one. Oh,
Wow.
that Celiac chain was just crazy. It's so
Amazing.
unbelievable how many games Tier Element starts by like setting 2 and passing that they win. Like
Yeah.
a shocking amount. Sometimes the scariest tier limit board there is just set 2 pass.
That was like banish, like 8 or something on Alex's turn.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Through shifter. Oh my gosh. All right, it's time for that all-important game 3, and I gotta tell you, I would not want to load in versus Alex's deck going second.
Yeah.
This is a lot. It's a lot for sure.
Deck has proven that it can be super precise in making sure that every interaction can be met with something good.
It's crazy how good these two are, by the way. It's just,
brilliant. I've just unreal plays. Everything like 3 steps beyond where I am. I'm like, oh, why'd they do that? And they're like already at a game state that's like 4 steps beyond where I've been, and it's incredible to watch.
Yeah. No, I mean, I love watching better players than myself, but it's so funny when they just play circles around the casters. It's just like, oh, we missed that line, and it wins the game.
Yep. No, it's great. I mean, it's always awesome. I think I'd love to see players who just outsmart me. That's why I love being up here, so I make the fun noises and they make the incredible plays.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
God, and the wow.
Wowie zowie. Tourney over. One more game, baby. One more game.
Last game. For
it
game
all
3.
comes down to this.
Will we see a Sprite in the final winner's seat? Something that you could never say, a week or 2 ago in our other MCS's Sprite, kind of fell by the wayside, kind of could not compete with Tira Shizu, but now is showing its dominance, and it is awesome to watch.
I'm super excited. Oh my god, I gotta see it. I got one more. Okay, they are both in. We're just waiting for him to get started. All right. I gotta ask you my one unprofessional question.
Sure.
Sprite Jet? Would you?
Yes. Absolutely.
Yeah. I think that's the right answer as well.
No problem.
On that note, they are standing by. They are flipping a coin, and we are jumping in to the final game of the culmination of 16 weeks of the Master Circuit series. I'm so happy I get to do this with you, Danny.
Yeah, thank you for having me. So excited to jump into the game 3 of the final game of the $10,000 Master Circuit Series Invitational. All of these players and every player we've watched so far has been incredible.
We're just going to not let people who haven't topped in any of the tournaments in the future. I got to get more like
Good.
this. Maxi in the draw step. Minigame. Beep, boop, beep, beep, boop, boop, 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 beep, boop, boop. He's really thinking about it. Really in the tank on this. Do I burn an Ash Blossom? Chain started.
No. Oof.
Minigame.
Okay.
Lost. Well, nothing. I'm ending on Sprite Blue Pass.
I was gonna say, I was like, yeah, just I don't know. We summon blue, and maybe we get Jet. We go get Smashers.
Yeah,
and
Smashers
say,
Pass.
I have
I'll
a
do that
banish.
shit.
Banish pass. Go.
That's literally what we're doing.
I mean, it's just the right play. It has to be.
I've been shocked. Honestly, it feels like these games are like 2 huge battle cruisers trying to force their way into like the lane, and it's like when they get off to the races, you just die. Like the game just ends immediately. But we can wait it out for a little bit.
Looks like we got starter instead of Smashers.
That's interesting. We already have Smashers. Set 1.
Must, right?
What if we just set 1?
I mean, maybe we actually get starter to go get red for the opponent's turn. That would also be the second play that we could do.
Or we could do
If we
this.
don't
This
get,
is also fine.
Smashers.
Oh,
Okay, so we're giving them one
One
draw. Okay, that is pretty good.
why not normal summon Caddy? Says chat. Good question.
That's a good question.
We wanted it in defense.
Yeah. It's a good idea.
What if the set card isn't starter? Oh,
Okay, that's a good start.
that's a
That
great
stops
card,
us
yeah.
there. What could Alex be thinking about here? Okay, it is the starter.
The hell are we getting off starter here?
Red.
Oh, okay.
Now we have at least a monster negate. One interaction.
But it also means we don't
Hopefully
have
something else in our
Bistials.
hand. Yeah.
You know what it could be? Could be we drew Maxi and we need the red to contest a potential Ash Blossom.
Yeah. No, it's a very good one.
Oh.
No, but we said, nope, I do not want you to resolve Sheeran. Don't do that. No thanks.
That's disastrous.
That's such a disaster.
As bad as it gets. What's the hand looking like? Oh,
Yeah, just
all engine.
gas, just all.
Well, the good
engine.
news is they can't
Oh.
stop them from having gas.
Yeah, that is true.
Oh!
All right.
Those
That
three
is-
beautiful bars. Oh, no.
That is unreal.
Oh, sometimes you just
Unreal.
want it more. I don't know what to tell you.
Wow.
The Sheeran in hand we
No
know
Sheeran in
about.
hand.
Kid Kalos time.
Jesus.
Oh, yeah.
Well, you got to give Alex credit. Played as best as possible under Maxi.
The Earth Insect coming home to roost in finals.
Coming home to roost.
Next season, we're banning that card.
That's Yu-Gi-Oh, baby. Mill 8. High is feeling great. Double Sheeran milled with the snow.
That's
really
that's pretty
you're
good.
just feeling really good here. I mean, what could you be afraid of? Really nothing. You know the whole hand.
the whole hand. It's nothing.
It's just swap frog angler, and without Maxi, that hand would have been pretty good.
Hold up.
Yeah.
Sanctum.
That's an interesting mill. An interesting card to come out of Alex's deck there.
Sheeran's to the grave. We're gonna go for the one, the only Kaleido Heart. Shuffle that sucker
Kaleido.
back in.
Put that guy back. The snow. I keep looking at it. I'm like, yeah, that just does everything we need.
It does win the game from this position. That's correct.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we led not with the Havness effect, but with the Merly one. So, like, extending into Sprint doesn't really do what we want. But it's
Right.
fine.
Yeah, and like we've also had the added bonus that Alex has had to use starter twice, so we've burned ourselves to 5,500 life
We
points.
could just be dead here.
Yeah, and so like I mean, just getting rid of a jet and having any
We are just dead
big
here.
monster.
Wow, we legitimately are just
Okay,
dead here.
that is we are legitimate. Just
These
that is
two
the
for
end of the game.
Garua, and that's
Garura is 32.
60. Yeah.
That's no.
Oh no, we're
Not
going
me.
Mudragon.
Yeah, you can't.
Right,
make
it can't be Garua.
Is,
Wait,
you're testing my. You're
Snow?
testing me.
And
And
that's
Snow's
it.
lethal here. Yep.
All right, here's a question: Will Hay BM?
Yeah. Come on.
Will they BM? This is important.
Nope.
Oh wait,
Respect.
still an opportunity. Ah, dang. Okay. No BM, going for direct, and hey, the only Tierleman remaining in top 4 is your first season Master Circuit Series champion. What
Wow.
a set! That was unbelievable.
Amazing matches from both players. Unreal stuff from everyone in this tournament, and especially congratulations to Hay and Alex as well for giving us some fantastic games.
They were really
Wow.
great. They were really great. Both players played incredibly. In fact, all we saw all day were good players playing good Yu-Gi-Oh, which isn't always the case. And I gotta say, I really did appreciate it.
Yeah, no, glad to see all of these top players come together for this insane prize, insane games, and insane power, and tier showing again. Why it's
Still around, baby.
very
It is
good.
still
It's
around.
good.
Ugh. All right. I do want to, before we wrap this all up, I want to thank you so much for hopping on commentary. I want to thank Peeps also for hopping on commentary for a couple of rounds before he had to go chop wood or something. Huge shouts out to Coder and Luna for the infrastructure that we used to run a bunch of stuff on the back end. Biggest shout out possible to Rebecca for running most of these.
Thank you, Rebecca.
An unbelievable thank you to all the co-commentators of other weeks. DUEL'S, Leah jumped on. Asagi jumped on. Of course, Hasher Brown did most of the other weeks. And a big shouts out to the co-hosts, DUEL'S, YGO, PRODECK.com, and TCG Player for this unbelievable circuit series. This rocked. I was so happy we were able to do this, and I'm so happy it resulted in some truly high-level master dueling. I look forward to doing it again after a short break, and I look forward to seeing what duelists rise to the top then as well.